Hello, everyone. I am Trish Regan. Welcome to a historic night here on the Trish Regan Show. We are simulcasting both on the Trish Regan channel and on @76 Research right now. It is good to have you here. We've been waiting for this moment for what, 4 years? It's been a while. It's going to be quite historic, one way or another, no matter what happens. But judging from some of the early results, and I'm talking really early here, I'm talking about what I'm seeing, for example, at Polymarket. I'm talking about what I'm seeing just in the polls in general. It is entirely possible that Donald Trump goes right back to the White House and he's number 47. Imagine that. I mean, this is historic in so many ways. You think about what we've been through in this election cycle itself. I mean, wild, right? Wild stuff. I mean, the poor guy was shot at. And then a second attempt on his life. And he keeps coming back and coming back and coming back. Doing a whole series of rallies just over the last couple of days. It's really sort of amazing. Eric Trump pointing this out, that America wants a president with the energy to be able to do this. Watch him here.
I mean, think about seven massive rallies in front of 40, 50, 60,000 people. I mean, so these rallies are drawing massive crowds, but 7 rallies in effectively 36 hours. And I think that's the stamina that Americans want, right? I mean, that's the energy that Americans want out of our commander-in-chief. And it's exactly what the current administration doesn't have. It's exactly what Kamala hasn't had this entire campaign trail. And I've never been more proud of that man right there. I mean, the guy is working tirelessly. The guy just never stops, and he wants to save this country. He wants to save the greatest nation on earth.
And he may get that opportunity. We'll see. Right now, taking a look at the map, to 270. That's how many Electoral College votes are needed. 270. And it's going to come down to these swing states. I think it's actually going to come down to Pennsylvania. But there's a good chance at this moment, as we look at all of this data coming in, that he could actually flip Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania together. I mean, it could be a massive victory or not, right? Or not. The night is young. And I'm going to be here with you the entire time. Trump projected to retake the White House. It has everybody on edge. We're going to be here through all of it here on the Trish Regan channel and on 76 Research. I am joined this evening by my esteemed colleague there at 76 Research. I want to welcome to the show Rob Horton. Rob, right here in the studio with me. It is a pleasure to have you. It is going to be a wild night. We've got a wild camera. Can we see the whole 2 shot? He's right here. He's right here. Usually he's far away. And anyway, we'll see if we can get that shot up and running. But this is Rob, and I want to welcome you, of course, Rob Horton, who runs 76 Research with me. Rob, you know, just over the last few days, we've been looking at all this data. We've been looking at Polymarket, for example. We've been looking at the stock market. And when you look at the internals of the stock market, Stan Druckenmiller was saying this just the other day, billionaire hedge fund investor. Look, it looks good. It looks good for Donald Trump. Why is that?
Yeah, the stock market has been, over the last several weeks, anticipating a Trump victory or incrementally kind of moving in that direction. You see that just in the broader stock market. You see that in a number of companies that would specifically benefit from his election and from his policies. You also see that in assets like Bitcoin. Mm-hmm. Bitcoin is very sensitive to the outcome of the election. And, so actually in the last few days or late last week and early part of this week, we saw a little bit of a wobble in the markets and a little bit of a wobble in Bitcoin as some of the higher expectations of a Trump victory looked like they receded.
Was that because of the Iowa poll? So there was an Iowa poll. You guys, this one came out, an Iowa poll that was less than stellar. It was done by a woman named Ann Seltzer. You know, Nate Silver, whose information I do value, although he's got everything neck and neck at this moment, but he came out and said after that Iowa poll, you know what? Don't put too much stock in it. It's 48.8% Trump to 45.4% Harris there in the state of Iowa. But nonetheless, it caused some trepidation. To Rob's point, people started to back off with this idea. But I'm going to tell you what it's coming down to. It's coming down to Pennsylvania, and it's coming down to men. It's coming down to the white men in Pennsylvania. And I think it probably bodes well that the Teamsters Union overwhelmingly likes Donald Trump as opposed to Kamala Harris. The guy who runs Atlas Intel, very, very good poll. They were spot on back in 2020. He said as much in a recent podcast. I want to play you this clip.
End up coming back to their more traditional base. And so I think what we're seeing here, and even this lead here, is a lot of people are dissatisfied with the Biden administration, and Kamala perhaps hasn't been able to distance herself from that. And so some people here are leaning for Trump. But in terms of the campaign message, we've seen that time and again where Trump sort of keeps coming back to this base, right? Into this idea, more to his more traditional base than this consistent, maybe reaching out to Black and Latino voters.
At the end of the day, what really makes a difference in the swing states, what will really make a difference on Tuesday, in my opinion, in a place like Pennsylvania, will Puerto Ricans there be important? Of course. But even more so, it will be the white turnout mobilization. So, if white males really turn out for Trump on Tuesday, he can carry out Pennsylvania. And I think, the whole garbage truck scene and whatever we're seeing in terms of efforts to mobilize voters in this phase of the campaign, it kind of makes sense. From a strategic perspective, this is what he needs. He needs to mobilize voters on Election Day.
Well, I think it's...
Hello, everybody. This is Donald Trump, and 250 million people are not garbage.
This is Polymarket on Wednesday, showing that he had a 66.3% chance of winning. I want to go out to Polymarket right now and get Rob's analysis as well. If we take a look at the live boards right now on Polymarket, what you can see is that has come down somewhat since then, but nonetheless, he's still in pretty solid territory. I think it's really remarkable. One of the things I like about looking at Polymarket is that this is real money on the line, right? In other words, you actually have investors that are putting money to work. And so it takes some of the bias out of it. Now, as we go to these numbers, you can see it's not exactly, what it had been before. Let's see if we can see this. All right. I think it's a little bit tricky for you. But bottom line here, we're looking at a Polymarket average here, 58.4% to 40.9% at this moment. Going back to Rob for a second, those seem to me like pretty darn good odds. Like if I'm playing that as a trader, I'm kind of liking that.
Yeah, there's still a very substantial, advantage for Trump, and it did get much tighter or much closer over the weekend, down to like 53%. Earlier today, though, as I think a lot of this early voting data has been trickling in, the probability shifted back towards Trump. And if I'm not mistaken, got as high as 62%, maybe 63%. And really in the last few hours, drifting back down a little bit. But certainly at 58%, 59%, where we are now, investors on that platform are really looking, giving Trump heavy favorite.
Clearly. Yeah. I mean, one of the things that I kind of find amazing here, and New Hampshire girl, New Hampshire roots, I'm looking at New Hampshire, which we thought was going to be solid blue. That has now turned to light blue, ladies and gentlemen. So, gosh, I mean, when you're talking about on a night like tonight, flipping possibly New Hampshire, I don't know what's going on. I mean, the polls just flat out wrong again. Could be. I mean, Rob, you think about this. He's a very hard guy to pin down in the polls. I think every pollster will tell you that. That's, again, why I kind of like to look at the prediction markets, because the polls are really inaccurate reads. Nobody wants to say that they're voting for Trump. And we're even getting word from some of the exit polls around the country that shy Trump voters really and truly did exist. In other words, they didn't want to talk to the media if they had voted for Trump.
Absolutely. And if you think about a situation like New Hampshire, where I think Kamala really had a very significant lead in the polls, but if it's now light blue, that's suggesting not a strong chance of a Trump victory, but a reasonable or a material chance of a Trump victory. That just kind of sheds light on the idea that these polls are really not a reliable read on what's actually going to happen with the electorate.
Mm-hmm. In what way?
Well, it's just that if he was well up in the she was well up in the polls in New Hampshire, and you would think that would be kind of a case closed kind of situation where she'd have 90%, 95% odds, but she doesn't. I think last I checked in New Hampshire, it's closer to 20%. Or to bring it into, maybe you can get more specifically what Polymarket's saying in New Hampshire that brought it to light blue. But The point is, like, we really don't know. All we really have to rely on is the polls, but you just don't know if they're accurate representations.
I mean, so as we look at some of these states right now, I just want to go back to what is really in play tonight. And again, just breaking, some of these polls have closed, ladies and gentlemen. For example, Indiana, Kentucky closing at 6 p.m. Total of 93 electoral votes are up for grabs in the 7 states. You're talking Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia. A poll just out the other day from North Carolina actually suggesting that Donald Trump would take it in North Carolina. I want to go to even the New York Times Siena if we can stand it, right? You think about the New York Times Siena poll, which actually showed him really neck and neck here. Look at Nevada. Nevada's an important one to watch tonight. It typically gets its information in rather early, so we should hopefully know. North Carolina closing relatively soon. The polls, by the way, some of them, the early polls just closing in Florida moments ago. They're at 7 p.m. Wisconsin, 47-49. They have her up in Wisconsin, but again, anything's possible here. In Georgia, suggesting she might win. I don't know as I buy it. The good news for Donald Trump the other day in this particular poll was Pennsylvania. So as we get word right now that it looks like Pennsylvania could be flipped, I mean, this is the real clear polling data suggesting that Donald Trump actually is positioned right now to retake the White House. And wouldn't that be absolutely positively incredible? There's a lot that needs to be done. I mean, Rob, you think about the hell and back that Americans have been through over the last nearly 4 years. I'm telling you, I've done a lot of reporting actually down in Latin America, and the one thing that gets everyone and gets every politician is the darn inflation. Like inflation, we haven't seen inflation like this. You got to go back to, I was a little kid, and we're talking Carter, like Jimmy Carter. You know what happened to him? I mean, this kind of feels like deja vu to me.
Yeah, a very small portion of the country was alive or an adult in that inflationary era, after we went off the gold standard through the early part of the 80s. So there's very little memory of that. And we've all really lived with declining levels of inflation, 1 or 2%. Mm-hmm. So it was a true shock to the system. And, no surprises, the people did not like it. And especially when you think of the vast majority of the population that didn't necessarily benefit from the increase in asset values, the way that the inflation kind of assisted the stock market or assisted the residential housing market. The vast majority of the population is not, necessarily a large asset owner, and they're wage earners, and their purchasing power from their wages has not kept up.
Right?
It's
I mean,
not kept up.
that's the problem, and it's going to come back to bite them, I think, massively. I suspect tonight, but hey. The media is working overtime to make sure that doesn't happen. You think about this. Here's a study that came out of our friends at the American Media Research Center, and they're looking at Harris coverage that has been 84% positive in the media versus the Trump coverage has been 89% negative. Wow, right? So how do you fight back against that? This media machine that is just out to literally crucify the guy over and over and over again. I thought, my former colleague Jesse Waters said it well the other night over on Fox when he said, look, the media is so stressed because they're going to realize, ladies and gentlemen, that they are completely irrelevant. Nobody cares about CBS News. Nobody cares about MSNBC or NBC News or ABC News for that matter. And so this is kind of hard for them to take.
There are a lot of sweaty palms and nail-biting in newsrooms across the East Coast because a Trump victory would be the final nail in the media's coffin. An anonymous TV executive admitting if half the country has decided that Trump is qualified to be president, that means they're not reading any of this media. And we've lost this audience completely. A Trump victory means mainstream media is dead in its current form. They're fessing up that their mission is to influence you, not inform you. No one believes them. They lost their juice, and they think they're dying. What they don't realize is they've been dead for years. 3 networks and 3 papers choosing the politicians, those days are long gone. Today, we have cable, talk radio, podcasts, social media. We debunk the hoaxes before the networks can air them. But CBS is still trying to spin Biden's garbage smear. Listen.
He landed in Green Bay just a short time ago and then pulled this campaign stunt, speaking to reporters.
What do you know? All right, we want to get to some news just crossing right now. Breaking at this moment, we have learned that Kentucky and Indiana, those polls have closed. Those results are in, ladies and gentlemen, and they are in positive for Donald Trump. This was somewhat anticipated. Again, Indiana and Kentucky just coming in moments ago. Those polls results are in. So that's kind of an earlier poll. You know, there's an expectation that it's going to be a very long night, and then it could take quite some time in order to get all of the information in. We'll see. I kind of have a problem with it because, you know, in the old days, it used to be that you did actually get the winner on the actual night. I mean, outside of the year 2000, but these are not the old days anymore. And unless it's such a massive sweep, and it could be, hey, we don't know yet. I mean, we're hearing that all kinds of men showed up in Pennsylvania. As you heard me earlier in the program say, it is going to come down to a lot of those men because there's been this gender divide that is really unpleasant. I don't like seeing it, but it is the reality of where we are right now. I want to take a look again as we look at poly market odds. Are they going up after having heard the news from a little bit? I mean, 59.7%. Going back to Rob Horton for a moment. Rob, he's increasing. He's increasing. So I guess that is a good sign. What is it that we should know about some of those poly market odds as we move through the night? Let me go back to you on that.
Yeah, I think we should zero in on a kind of a state-by-state basis and really see how they're responding as the results come in or as the data flow occurs. Because really when you think of the National Electoral College outcome, it's just kind of a combination of all these different state races, and the states will ultimately determine who's going to win it in the end. So I think, keep a close eye on how it's shifting. Even with these states that really aren't in play, maybe there's some information to be gleaned as these results come in where, we can look at a state like Indiana or Kentucky and compare it to what happened 4 years ago and see if there's been a shift, because maybe some of the voting patterns will kind of correlate with other Midwestern states or other swing states.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense. I'm also seeing now that most of the voting locations in Georgia are closed. This is a key battleground state, and historically has been pretty red. We saw, obviously, it was a very close race in 2020. When you think about Georgia, I believe it was lost by Trump to Biden by some 12,000 votes. And so it's obviously a key state in this moment in time. And the expectation is that it should go for Trump, but again, anything can happen. Any thoughts on Georgia and the reasons why you might see that electorate flipping back to Donald Trump?
I think the consensus is Trump takes Georgia, Trump takes North Carolina, and if he doesn't, I think he's in for a bad night. You kind of have to make the assumption that those states are very much winnable for him, and all of the polling throughout the campaign has really pointed in that direction. Mm-hmm. So the way I kind of see it shaking out, these other kind of Sunbelt swing states, you've got Arizona, North Carolina, Georgia, they very likely go for Trump. Nevada is a state that everyone talks about a lot, and it's obviously a swing state. The way I've looked at the map, it might not matter. It really only matters in this kind of scenario where actually Georgia or North Carolina go to Kamala Harris. And if Trump then wins Nevada and picks up one of the blue wall states, I believe that is a path to victory for Trump. But in the more likely scenario where Trump hangs on to Georgia and North Carolina, really Nevada actually doesn't matter because he still needs to pick up one of those three blue wall states, or, as we've talked about, New Hampshire. New Hampshire could actually
4 electoral votes.
Yeah.
So the interesting thing about New Hampshire is I was kind of surprised when I saw the Dixville Notch results. There are 6 people that live in the town of Dixville Notch, everyone. I have spent a lot of time, amazingly, in Dixville Notch. I learned to ski up in Dixville Notch. Dixville Notch is about 20 miles south of the Canadian border. So we're talking real north country, really small town. Basically, the only thing there is the Balsams Hotel, which actually is now defunct. It's not in operation anymore. It closed quite some time ago, and that's a sad thing for New Hampshire, and obviously for the town of Dixville Notch. But what they have going for it is they are first in the nation. They're first in the nation with the primary, and then they're first in the nation to vote. So they voted around 1 a.m. there in the living room of the original owner of that hotel. All 6 people gathered. Now, they've been flipping blue, like a lot, all right? Like, they went for Biden in 2020. They went for Hillary in 2016. Well, guess what? Drum roll, please. They were split 3-3. Everybody's like, oh my gosh, Dixville Notch. But if that doesn't tell you where the country is, I don't know. So Dixville Notch maybe being an indicator of just how divided everything is. But all that said, I do think Pennsylvania is a little bit different than New Hampshire. And I think you have a lot of people there that are feeling the pain in a very, very big way. And what you might see, again, we need to be patient here, but what you may actually see is that there's just a groundswell of that quote unquote silent majority. Remember, Rob, I mean, Reagan talked about this, right? The silent majority that came out and just, they weren't being heard. And they said enough. They said enough to Jimmy Carter. They said no way to Walter Mondale.
Yeah, there are a lot of echoes of that original Reagan revolution where you tapped into what were, then called Reagan Democrats, blue collar, working class Democrats who really lost their allegiance to the Democrat Party for various reasons. And Reagan's message of economic renewal really resonated with them. Mm-hmm. And there were cultural issues as well. I think it's important to remember, this is really, we focus a lot on undecided voters, but really it's about low propensity voters or voter participation levels. And the goal is to really bring people who would likely vote for you, to make sure they come out and do vote for you. So what Trump seems to have successfully done, especially in Pennsylvania, is really energize the group of voters that, would probably normally be inclined to vote for him, but to really make sure they show up in bigger numbers than historically.
Well, I think they are energized. And, don't forget, Pennsylvania was the place where he nearly lost his life. And just to take a moment to reflect on that, I think, we have to tonight, because it is by the grace of God that he is still here. And he made it through that with just a nick on his ear. And it was just wild. And when I think back, I'm going to get emotional as I think about this. When I think back to him throwing his fist up in the air and yelling, fight, fight. I mean, I get chills just thinking about that. And that sends a message to the people of Pennsylvania and to a message to everyone everywhere. He's willing to fight. I mean, he probably thought it was game over. Can you imagine the fear that most people would have in a situation like that? And then the blood dripping down and the ringing that must have been in his ear, and to stand up and yell to the entire crowd, telling his Secret Service, no. Stop, fight. I mean, that sends a message. And I look at what we're doing these days, and the media seems to have completely forgotten about it, Rob.
Yeah, but the people in Pennsylvania probably haven't forgotten about it. When something like that occurs in your own backyard, and Corey Compatore, he died in the incident, and so there were fatalities that day. You remember that, and the emotional significance of that is greater, when it occurs, where you live, and especially out in Western PA. For sure. But yeah, Trump, he really showed his true colors, and I think really did a lot to contradict the narrative. A lot of narratives are sort of painted around Trump. One of them is that he's just self-serving and, self-interested guy, billionaire trying to do this or that, for personal gain. And, here he was almost dying, getting up, bloodied, fighting for the country. That's not the behavior of a man who's purely motivated by self-interest and personal gain.
But so long as you bring that up, let's go over to the mainstream media, who's having like a conniption fit. I mean, they just cannot believe that. I mean, think about it. You're in the mainstream media. You've been telling everybody this is, this guy's akin to Hitler, and yet somehow He's still dead even with Kamala Harris, the chosen one, in the polls. I want to show you this so that we can react. Here is the mainstream media over on MSNBC going nuts.
We still have an electorate, 70 million plus, that will be voting for a man who said he was going to assassinate for treason the chairman of the Joint Chiefs because he didn't support him on January the 6th, who has said just in recent days he was going to execute Liz Cheney with a firing squad, 9 guns pointed and shooting at her face. A man who has said that he was going to shut down CBS because he didn't like how they edited an interview. A man who said he was going to be a dictator from day one. A man who said he was going to terminate the Constitution. A man who said he was going to use the Army and he was going to use the National Guard on his political opponents. I literally could go on all day, and yet you talk to Trump voters and they'll go, he didn't say that. Wait, no, I didn't hear him. And then you say, well, here's the quote, and then they'll go, yeah, he didn't mean that. So there's something far more long-lasting than just Donald Trump, the candidate. There is a sort of Russian embrace of disinformation, a radical devaluing of truth over the last 9 to 10 years, and a complete ignorance on civics and what the term Madisonian democracy even means, what checks and balances even means, what judicial review even means, what the rule of law even means. How do we as a nation, even post-Trump, how do we reach those Americans who apparently didn't go to civics class, apparently didn't learn the basics of this Constitution, and have just been overwhelmed with disinformation over the past 9 years? Okay,
so they've told you you're garbage. They've told you must be sexist, racist. Well, the governor of New York actually said the other day, you clearly are anti-American if you're just a Republican. I mean, she's talking about everybody down ballot. I mean, you're so much as running for the school board in your local town. If you're a Republican, God help you, you're anti-American, according to the governor, Kathy Hochul of New York. Between that, the garbage, and now we have to listen to Mika and Joe tell us we don't know what a civics class is. I mean, this is really a massive pushback against the establishment. I kind of love it. Right, having worked in mainstream media for 20 some odd years, and now I'm over here. So make sure you subscribe, you share, you like. Make sure you subscribe if you're over on 76 Research, or if you're watching on the Trish Regan show, make sure you check us out at 76 Research as well. This is a big deal. It's a big night, and we're able to do this because of all these changes in the media. And so I think the media kind of is flipping out. They kind of hate this idea. And that's why, again, I'll show you another graphic here coming to us from MRC. Our folks over at MRC showing that, that there is just an incredible amount of bias out there right now. Look at this. The coverage, 2024 Democrat coverage has been 78% positive. This is overall, because it's even more drastic when you just look at Trump versus Kamala. The 2024 GOP coverage is only 15% positive. So, look, the Democrats are going in with a 63% advantage, not to mention they've got all of the media and all of the celebrities, and whether it's J-Lo or any of these others out there talking their book, it's just kind of incredible, really incredible that you actually see him doing as well as he has under the circumstances. I mean, this is what he's up against.
He has consistently worked to divide us. At Madison Square Garden, he reminded us who he really is and how he really feels. It wasn't just Puerto Ricans that were offended that day, okay? It was every Latino in this country. It was humanity and anyone of decent character. Look, I'm a lover. Okay? You guys know that about me. I'm a lover. I am not a fighter. I am not here to trash anyone or bring them down. I know what that can feel like, and I wouldn't do it to my worst enemy. or even when facing the biggest adversary I think America has internally ever had. But over Kamala Harris's entire career, she has proven to us who she is. A proud daughter and son of Puerto Rico.
You know, she's also, by the way, the wife of Diddy, who apparently makes the rounds with all the Dems, among other things. We don't need to go there, but J-Lo trying to say, okay, we know who she is, we know who she is. Frankly, we don't really know who she is. This is a woman who is totally against fracking until it mattered in Pennsylvania, where she's really fighting for her political life tonight. And suddenly she was all great with fracking. Okay, yeah, you know, that's misinformation to say that Kamala Harris doesn't like fracking. It's really kind of nauseating. We look at this over and over again. And going back to my colleague from 76 Research, Rob, I mean, really, J-Lo, Cardi, whatever her name is. Let me think. Who else? It's Eminem, who was out with Obama. I mean, you've got like, how could I forget Taylor Swift? I mean, clearly I don't know the celebrities off the tip of my tongue, but you know what? I don't think everyday Americans know them either or really care. I think they're sick of it. They're sick of it all. They're sick of MSNBC. They're sick of J-Lo. They're sick of Taylor Swift. All of it.
Yeah, maybe 20 years ago, those names had more significance. I think they're rapidly losing significance. And when you think of the mainstream media, why is it losing its influence over the American people? I think that Joe Scarborough clip really exposes that one thing after another that he was saying, where it was just completely ridiculous. And if you're just kind of spewing completely unjustifiable extreme attacks against someone, but it can be disproven simply by looking at what that person actually did or said, that really, discredits you. I mean, it's almost hard to remember exactly all the things that he said. The one thing that I recall is the portrayal of the comment about Liz Cheney that Trump had an intention to execute her or have her executed. Go and watch what he said. He was making the point that, and he extended it not just to her, but to other people. He was making the point that if she were in the line of fire, if it was her life put on the line to, liberate Eastern Ukraine or to wage these wars that she's such an ardent supporter of, she might feel differently. And this is it's a very typical comment that, people used to make about the Vietnam War. It's like, are you prepared to fight and die? Are you prepared to send your own children to fight and die in these conflicts? That's the point Trump was making. He wasn't calling for her execution. And it's just outrageous that someone like him in his position would actually try to convey that as being an accurate depiction of what Trump said.
It's really, I think it starts to weigh on people, and that's what they're hoping after a while. I mean, I've had some people that are pretty ardent Trump supporters say to me, wait a second, like in the 11th hour, you don't think this is, like he wouldn't do this stuff, right? Like, so there's that kind of indecision that they're trying to prey upon in the 11th hour. And I'm like, guys, you know what? Trust me. Trump was in the White House for 4 years. I was a journalist. Sometimes I was right there with him. I certainly criticized him as well. And many of my colleagues, I say colleagues in the general sense in the media, Jim Acosta, for example, over at CNN, they were all the time going after him. Well, if you actually live in a fascist society where you're not allowed to speak your mind and the media is not allowed to talk, then guess what? Jim Acosta wouldn't have had that opportunity or that platform. The fact that the media is constantly able to go after him in and of itself should tell you a lot. And I'll also just add to that, I have a lot of friends in the media, and two of them, one of whom I worked with at CBS News, Cheryl Atkinson, and then another at Fox News, Jim Rosen, they both were spied upon, not by the Trump administration, by the Obama administration. You add to that another reporter, Catherine Herridge, who I worked with at CBS and then later at Fox, and she's now on her own, and she's suing actually CBS. Forgive me, I didn't work with her at CBS. She went to CBS. I used to work at CBS. I worked with her at Fox. Very, very good reporter, by the way, just excellent reporter. And she lost her job over there, she believes, because she was reporting on the Hunter Biden laptop, and that was like, no-go territory. That's the Biden administration. And then I'm going to add one more person by the name of Matt Taibbi. He's got a great letter on Substack. You guys should check it out. He's a former Rolling Stone reporter, kind of more left than he ever was right. Well, he got his hands on those deep state Twitter records. And the next thing you know, right before his time to go testify in front of Congress, what happens? Oh, they show up on the doorstep, the feds, the IRS, on the doorstep of his home the morning he's supposed to testify. So I'm just looking at it and saying, okay, Joe, Mika, you all want to go on and on and on about how he's going to do this, that, and the other. Frankly, I think it's pretty gross. I think it's pretty insulting, especially when they go into the Nazi stuff. You know who said this well? A guy named R.A. Fleischer, who is the former Bush press secretary. I just want to play this clip for folks.
First, I'll just tell you, this is what the Democrats always do. They called George Bush the same things. They called Joe Biden said Mitt Romney would return African Americans to chains, to slavery.
I remember.
They called John McCain Hitler. They called Mitt Romney Hitler. Now they called Donald Trump. This is the classic Democratic playbook. And here's my point about this, Harris. There are still Americans alive today, me, whose lives were actually touched by the Nazis. My family, my mother, her brother, and her parents fled the Nazis in August of 1939. They fled Hungary to escape. They got on what my family thinks is the last ship that crossed the Atlantic Ocean, the last passenger ship, before the Nazis start to sink every ship that crossed the Atlantic Ocean through their U-boats. This is my family's story. We had to flee the Nazis. And for Donald Trump to now be called Hitler, to be called a fascist, to be compared to a Nazi, is the lowest of the lows by Kamala Harris. I don't know to whom she is appealing. This is an American election between two candidates who may not like each other. But for Harris to stoop to the low of saying that Donald Trump is the equivalent of those who caused the Holocaust, who killed millions, not to mention who killed millions of veterans who had to fight the Nazis for freedom to win. She's saying that's who Donald Trump is? She didn't win a single vote in her primary. There was no primary. She was put into power by the Democrats. Donald Trump won a contested primary. He beat other Republicans fair and square in an election. He likely is going to beat Kamala Harris fair and square in an election. They don't like losing, so they call him a Nazi. Donald Trump is actually the essence of democracy. But nobody in American politics should compare anybody to the Nazis. That's who my family had to flee from.
Okay, we get some more breaking news just coming in. West Virginia, just coming out. The Associated Press is calling West Virginia for Donald Trump, projected to be Trump as winner. Again, this is for 4 electoral votes, everyone. So let's just get this up on the screen really fast. This is important, breaking right now. West Virginia predicted to be being called there for Donald Trump, 4 votes. But you know what? This is still, I guess, you know, as we consider all this right now, it was to be expected, right? I mean, we anticipated West Virginia there to go for Trump. We anticipated Kentucky. We anticipated Indiana. So the real test of the evening is going to be, again, all these other states that we are watching very, very carefully. Specifically, of course, places like Pennsylvania. Here's a Real Clear Politics poll that just came out the other day. Pennsylvania suggesting that Trump would win that, actually. This is a compilation, actually. This is Real Clear Politics, and I'll look at all of the things. So he had the edge in Pennsylvania, even Wisconsin. I found that really, really interesting, as well as Georgia, North Carolina. Now, Georgia is closing very soon, and the expectation is that could come in relatively soon. I think it's Pennsylvania that everybody's really sort of biting their nails on, and Pennsylvania that could be a very long night. I just got to say, Rob, I went to vote today. I probably should have voted earlier, but it's kind of like a family tradition. I like to take the kids and we get the I voted stickers. I think you saw one of my kids earlier today with that. Anyway, I was sort of amazed because it felt so antiquated. First of all, no one was there, which was very interesting to me. I live in a really blue state, and thus my vote doesn't really count that much, but I still insist on going. I was wondering, where were all the blue folks? Why weren't they out? Why weren't they voting? So that was the first thing that crossed my mind. The second thing that I was wondering about was the technology. I mean, you think about, hey, what we're doing right here, right now, right? Like, this is pretty cool. We can be live broadcasting to everybody out there all around the world. And yet, the technology that exists in these voting machines is really pretty darn pathetic.
It is, and it's probably a good time in American history to really revisit our voting laws and voting procedures. We have such accurate, effective technology across all other domains of our lives, right? Whether you go to the bank or you sign up for something on the internet, everything is precise and completely accurate. And yet we have these antiquated systems and paper ballots and missing ballots, and they even made it worse with mail-in balloting and drop boxes. Someone drops a match into a mailbox and hundreds of ballots are destroyed and can't be recovered. So really, given the doubts that people have about the quality of our voting systems and the integrity of the voter rolls, this might be a good wake-up call and a good opportunity to get some real changes. All
right, I want to bring in, we've got a whole bunch of special guests coming on the show tonight. We've got my friend Dinesh D'Souza, we've got Seb Gorka, we've got Buck Sexton from the Clay and Buck Show, just a really terrific team. One of my friends who's just a dynamite pollster, Neil Grossman as well, a former central banker and hedge fund manager. But I want to begin here with Mark Moss, bringing him into the conversation. My friend Mark Moss, let me see if I can get you there up on the screen. Stay with me, Mark, because I'm not as tech savvy as all you folks, but let me go to Mark here for a moment. Mark, here we go. There we go. I like the background, my friend. Wow, that's some patriotism. Nice. Yeah. Hey, it's just so the viewers know. You are just the bomb on YouTube. You have a tremendous channel. I love your channel. I love what you talk about. A lot of markets, a lot of central bank stuff, a lot of sort of fiscal conservatism to help provide us with the liberty that we all deserve. So I just want to give a shout out to your channel. Everybody can find you at One Mark Moss.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah. So what do you think? I mean, I was just talking to Rob about what we've seen in the markets in terms of, say, Bitcoin, which rallied to 70,000 a coin. I've been looking at the internals of the market. A lot of the companies, for example, that would benefit from a less regulatory environment, they've really shown promise. You saw the markets up today. I'm looking at the betting markets, and I'm looking at all of them. I mean, Polymarket we talk about a lot, but Kalshi predicted every single one of them right now. I'm watching Trump in real time rally in those prediction markets. What are these markets overall telling us, do you think?
Well, the beauty of the betting markets historically has been put your money where your mouth is, so to speak, right? So, who are they polling? We don't know. I mean, I'm sure the sample size and things like that. And then you can say whatever you want. Maybe you're embarrassed to say Trump or Kamala. But when you're putting your money up, it's a much more calculated bet typically. Now, we could argue, manipulation and things like that, and we can see evidence to that happening. But I think overall, the markets have gotten pretty big, and they have seemed to be pretty accurate in the years past, and it's looking pretty good right now. Trump's up 66% at this time right now on Poly and 66% on Kalshi. They haven't been perfectly in sync, but they are right now. So I think it's the putting your money where your mouth is, so to speak. And I think Bitcoin, it's now up over 71,000 right now. Wow. I think Bitcoin is also telling us that sort of same thing as well.
It's so weird, right? Because the flip side of that is what we hear in the mainstream media. And, fortunately, you're not part of that. I'm not part of that. Thank goodness. But
we are mainstream. What are you talking about, Trish?
No. We're on YouTube. We're streaming. I'm sorry. This is the Wild West to me. I mean, here I am putting up graphics while I talk to you. Hey, this is not Fox. This is not CBS News. This is not NBC News. This is a much more uncharted territory. I mean, there's no scripts. There's not even commercials. I mean, there's commercials, but it's not like, right. we're going to a hard block with a commercial. When I think about at least my background in mainstream media and the sort of very scripted nature of it, they have come out full force against Donald Trump. I mean, it's kind of scary when you listen to them. And yet there's this alternative, I guess, out there that people are listening to, and you don't have to get too political. I realize you're a markets guy, but what is it that you think the rest of America is picking up on? Maybe it's just as basic as, your grocery bills.
Well, I think there's lots of things. I think, the reason why I joke that we are mainstream is just because alternative media is getting a lot more views than traditional, what we call legacy media. It used to be mainstream. I think it's just legacy media now, right? I mean, look at the numbers that Joe Rogan put up, right? But I would say, I think, mainstream, or say legacy media, is really trying to turn this into like a personality contest. Mm-hmm. And I see a lot of smart people that I seemingly maybe respect or used to respect, and they're like, I can't get myself to vote for either one of these personalities. It's like, they're not personalities. There's real issues here. And so to your point about the grocery bill, everybody realizes how expensive things are and how that's affected them. Everybody sees that there's this this Fugazi, like my stock account seems to be going up, but yet my quality of life seems to be going down. There's lots of issues like that. Like you said, I talk about finance and markets mostly,
Mm-hmm.
but I think people realize that. And then for me, I think the censorship is a really big piece. I think the gaslighting that we've seen since 2020 has really taken a toll on lots of people. And so, they're supposedly wanting to fight misinformation, but again, back to the legacy media, all we see from them is just constant misinformation over and over and over. And as much as they want to continue to gaslight to paper over that, they can't. I think people have woken up to that.
Yeah, I think you
I think Peanut the squirrel pushed people over the edge.
Peanut. My family's like, okay, Trish, enough, because I had to send that meme out. There was one great meme of Peanut the squirrel, like an army of peanuts that were marching towards the White House. But Peanut the squirrel, yeah, you're right, really kind of. But I think people are fed up. I look at these inflation numbers and the purchasing power of your U.S. dollars are just evaporating in real time. I think the sad thing is, and perhaps, and you get into this on your show, and it's perhaps one of the reasons I think you probably like things like Bitcoin. But when you look at this either way, unfortunately, we're kind of doomed. I mean, we just are, because I don't know how you find your way out of the money printing and the 35 trillion in debt. I don't necessarily, for a lot of reasons, I think that Donald Trump would be better for the economy and better for the country, but I don't think he's going to be able to solve the 35 trillion thing in 4 years. I mean, the train has left the station, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, and we're literally just about to pop 36 trillion. I bet you we'll probably be there by like tomorrow or the next day. That's how fast we're adding debt. But to answer that part, when it comes to the markets, just overall S&P 500, real estate, Bitcoin, when it comes to markets overall, mm-hmm. I think that either candidate, we're going to see about the same thing. Going back to Clinton through Biden, in the first 3 years and 8 months, markets are up 50% on average. And that's because there's no stopping this train, as Lynn Alden says. The amount of debt that we're bringing on, the amount of spending, that's not going to stop. And as a matter of fact, Trump might actually accelerate that a little bit. The other side, there's the debt to GDP. So if he's really good for the economy, which I do believe he would be good for the business and economy, we can see the GDP part go up, which could then change the ratio. But the debt's going up no matter what. Asset prices are going to go up no matter what. The reason why Bitcoin is going up so much more than traditional assets, than the S&P 500 and real estate, et cetera, is because a Trump administration would be very pro-Bitcoin, pro-crypto, whereas Kamala campaign, extending the Biden campaign, would be very antagonistic to Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. And that's really the big differentiator between there. Bitcoin is a global asset, and it's going to continue to do what it's going to do, regardless of who's in. But
I agree with that.
With a Kamala in, maybe, Bitcoin sort of gets to the 150,000 range next year. But with a Trump in there, we could see it up at the high end of that range, maybe as high as 250 or 300.
Yeah, I was actually talking about Michael Saylor about this just the other day. Like, does it actually matter for Bitcoin? And he made the same point, actually, as you, Mark, that overall, not really. I mean, maybe in the sort of on the edges, yes, it matters. Although you could look at it. I mean, if you really were, if we're trying to dissect this thing, if you see her winning and you're worried about your assets being under fire, maybe then, the hard wallet is going to come in a little bit more handy. So you could see that.
Let me tell you why it really does matter, Trish, real quick, if I can.
Yeah.
Why it really matters is, why it doesn't matter is, sure, it's going to go up no matter what. It's a global asset. The U.S. is one part of it. The U.S. could keep its people sort of held back, but it's a global asset. But here's why it does matter if Trump gets in there from a bigger perspective.
Okay.
We saw El Salvador was the first nation that adopted as legal tender. And El Salvador is one of the poorest nations in the world. They're not an influencing. They have been influencing. Now, they said they have enough money to pay off the IMF and no longer take debt from the IMF. And so these other smaller countries, Omar, Sudan, et cetera, they're paying attention. They're meeting with President Bukele from El Salvador, and they are starting to move that way. However, that's like a bottom-up approach, right? Now, when RFK was still running for presidency at the Bitcoin conference this year, he went and spoke and said that I want to bring Bitcoin and put it on the strategic reserve balance of the U.S. Trump has also echoed that statement as well. Obviously, they're on the same campaign today. And we know Senator Lummis from Wyoming has also pushed that bill through the House. And so if Trump wins, I think there's a really good chance that Bitcoin would make its way to the strategic reserve. And if that were to happen, every other nation in the world would be forced to act. They'd be forced to match that. And that would be massive.
Wow, that would be. So then it helps explain the rally that we've seen most recently. But I think it also explains that a lot of investors think that he's actually going to pull this off tonight. I'm looking at some of the numbers that are just coming in. Indiana, Kentucky, West Virginia, all voting for Trump. That was expected. That was anticipated. I should point out that Georgia polls just closed. And so some of the exit polls were getting in some of the information, offering some early clues. One of the things that's sort of startling is that a lot of Trump voters were not willing to talk to the media. Somehow that doesn't surprise me, Mark. I mean, you think about the polls, right? And the polls have been consistently wrong and underestimating Donald Trump. And so, sure, the exit polls in Georgia, they don't want to talk to the reporters. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunately this political process, last cycle and this cycle even worse, it's been so weaponized, if you will. I mean, they're openly calling for, canceling Elon Musk, kicking him out of the country, nationalizing his companies. And if you have figures like that, I mean, that are under fire, what is the average person? So I could see people afraid to sort of put their name on this. I'm afraid for what does happen to Elon Musk if Trump were to lose.
For sure.
So it's understandable that people are afraid to speak up in these lines. The projection that we get from the blue side of the aisle that they're the party of peace and joy and happiness, but the reality is just not that. And we can see this evidence today. It's crazy. If you look at the blue cities like Portland, for example, they're boarding up their windows. Like they're the party of peace and joy. They're getting ready for some serious unhappiness, it looks like.
Well, I wonder what's going to happen. I was just seeing a report. Georgetown University is offering milk and cookies and I think some stress relieving pets like dogs and cats that you can come in and pet. They're going to have like a day of stress reduction. You've got an elite private school in New York City that actually Jerry Seinfeld pulled his kids out of that's going to shut down for the day, tells the kids you can have the day off. In other words, if Trump wins, we get to just close down schools, close down society. I'm sorry. Like, what has happened to this country? What has happened to this generation? Your thoughts?
Yeah. Well, it's unfortunately what's happened is the education system has failed people, and the reality is we're starting to see what Plato and Aristotle warned us about thousands of years ago, that an uneducated populace cannot work in a democracy. It just can't work. We can't have people voting on economic issues that they don't understand. And it's sort of like if I was voting for a captain of a ship, but I don't understand anything about sailing. Well, how could I understand who would be the best captain of the ship if I don't understand that? And so then it turns into this popularity contest. And unfortunately, that's where we're at. And this is what we see sort of in these colleges. They're not teaching people properly. They don't know economics 101. It was Lily, the Chinese communist person who was running against...
Oh my gosh, in New Hampshire?
Jake Sullivan's wife. Yeah.
Yeah, we were just talking about that.
You need to go back to college, economics 101. You don't understand inflation. And I'm not trying to make fun of her. I loved it.
No, I mean, she's fantastic. She just lit the place up. It was great.
But she basically said that you don't understand economics 101. And so we have these people in positions of power and people voting who don't understand the core basics of how the government's structured, why we have a separation of powers, how economics work, how the government creates inflation through monetary, debasement. And so this is what we get when that happens.
This is what we get. This is what we get indeed. Listen, I thank you. I thank you for coming on. Mark Moss, you got to check out his channel. He's host of the Mark Moss Show. You can watch him on YouTube, and he's got lots of great information. You make economics entertaining, which I just love. More people need to care about this stuff, certainly at a time like this. Mark, thank you so much. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Thanks, Trish. Great seeing you.
Okay, it's gonna be wild, guys. Mark was just talking about some of these inflation numbers. Take a look there. Wow, groceries up 22%. You've got electricity up 31%. You've got rents up 23%. And you know what? I'm looking at the top issue in the state of Georgia. In the state of Georgia, guess what it is? It is the economy. It's the economy, stupid. 40% of respondents identifying the economy as the highest priority, followed by democracy. So democracy came in with 28%. You had abortion at 15%, immigration at 11%. Now, most voters, ladies and gentlemen, in the state of Georgia said they were dissatisfied or angry with the current state of the country, compared to 27% saying they were enthusiastic or satisfied. So we're waiting on these polls. They did just close at 7 p.m. Eastern out of Georgia. I want to go back to my dear friend, Rob Horton. Brilliant, by the way, brilliant investor, and somebody who I'm so thrilled to have teamed up with over at 76 Research. As Mark was saying, as these exit polls were saying, it is the economy, stupid, is it not?
Definitely. And I thought it was really funny to have Mark Moss on while Bitcoin was really actually running. He mentioned it as he was speaking. And just in the last 30, 60 minutes, we've had a big upward move in Bitcoin in Polymarket. I think Polymarket now is 69.2%. So I think when we started the show, Trish, what were we at? We were below 60%.
Yeah, we were. We were somewhere around, I would like to say, in the 50s for sure.
And, Bitcoin now over 71,000. So Bitcoin has gone straight up in the last hour from below 70,000 to above 71,000.
Oh my gosh.
So,
I wish I had bought more. No,
yeah.
I'm just kidding. I'm a long-term investor. So, but I think that Mark made some really interesting points there, because there's this hope or thought that because Donald Trump is more pro-Bitcoin and more willing to embrace this new technology of money, that you might actually see it as part of a central banking platform. And that would be pretty incredible, because to his point, you'd actually start to see a whole lot more in the way of countries all over the world engaging in that. So that would be that adaptation, I think, that's important. Now, why does it matter tonight? I mean, if you're sitting at home and you're like, I really don't care about Bitcoin, Trish, why do you keep talking about it? Because as Rob just said, walk us through what's happened again. I mean, we're looking at the prediction markets, and all of them, I mean, I cite Polymarket a lot, but all of them right now, ladies and gentlemen, are showing this in real time, upwards momentum for Donald Trump. And then Bitcoin, which is open 24/7, also that market showing some upside.
Yep. Well, one of the unique things about Bitcoin is that it does trade continuously 24/7. So the fact that it happens to be a barometer of who's going to win the election, very similar to Polymarket, you may or may not care about the price of Bitcoin in and of itself, but it's an indication of where the, global investors are seeing this election going. So any upward movement in Bitcoin, I think is indicating, positive flow of information, or just positive kind of data points coming in the direction of Trump, and vice versa if Bitcoin goes down. Mm-hmm. Another indicator, a friend of mine texted, DJT apparently has bounced significantly in after hours trading.
So DJT, that's a social media company, True Social, that's owned by, get it, the initials DJT. Great ticker. That's bounced in after hours. You and I were looking at that earlier before we came on set. We were looking at it in late trading actually today, just prior to the close, and it had suffered. And we were like, that's kind of strange, especially compared to contrast with some of the things that we'd seen in Polymarket. So it kind of was on our radar. So to see that flip around is very interesting. I want to point out that in Georgia right now, where polls have just closed, 92% of the people that were at the voting booth said that they had voted before compared to 8% who said they were first-time voters. 95% of voters said they had decided which candidate they were backing over a week ago. You know, people talk about making this play for the undecided. I don't know who's undecided. I mean, I feel like the country's really pretty darn decided in this one. What do you think? I mean, I don't think that's a huge swath of people. It seems to me, for the most part, Rob, you kind of have a pretty firm feeling one way or the other.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever really met an undecided voter in the sense of someone who like didn't know who they were going to vote for a week or two before the election.
Mm-hmm.
I think you have independent voters who might toggle back and forth between the Democrat and
You think
Republican.
this one was undecided?
Well, I'm looking at...
No, I'm showing you right here.
Yeah.
Check it out. So guys, this is Jill, Dr. Jill, making an appearance. What the heck is going on with the red? All right. I'm a girl, so I can talk about this. Let's put her in the middle here so we can all see. So Dr. Jill, we joke about the undecided. Is she undecided? I think she's pretty darn, you know what, that Kamala took it away from her hubby. And she doesn't appreciate it one single bit. Now, there's some speculation that, the red was really just about showing support for Howard University because those are the colors of Kamala's alma mater, where she's supposed to be speaking later tonight. But a couple things. Number one, Joe's not going. It's beyond his bedtime. So there's that. You got to go to bed at some point. And then there's also this reality, which is the red suit. So, in fashion, that's a lot to wear a full-on red pantsuit, like top and bottom, all red. Like, that's a very deliberate decision. And I'm sorry, you can say, oh, yeah, it's for Howard University, but, nobody really knows or cares what Howard University's colors are. And I'm just taking that on hearsay because I still technically don't know what their colors are, nor do I really care. But you're showing up as first lady, going to vote, decked out in red while your husband says, I'm not going to Kamala's shindig tonight. I mean, what do you think that there's some bitterness there, Rob, in terms of what they think of Kamala and that sort of stealing of the nomination from Joe?
There just has to be, and it was widely reported, and it wasn't as if it was some kind of easy process to get the for Joe to step down, right? I mean, they had to really, pry it out of him or basically coerce him or blackmail him or who knows what actually happened in the final stages. But I guess we're hearing this. I'm hearing from a not so reliable source on the other side that. And maybe this is just some kind of counter narrative that the colors, I don't know if they represent Howard or the sorority of Kamala at Howard, but odd choice. And actually, if you think about it, if all the Democrat women are actually dressing in connection with Kamala's sorority on election night and not the colors of the United States of America, I think that in and of itself would actually be very symbolic.
Yeah.
Right.
I think so. So there's been a play for women. Okay, Justin, ladies and gentlemen, before I get into that, we have learned that Trump has just won the key race of Florida as Harris picks up Massachusetts. She picks up Maryland. This is to a projection from CNN. Of course, the battleground states, too early to call still at this moment. But now we have in the column for Donald Trump, you have Florida. So that's an early call on Florida. You have West Virginia, ladies and gentlemen. You have Kentucky, and you have Indiana. So Harris getting in her column the state of Massachusetts as well as the state of Maryland. One of the interesting ones that I think will be a fascinating barometer to watch this evening will be the state of Virginia. The Virginia vote will be fascinating because it's expected that it's going to go for Harris. But I'll tell you, you look at the mail-in ballots, and while the Democrats still have the lead, it is fascinating to see how much of that momentum was actually coming from the right, because there's been just a huge outpouring of people that were sending in ballots early in the state of Virginia, as well as, I should point out, the state of Pennsylvania. So Florida being just called, Trump winning the key state of Florida, according to CNN. That's who they are projecting as the winner. He takes Florida along with West Virginia, Kentucky, Indiana, Massachusetts, and Maryland, going to none other than Kamala Harris. She's been really hitting the woman thing hard. It's been quite something to see. I want to play for everyone this ad that she put out there in the 11th hour to try and convince women that were maybe on the fence and maybe wanted to vote the way their husbands wanted them to vote. This one, I mean, I just thought this was once again a line right down the division, right? We're going to divide black and white. We're going to divide male and female, divide and conquer. This is her MO.
Your turn, honey. In the one place in America where women still have a right to choose. You can vote any way you want. And no one will ever know. Did you make the right choice?
Sure did, honey.
Remember, what happens in the booth stays in the booth. Vote Harris Walls. Vote Common Good is responsible for the contents of this ad.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So I would say this: women are the CFOs of their households in most cases. Women know what groceries cost. I get that the abortion issue is a big issue. I know that Donald Trump has tried to diffuse it to the best of his ability, but there are many that still blame him there. They blame him because of the Supreme Court's decision where it was sent back to the states. We're also getting word, I believe Fox has called, let me go back over to Rob, who's monitoring all of this data for us tonight as it comes in. I want to make sure we have the latest and greatest, and we're hearing from Fox that they're calling the state of South Carolina?
South Carolina.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like AP as well called that one.
Okay, for Donald
Mississippi
Trump.
for Trump.
Mississippi for Trump. And yet we're still waiting on these battleground states. Too early to call. There are 7 of them, ladies and gentlemen. These are going to be the key to tonight. Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. The betting markets at this moment, as we look at Polymarket in real time, he's now upwards of 60%. As we look at Bitcoin in real time, I mean, you got to look at this, right? Because it's an active market. It's being traded as we speak. It is moving up in real time. I want to go back to Rob for a second. You've been looking at all the different mathematical ways that Donald Trump could actually see his way to victory. And in your view, he doesn't necessarily need to have, say, Nevada. I mean, where would you drop things if you had to drop them?
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, Nevada is going to be irrelevant because I'm assuming Georgia and North Carolina will break for Trump. And then it's just a question of, does he win one of the 3 blue wall states? And that will get him over the edge. So he has to win, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, or Michigan, or as a long shot, New Hampshire. So when I think about that mathematically, if you want to simplify it and say, look, he's going to win those states in the South, Georgia, North Carolina, and Arizona. And then it really just comes down to a question of what happens in those 3 blue wall states. Even if they're 50-50, forget about, let's drop Michigan and just look at Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, a 50-50 chance of victory in each of those implies a 75% chance of overall victory for Trump. Just kind of doing that high school math there on the probabilities. But it does seem at the moment that the early voting data, the polling, all of the kind of qualitative inferences people are making, Pennsylvania is looking pretty good for Trump, while Wisconsin maybe is more of a 50-50 situation. Okay,
so if he, in this case, if he takes Pennsylvania, does he basically win the whole thing?
It's assuming North Carolina, Georgia, and Arizona are go his way.
Okay, let me get this graphic on right now as we're just learning. This is rather important right now. I do want to point out that while the betting markets are predicting that Donald Trump is the winner, I do want to point out that some of this data is coming in, and we've got now results out of Florida, we've got results out of South Carolina, we've got results out of Mississippi, and it looks like, in each of these cases, Florida, West Virginia, Kentucky, Indiana, South Carolina, Mississippi. It looks as though Trump has won all of those. You've got Massachusetts and Maryland thus far being the the states that Kamala Harris has picked up. I'm very curious to see New Hampshire. I'm a little surprised it's not in yet, but you know what? It's early. The night is early. It's really going to be quite something to see. It looks like right now we're in sort of, according to Politico, a 95 electoral vote category versus Harris at 35. Harris having also taken, or believed to have taken, Vermont. Has Vermont come in there? Forgive me if I'm wrong on that.
You're right. I saw that.
I'm
earlier.
Vermont. Okay, so what about New Hampshire? Is New Hampshire? New Hampshire's not in just yet. Is that correct? It's expected to go for Harris, but we do not have that thus so far. Ohio also, I guess, looking like it may lean blue along with Virginia. Maryland confirmed for Kamala Harris. So at present, you're looking at Donald Trump with 95 to Kamala Harris there at 35. Let me see if I can go out to some of this data because it's really interesting to see it. And I'd like everybody to take a look at the Polymarket board.
Ohio's red, Trish, just to make sure no one gets startled.
What's that?
Ohio's definitely red. It's
Ohio. Oh, forgive me. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm looking at the wrong map there. Okay, so let me have you take a look at that, and let me see if I can get out to the Polymarket board right now. Let's see here. Okay, am I doing it? Well, that's kind of a scary looking shot, is it not? All right, guys.
I mean, just to be clear on Polymarket, Ohio's 95% Donald Trump. So I think maybe we've got some early results that are kind of driving this map.
Okay. All right. So let's look at this one here. All right. So Polymarket, I can see here 59.7%. Let me refresh the screen just so everybody sees it there in real time. Whoa. Take a look at that. Rob.
Yeah.
Did you see this?
Yeah.
68.4% chance.
It broke 70 briefly a moment ago.
Oh, you pipe up.
Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, don't be bashful here. This is massive. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, this is a very big deal. Here, taking a look at the Polymarket forecast in real time, we're looking at 68.4%. That's just incredible. The expectation is that Donald Trump, it's amazing because that just shot up. Like literally, I mean, we came on the set just about an hour and 12 minutes ago, and we were looking at Donald Trump in the 50s. And so something happened. I'm not sure what, but between the price of Bitcoin and between the price of, or just the upshot in the Polymarket betting market, something is going on. Your thoughts, Rob?
The only thing I'm seeing, there was a CNN clip about these exit polls being wildly different from 2020. So whereas the independents in 2020 in Georgia were leaning to Biden, like around 10%, it's gone like completely the other way, the same magnitude, going for Trump. So, that could be it. I think, as you look around Twitter and just look around social media, there are all these little data points kind of just showing, how voters across the nation are moving, and there's a clear pattern emerging. And, it's not as if these behavior patterns are going to be radically different in one state that's adjacent to another state, right? The United States is kind of similar, at least regionally, and we see some clear trends. So let me get at this, because this came up earlier today. Again, if you're just tuning in right now, great to have you here. This is the Trish Regan Show. I'm joined by my wonderful colleague at 76 Research. We are actually streaming on both platforms right now, and pretty incredible. Rob Horton from 76 Research, and we're just crunching the numbers here and looking at the data. We are fascinated by what we're seeing here in the prediction markets. Polymarket, I'll just refresh it again. You're seeing a 68.3% chance of Donald Trump winning the night. So really, really kind of incredible. Here over on, let's see if we can, we'll skip the ads here. Let me see if I can get you back to Polymarket. There we are. 68.3%. It looks like some of these states that you wouldn't have anticipated are now suddenly in play. I mean, New Hampshire, light blue. It's sort of surprising. Wisconsin looking like it could actually flip red. He's got a good shot of taking Wisconsin.
Pennsylvania, Nevada. There are a lot of different, I think this is important to think about, Rob, because there are a lot of different ways. There's just a lot of different ways that he gets there. And it's harder for her. Like, it's a harder, more narrow path.
You know, Polymarket now in Wisconsin is 63% Trump. So, you know, if he wins Wisconsin, it's either or, right? Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, he wins the election. And Wisconsin is actually looking like a very strong possibility at the moment for Trump.
Let me see if folks can see this. It's hard for me to see what we've got on the screen, but I'm trying to put that up right now. Who will win Wisconsin? As Rob just said, just amazing, right? We're looking at, am I seeing this right? 63% chance?
And it just, I mean,
and it just popped.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And, you know, maybe it's thin trading. Who knows what the, you know, this is a state level bet, but, you know, clearly some sort of information is coming through there that's tilting the odds.
What are you seeing in terms of Pennsylvania right now? Let's go over to there. I'll take a look here. Let's, you know, again, as we go through this map here, Pennsylvania, ladies and gentlemen, suggesting that, well, he's kind of been all over the place, but again, you're looking at some really positive numbers there. Take a look at that, 60%. Rob, your thoughts on that one? She's been picking up a little bit. If I'm looking at this in real time, it looks like we're down around 59% to 41.
Yep. Interesting. Wisconsin now looks more favorable for Trump than Pennsylvania, at least in Polymarket. But look, you know, he has to win one of those states, and he's got 60% odds of winning each of those states. So that's pointing to a pretty high probability of winning at least one of them, right? So this is all trending quite favorably for Trump.
Are you anticipating then that he for sure is going to take Georgia? I mean,
let's look at Georgia.
Okay, so let's go over to Georgia for a moment, because I think it's worth understanding that, because in terms of how this math adds up, again, he's got more pass than she does.
Georgia's 85% Trump.
85% Trump. Well, you know, look at, and it just shot up. If everybody can see this, if you can kind of hone in on that, you see that 80%, 85% looks like chance versus 16% to Kamala. That's amazing. But I think it goes back to what we were just talking about with the exit polls. One being that some of that data that CNN is reporting and others reporting that, you know what, people don't want to talk to reporters right now. The Trump voters, it tells you that, you know what, people are shy. So that kind of, I guess, gives you some insight into the polling data. In other words, he may be polling way, way better. I mean, this could be... Yep. This is a historic night, I think. I think it's going to be a really, really historic night if this stuff all pans out. So again, Pennsylvania, Georgia, really, really incredible to see. Your thoughts?
Yeah, no, specifically on polling, you know, I mean, you've pointed this out in your shows recently. Polling, you know, the technology has completely changed, right? So, you know, 20 years ago, people would answer their landline phones. And nowadays, methods of communication are completely different. You know, levels of fear or cynicism or skepticism about, you know, sharing information with pollsters. You know, it's a much different situation. If you're a Trump supporter, are you really going to talk to someone on a recorded line with AI monitoring and transcription what your political views are? Why would you do that? And I mean, and then have the pollsters corrected for that change of behavior? Probably not. No.
I mean, and so in this day and age, I think with cancel culture being what it is, you know, people are like, no, thank you. Who needs that headache, right? People just are like, I'm not signing up for that. And so, yes, this is what you're seeing reflected. And so, sure, California looks like Oregon, Washington. These are those blue states. Illinois, of course, predictable Illinois going blue. But I mean, hey. I mean, it's very interesting. It reminds me of 2016. 2016, when all the polls predicted that Hillary Clinton was going to win. She was going to shatter that glass ceiling with the big event right at the convention center. We all remember that. And everybody was shocked. Everybody was shocked because voters in that Rust Belt, they didn't like her. They didn't trust her. Now, You know, and I don't know how much you want to say about this, Rob. Maybe I should ask you because you're a guy. So there's this consensus out there that if she doesn't win, it's because men are not willing to vote for a woman. I think it's a little bit bogus. I actually think she's an awful candidate. Absolutely awful. Like, you want a woman? Come on, like, you know what, and I'm sorry, but you know what, a lot of women are not going to love the fact that she never had her own, you know, I don't know why she didn't have her own kids, you know, she didn't meet the right guy at the right time. I don't want to go like too deep into that, but it's still like, you know, she's not relating in the same way to other women who have had that motherly experience. So there's that. There's the whole, you know, Willie Brown and that situation, right? So there's a few things, few little things in the past. There's the husband that has kind of a bad reputation because he left his wife, etc. Whatever. I'm just going to go back to this. I think she kind of sucks as a candidate. I'm sorry, but like, that's the best you can do. That's the best you can do. A woman with word salad that's just insufferable, that nobody wants to listen to, that has nothing intelligent to say, and that has a track record that's all around the mulberry bush. I mean, that to me fundamentally is the problem. I want you to weigh in on what Andrea Mitchell said earlier today. Let me see if I can pull this clip, because I'm like, lady, no, like, I know exactly where you're going, and I'm sorry. When you find me the right woman, then we can talk, all right? But this is not who you should be running, plain and simple. Andrea Mitchell, who's over at MSNBC. Here we go.
Let's talk about gender writ broadly, though. Is there certainly has historically been, and is there against her case for election, which will rely heavily on women and the fact that there are more women voters in the United States than men, is that running into headwinds because there are a lot of men who just simply, black and white, men who just simply don't trust a woman to be, you know, chief executive, commander in chief. They just don't want to vote for a woman.
I mean, is that it, or did they just get themselves a lemon?
Yeah, well, I mean, if they got a lemon, they really brought it upon themselves, because this was a candidate who was not battle tested, didn't win the primary, never really performed well in any electoral situation. Her rise in politics in California was clearly linked to her relationship with Willie Brown, and just her success within, you know, machine politics, was able to, you know, rise through the primary system to become the senator in a where there was no actual Republican challenger. So kind of a weak candidate all around. You know, specifically to Andrea Mitchell's point on gender, sure, I'll concede there's probably men and women who have some sort of, you know, prejudice or implicit bias or doubts when it comes to women. But at the same time, there are clearly a lot of voters out there who are voting for Kamala Harris because she's a woman, because they want to see.
Oh, that's an interesting way of putting it.
And it's like, it probably
right.
cancels out.
So statistically, it does. It kind of cancels out. So I would just say this, you know what? Get yourself the right candidate. I've said all along. I mean, first of all, back in 2016, I read everyone's tax policy. I mean, I still read everybody's tax policy. That's what I do. But I'm like, wow, this is really good. I mean, Donald Trump's tax policy, especially compared to Ted Cruz at the time, everybody was going about his tax policy. I see a VAT tax in there. I'm like, no, I'll take the lower corporate taxes, the lower taxes for everyone. I think that's a policy that works. And the way he talked about tariffs was actually really innovative at the time. People weren't having that sort of dialogue. And I loved that he was bringing all of this economic discussion to the table. And he really seemed to kind of just embody it, right? Like he's been talking about this for 30 years, more than 30 years. So he was very different. But on top of that, he had what I like to say is that, you know, je ne sais quoi. He had that special something that is incredibly rare, Rob, in politics, because you get too many people who are like these wannabe actors, or they're just sort of, you know, political science, nerdy academic geeks. I mean, I don't know. Like, look, I admire them. Thank you for going into politics. It's one thankless job. But along comes Trump. And it's like, wait a second. He's able to just command a stage and an audience and the media like we had never seen. I mean, I think you probably have to go back to Reagan. Bill Clinton was good. Obama was good. But Clinton and Obama are no match for Trump. So I'm looking at poor Kamala like she stands no chance in HELL against the likes of Donald Trump. He's so smart the way he, is able to sort of finesse each and every situation. I mean, consider this one, what he made out of Biden's garbage comment.
Or Puerto Rico, where I'm in my home state of Delaware, they're good, decent, honorable people. The only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters. His demonization is seen as unconscionable, and it's un-American.
Un-American. It's a common theme I keep hearing. Un-American. It's just what we had to hear from Kathy Hochul. Anti-American in that case. I guess garbage wasn't good enough for her. Yeah. So, but I'm keeping this lower third up on the screen. Election 2024. Betting markets predict Donald Trump as the winner of the Oval Office. I mean, I just think that's remarkable because, again, we don't have a lot of data to go on. We're looking at things that have just come in. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got Florida, West Virginia, Kentucky, Indiana, South Carolina, Mississippi, all in the Trump column. We've got Massachusetts, you've got Maryland for Kamala Harris, Vermont as well. Also came in for Kamala Harris, I believe, Rob. So, none of the battleground states yet. We're still waiting on the key states. But when we go over to Polymarket, and look, anything can change, as we start to get more of these counties in, what you might start to see is a shift. But I want to take a moment to go back over here and just take a look because it's pretty darn remarkable. Again, looking at what we're seeing here in the Polymarket boards, it's really sort of remarkable. We've got quite a showing indeed. This kind of says it all right now as we look at some statistics that are just off the charts. Again, ladies and gentlemen, upwards of 60% chance now, the expectation being that Donald Trump is going to win this. You may have the actual numbers. Let me see if I can pull 68% chance, 68% chance right now that Donald Trump will be the next president, number 47 of the United States of America. I bet the Bidens are saying, hey, look, we told you so. We told you so. And I bet Josh Shapiro is saying, gee, it should have been me. You went with Timmy. You went with Timmy Walz. And that was sort of the beginning of the end. Your thoughts?
Yeah, the bypassing of Shapiro, who is a very popular governor in Pennsylvania and probably, or at least maybe could have won that state for her. And it being the most important state in this election, very interesting decision on her part. I totally get the idea that she would feel insecure and overshadowed by him. He's a smart, kind of sharp guy and probably one of the stronger Democrats in their stable, and maybe he'll be their standard bearer in 4 years. It was a political. Maybe she had no choice though. Maybe the left within the Democrats who really kind of control things, and perhaps that's really the reason. The hard left within the Democrats. Maybe that's the reason she is the candidate. That she was acceptable to them. They wouldn't tolerate someone like Shapiro, whether because of his Jewish background or because of his support for Israel, both. So she could have carried Pennsylvania potentially.
You think that like Ilhan Omar would have been like, nah, I'm not having anything to do with this one. That the squad would have said, there's no way. Because he's so pro-Israel?
In the base, just that base of activists and who put their time and energy into the campaigns, they're very left, right? And that's it would have been a candidate that they probably would have, completely flipped out over.
Well, it's like, do you want to win or do you not want to win? I mean, get yourself a decent candidate. I'll tell you this. You know what you should have done? You should have primaried Joe Biden. You said, okay, you want to run again? We're going to run somebody against you. And guess what? You would have then left it up to the American people to have had the choice to pick somebody else, but they didn't. They just kind of were intimidated, I guess, by Joe Biden, and consequently, they got themselves a guy who couldn't string really two sentences together. And it was so evident. It was so evident to everyone. It was evident to all of us in the media, and we'd report on this stuff, and then we'd have to go and watch MSNBC where they were like, oh, it's misinformation, it's disinformation. This is the best Joe Biden I've ever seen. That's the infamous quote from the likes of Joe Scarborough. Well, if that's the best Joe Biden you've ever seen, then we got a problem, do we not? I mean, this guy's been in government for 50 years. Joe Biden was a terrible candidate, not because he was a bad candidate. I mean, he had a lot of likable qualities, really. I mean, and I say that about him because I think that he had the personality that endeared him to a lot of people. However, he just got too old. I'm not an ageist, but how old is he? Do you remember, Rob?
Is he 80? Yeah.
80 something.
More
I mean, there's 80 something and there's 80 something. And it looked as though he was suffering from the beginnings of dementia. And I think that it cost him. But again, they could have prevented this entire problem.
They could have, and I think, if Trump ends up winning and he ends up winning potentially decisively, the Democrats will have to look themselves in the mirror, and that party needs to really draw the right lessons about this election, because had they run a more centrist candidate, a stronger candidate, a more appealing centrist kind of message, maybe they could have won. I mean, Trump had, he's a charismatic, strong candidate, but he historically, or over the last 4 years, has alienated a lot of independent voters and women voters. But nonetheless, here he is after all of this, after all of these headwinds and J6 and the media attacks and the lawsuits. He's a fairly, let's be clear, he's a fairly controversial candidate. Here he is potentially taking back the White House, and it's stunning. And you look as well at, his support he got from people like RFK Jr., traditional liberals, Tulsi Gabbard. These are people who are more aligned with kind of Kennedy era, Democrat Party, and they went with Trump, as did a lot of people.
And Joe Rogan the other day just coming out, that was a
Elon
biggie.
Musk.
Elon Musk as well. I mean, Elon is in
supported Obama, right? I mean,
yeah, but like the Elon thing is fascinating to me. And Elon, he's sort of single-handedly helped change the narrative because he's been able to expose a lot of stuff. I mean, I just have a few too many friends who lost their Twitter accounts and lost their platforms because there was just so many no-go territories, and he recognized that. I mean, Elon got that and was willing to spend an obscene amount of money. I said at the time, like, wow, that's one steep valuation for Twitter. And you know what? That deal's going to go through because there's no way the Delaware court is going to not allow you. There was no way they were going to let him cut the price tag on that deal. So he got it, but in some ways, thank goodness he did.
I think Twitter, or X, has been very impactful in this election because it's really the one source that anyone can go to. It's open and available, and it just allows these perspectives and this information to come to you that otherwise it's being filtered to you by the New York Times or the corporate media network media. And I just know so many people, educated people, who have had their eyes opened because of the information they now get from X.
Mm-hmm. Let me play for you some sound. This is interesting to me because as we look at some of the numbers coming in, and we heard that maybe Iowa, it was a poll that got everybody kind of worked up and nervous, and you saw betting markets, for example, tank on this news. Let's go to Ann Seltzer, who had done this poll. She was speaking with the political analyst Mark Halpern just recently. I want to get your thoughts, Rob, because it's really possible she was just like dead wrong, like really, really wrong. Here we go.
Your poll is showing a different kind of result, different than other public polls of Iowa, and again, different in the crosstabs from other polls. It's given that it's a state Donald Trump won by 8 last time. It is an outlier in that respect. How would you explain what would account for that?
So what accounts for that, and we saw this in our September poll very clearly. Our June poll, when Joe Biden was on the ticket, Donald Trump had an 18-point advantage. That dropped to a 4-point advantage. So the margin was narrowed by 14 points. And somebody asked me, well, did Donald Trump lose ground? Is that what you're saying? I go, okay, that's a very interesting question. And I got out my calculator and figured out that, in fact, we had 88 more respondents in our likely voter pool. Those are weighted respondents for the geeks in the crowd. And Donald Trump had 3 more than he had in June. So he didn't lose ground. It's that we had more people who qualified as a likely voter in September, and 85 of those weighted bodies went for Kamala Harris. So that's a pretty dynamic change.
She went on to say that it was actually women. There were a lot more women that were qualifying, younger women, but also older women were increasingly voting for Kamala Harris. And that was sort of her methodology, which I think gave everybody pause, because you're like, wait a second, if that's actually happening in Iowa, what's really happening? At this moment right now, at least judging by what we're seeing in the markets right now for poly market, it looks as though you are going to see Donald Trump heading back to the White House. I want to go out to some of the Associated Press sound, or just, well, actually, we'll hold off on that for just a moment. We've got more and more data coming into us. So let's go back to what we're seeing here in Polymarket. I'm joined by my colleague, Rob Horton from 76 Research. By the way, if you guys have not gone to 76 Research, you really need to do that. Just sign up for it there, because there's lots of information, lots of free information. You can sign up for free at 76 Research, or you can go and get the research that we have there that is really quite detailed. I mean, not easy, to get this stuff. I would say this is pretty high level, sophisticated stuff. And our reason for creating it is because we want basically you to have the most opportunity. But here, let me go to Polymarket here, where we're looking at Donald Trump now, 68% chance of winning. I'm just going to refresh the screen so that we have it for you, versus Harris at 32. So she's been declining rather steadily versus his increase. Okay, he's at 72% right now. 72% chance of winning the Oval Office. My gosh. So there's a lot of excitement. One of our producers is down in West Palm Beach at the convention center right now, and he's going to be checking in with us shortly. I just think this is incredible. Again, anything can happen. I want to caution that, and it could be a long night. In fact, we've been warned increasingly, Rob, that it could not only be a long night, but a long week, because there's this sense that, well, we're going to count and we're going to count and we're going to count. But I just wonder, like, if you start getting some of these swing states in and they're decisive, then it looks like she might actually have to give a concession speech tonight.
Yeah, at some point, one of these blue wall states will have to be called, and that will presumably, it looks like the way things are going here, that will decide the election. So, I think my sense is it's going to come down to Pennsylvania or Wisconsin, and are one of those going to be called early enough in the night to make this all get settled today.
What about Michigan?
Well, I guess I'm writing off Michigan, but look, if he's doing so well in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, why wouldn't he be doing well in Michigan? It's just that Michigan maybe had a little bit more of a demographic setup that was adverse to him, or more unionized workers. Mm-hmm. So at all times, Michigan was a little bit of more of an uphill battle.
What is the path forward? I should just ask you, if we want to say, because the expectation is that they're going to drag their feet and they're going to count forever in Wisconsin, they're going to take a long time to count in Michigan, and that they will take a long time to count in Pennsylvania. So if we're to assume that North Carolina counts pretty fast, Georgia counts pretty fast, and Arizona, well, no, they're still saying it could take a while for Arizona and Nevada. It didn't always used to take a while. And I think part of it's going to take a while, I think some of that comes down to, if you would, how sort of demonstrative the actual ballots are that are coming in, right? Do you need to go to every single absentee ballot if you know that he overwhelmingly is looking as though he's ahead in the early data?
Yeah, it's a good question. I'm not totally sure who gets to really make that call.
Mm-hmm.
Who gets to really say, certainly, I guess the media and the news agencies, decide based on statistical analysis whether or not to call a race, and it's not necessarily official when they do that.
They really don't want to call this. They don't.
Well,
they do not. Can you just see the long faces on MSNBC? They don't want to have to call this.
And
for
of course,
Donald Trump.
4 years ago, when Arizona was called, that by Fox, that was very controversial, right? It was very early in the night, and in the final,
It was.
And I think in retrospect, I mean, look, it was a pretty close situation. It was not.
They could have been wrong.
They could have totally been wrong. They probably did call it too early, and it was all this kind of statistical judgment.
Well, I can tell you that having worked in the media, as long as I've worked in the media, there's a lot of pressure on these organizations. They have their decision desks and they have their polling desks. And normally in a situation like this, I'd have somebody in my ear saying, okay, we can do this, we can do this, we can call this, we can call that. And as an anchor, you're completely reliant on whatever that decision desk is coming up with. And there's a lot of pressure for them to be first, right? Everybody wants to be the first to call a particular state. And so you can call it, but gosh darn it, you better be right. I mean, to me, Rob, I mean, I get the pressure of it, but I just think you should understand and be really sensitive to the fact that this is an election, and if you're wrong, God help you, right? So for Fox to have come out like they did so quickly for Arizona 4 years ago, that was in my estimation, a bit of a reckless choice and decision. And look, if I was on the anchor desk, I probably would have been a little nervous about it. But again, you're putting your trust in these folks, and you have to hope for the best.
Yeah, and maybe learning from that, they'll be reluctant to call races prematurely, or just simply because of media bias, they're not gonna give this election to Trump until the last official vote is counted.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe that's what we'll end up seeing tonight, just this kind of dragging on beyond normal thresholds of.
I want to go back as we look at this chart. So just to familiarize everybody with Polymarket here, we're looking, as you can see, at these numbers, and check it out. I mean, wow. When you look at this graphic, it's just amazing, because that has it's like a giant alligator mouth, right? Like it's just like, it was tight, and then all of a sudden the spread just opened up. And we're talking about Polymarket, but this isn't the only one. I mean, it's a similar story in all the betting markets right now. And I find that really kind of fascinating. I know, we have the luxury of talking about this here. I don't think that they would be going hog wild on this on the networks. I've worked at so many of them, and everybody's trying to be very, very cautious and very, very careful until your own decision desk has called things. And so it's hard to kind of look at some of this data, but I find it absolutely fascinating. We're getting some more information. It looks as though Trump is ahead in Georgia. This is the swing state that can really shift the balance here. Again, as we see in the betting markets, Trump really pulling, look at that, 82%, guys, 82%, 90% now, 90% chance that Donald Trump is going to take the state of Georgia versus Kamala Harris coming in at 9. Wow. Okay, so we have a predicted winner here. We do. I mean, this is what they're telling you over and over again. It looks like they're going to have to shut down school in Georgetown University and New York City private high schools, where they're flipping out and saying, if people need to take a mental health day, you're going to have to take a mental health day, because breaking right now, we're learning that these numbers in Georgia, they are not going Kamala Harris's way. Donald Trump has now, let's go through the states. He has taken Kentucky, he has taken Indiana, West Virginia, Alabama, Oklahoma, Florida, South Carolina, and Tennessee. My goodness, Kamala Harris, she has won Vermont. She has won Connecticut. She has won Massachusetts, Rhode Island. She's really got a hold on the Northeast, huh? And Maryland. So, it's the darn coast. I mean, it feels like we're two different countries sometimes. It's like, does no one on the coast actually have to deal with inflation, Rob? I mean, they do. I know the pancakes are like up to $16.95 now at the local diner. I'm like, you got to be kidding me.
Well, we're both coastal. To be fair, I mean, should be remembered that it's not as if 100% of these people on the coast are voting one way or another, right? They're not close races, but there are very large minorities that are coming out and voting for Trump. And I think New Jersey actually is a very interesting situation. We got some feedback earlier in the day. I seen some little indications. That's actually, I don't live there now, but that's my ancestral homeland, New Jersey. And they some of these counties that I'm familiar with that historically have been Biden left-leaning, and supported Biden in 2020. you're just seeing some sort of local data that's really showing very strong, kind of flip in the direction of Trump. So, we're potentially seeing, very, very significant movements within some of these coastal states. And, Virginia was a state that's been, potentially in the, vulnerable to being flipped. So things could change, going forward here.
I mean, I just wonder how much it changes for the country as well. So if Donald Trump gets back in and the media has egg on its face and it's realizing they are just out to lunch, you get the Washington Post now getting strict orders from Jeff Bezos that, you know what, this is not, this whole op-ed section, the editorial section, the endorsement of a candidate section, that can't happen anymore. And you've got to go back to some kind of true journalism roots. The funny thing is, like, everything's been exposed because journalists were supposed to be completely neutral and always present both sides, and they pretended they did that. Well, it turns out now we know they don't do that at all, right? They don't. I mean, at least you know what you're getting with me, right? I mean, the bias is right there on my sleeve. But there's this pretension, and they try and tell you that they're moderate and down the middle, but then you listen to them and it's like, there's no way these people are moderate or down the middle. I mean, there's just absolutely positively no way. And they really hate him. I mean, this lady in particular took time out of her day to go on The View and spout this nonsense.
And guys, here's the warning. You all have set it up, but let me take it a step further, please, if I may. Mm-hmm. This is called normalization.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. This is the descent into fascism, if we so choose. Normalizing January 6th, it's a day of love. It's a day of love. I'll say it again and again and again. Normalizing enemy from within. I'll say it again and again. I'll say it again and again until you get tired of it, until it's not so funny anymore, or you think he doesn't mean it until you realize he does mean it and it's too late. Saying these strict abortion bans are a beautiful thing. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Are you kidding me? We got to wake up. And here's the good news, because I come with such dire warnings, and I mean them from the bottom of my heart.
You can vote, and you can make sure that he doesn't win. Rob, these fear tactics, it kind of, after a while, starts to feel like the little boy who cried wolf, right? I mean, at some point, you're just like, okay, enough already.
Yeah, well, look, Mika called him a fascist, but, also Kamala Harris called him a fascist. Tim Walz, I believe, implied he was a fascist. So, we're talking about mental health days. Tomorrow, if Trump becomes the, nominee or the president who'll be inaugurated in January, what have they told the country? That a fascist has just taken over the United States and is becoming president? It's just an outrageous thing to say. If people believe them, like a horrible thing is about to occur, right? It's just such a horrible term to apply to Trump, and such a ridiculous term. I was a political theory major in college. I've studied fascism. To me, my political views, my economic views are largely defined as being, the opposite of fascism, in understanding what fascism is. And how is Trump? What about Trump is fascistic? That he wants to cut taxes and shrink government? How many fascists do that? Right? How many fascists stand up for Constitution and individual rights and, liberal principles of our founding? That's fascism. He wants peace, like a non-aggressive foreign policy and to achieve peace throughout the world. That's fascism. So on its face, it's an absurd claim. And frankly, if anyone wants to think about parallels between fascism and their own political ideology, I think the Democrats should, look in the mirror, think about their views towards censorship, think about their views towards the expansion of the state, and their disregard for basic, foundational liberal principles that created the United States.
Mm-hmm. And really think through that. Let's turn to another reality of what we're looking at right now. If you're just joining us, it looks like the polls may have been wrong. 90% chance, according to the betting markets, that Donald Trump is going to take Georgia. In fact, he's climbing steadily, and his looking like he increasingly is going to be right back there on Pennsylvania Avenue. Just really amazing to see. And it's coming at a very interesting time. We're seeing seeing, obviously this is a fascinating election, but what's crazy about it is that all the groups that they thought that they could count on, all of those groups, they're not there. They're not there for her. The minorities that they thought they could just line up, they're not interested. Hispanics as well. I mean, the stats are incredible, and it's going to probably cost her Arizona. Let's go to CNN making this point just about a week ago.
I mean, the bottom line is this. At this particular hour, if you believe the polling, Donald Trump's going to put up the best performance with black voters since Richard Nixon back in 1960. Not 68, since 1960. That's 64 years ago. Among Hispanic voters, Donald Trump's going to put up the best performance for Republicans since 2004 and George W. Bush.
Well, I don't know as we're seeing anything like that right about now. Forgive me. We are seeing that right about now. We are seeing that minorities are not that interested. But in terms of the media itself, there's an explanation, according to Kamala Harris, as to why those minorities are not willing to vote for her. And if it turns out they don't, I have a feeling she's going to blame it increasingly on this.
They've already started with the misinformation and the lies. We know that there is foreign interference, and I have to say to everybody listening to this, don't let them take your voice. Because I was part of the Senate Intelligence Committee when we investigated Russia's interference in the 2016 election. Black folks were targeted with misinformation.
So what do we think? Okay, like is it just more misinformation? And if it's misinformation, what's going to happen then? Is it misinformation that we're looking at Polymarket and people are making wild bets, anticipating that Donald Trump is going to win the presidency and be back in the Oval Office? Rob, I mean, if we're going to go with the misinformation thing, maybe she can blame misinformation and actually do something else. Here she is saying how, they're going to deal with Donald Trump in November. Watch.
Because some people find it humorous what he says and think it's just silly, but understand how brutally serious it is. Well, the courts will take care of that. We'll take care of November. Yes. We'll take care of November. But it is brutally serious because to the Congresswoman's point, anyone who has openly said, as he has, that he would terminate the Constitution of the United States should never again stand behind the seal of the President of the United States. Never again.
To terminate the Constitution, I know, I can see you getting mad. I can actually see it. I can feel it. It's your reaction.
Well, okay, so when did he say he would terminate the Constitution of the United States? I think what that's a reference to, and I saw a guy from college actually post this, and I was just stunned. I mean, that they're going with this line. Okay, he joked once that he'd be a dictator on day one, by which he meant he would sign a bunch of executive orders. Mm-hmm. They're taking that, they take all of these kind of jokes or kind of out of context comments, and they just interpret them literally, going back to the Liz Cheney comment. And look, I cannot imagine that they actually believe what they're saying. I cannot imagine that Kamala Harris actually thinks Donald Trump has openly and explicitly said he intends to terminate the Constitution of the United States, when all he does is talk about how much he loves the Constitution of the United States.
So you take everything out of context.
Well, they're lying.
Somebody said to me the other day, who's a Republican, but really had only been watching CNN clips, that he was like, wow, like I just heard the whole Joe Rogan interview. I listened to all 3 hours. Yeah. That was amazing. He's like, Trump is like really, really, and I'm like, yeah, like unfortunately, if you only watch CNN or MSNBC, you're just going to hear little bits and pieces and you don't hear the whole thing. They clip it in a way that is completely misrepresented. I mean, think about the, good people on both sides comment, which even Snoops, which is super left of left, had to come out and correct. And yet we hear Kamala Harris and Liz Cheney and the rest of them still going on about those things.
Yeah, no, and that was literally the basis for Joe Biden's campaign, that, misinterpretation or that distortion of what Trump said at Charlottesville. And what Trump said at Charlottesville, I find it 100%, he was 100% right. There were people who were protecting this Robert E. Lee statue because it was part of their heritage and they didn't want it torn down. very good people, decent people, could want to protect that part of their history in their statue. But then he explicitly condemned neo-Nazis and white nationalists. That's the part that was taken out. That was the part that was, the removal of that part of the statement became the basis of Joe Biden's entire campaign.
Yeah.
And then Harris, doubled down on it again in the debate she had. And it's just, I think people see, but it goes back to X. Now people can see the full video, right? They can see the 2 minutes and the full context. And when they see it, they realize, okay, these people are lying to our faces.
Lying to our faces, and then they vote accordingly. I mean, if this actually comes to fruition, again, like, this is history. We are on the front lines. I just want to take a minute to I'm going to get all emotional on you again, but I keep thinking about that day this past summer. I was actually walking downtown with my kiddos. And actually, Rob, you were the first person to text me about that information. You were probably watching the rally in real time, and you texted me, and I stopped dead in my tracks, and I was sort of shaking, and I thought, oh my gosh. And we didn't know if he was okay at that point. And then, shortly thereafter, we did, because he got up and had this fight. And I'm like, this is amazing, right? Like, it is amazing. We struggle with various things every day. These kids that can't go to school tomorrow because they need to take a mental health day if Donald Trump wins. This guy got shot and stood up. And by the way, was like off and running to the RNC, like within days. I mean, it's just incredible to me. And yet we have a bunch of wusses in this country that, oh my gosh, if my candidate doesn't win, I'm going to have to take a mental health day. I mean, this guy got shot at, and then they tried to take his life again. It's amazing.
Maybe part of the psychological or emotional kind of phenomenon that we're witnessing here in terms of the public's affection for Trump is really seeing, his courage, his resilience, his determination, his ability to kind of overcome a traumatic event. It's such a contrast to what you were just describing, which is how we're all so coddled now, or, an election goes the wrong way and our kids are supposed to stay in bed in their pajamas all day crying. I mean, what are we doing to the next generation that we're kind of making them so emotionally fragile and not challenging them or setting this standard that things don't go your way, you just stay home and cry all day.
You take your ball and go home.
Yeah, I mean, so it's like there's something even deeper potentially happening here in this divide between Trump supporters and the Democrats, where it's like an ethos, or it's just an overall outlook on life that really separates the two camps.
Amazing, right? Just amazing. We have viewers that are weighing in, and I want you guys to know this is a live stream, and so we're looking at all of your comments and reaction. We have a big show tonight. I'll be joined in just a bit by my friends Dinesh D'Souza as well as Seb Gorka. We also have Buck Sexton from the Clam Buck Show coming up a little bit later. Of course, my dear friend, brilliant stock picker, Rob Horton, who's here on set with me tonight, my colleague at 76 Research. I want to remind you all to go to 76 Research if you haven't gone to 76 Research, because there's just a tremendous wealth of information for you there. Let's see if I can put up the graphic. Let's see if Trish can do this one. There we go. Okay, so there you see 76research.com. Visit our website, 76research.com. Sign up, if nothing else, for the free stuff. You can use code word $, if you want to get the 76 report. We have model portfolios there. I should point out our model portfolios have done so well. If you look at the last quarter, we're up roughly 10.6% in our median stock prices versus the overall market, which is up just about 5.9%. So clearly, thank goodness we get him and we're doing something right. I think the two of us together probably are able to kind of break through some of the noise that you get typically when it comes to investing. But again, back to the prediction markets here, I want to go back out to Polymarket and look at some of these states. Rob, I know that you're looking at them yourself. You've looked at how he pulls this off and the many different ways that he can pull this off. And if, he takes Georgia, then it frees him up. I guess Pennsylvania, it could come down to Pennsylvania or perhaps Wisconsin or Michigan. We can look at each of these, but it's just amazing to see in real time. They're predicting now that Donald Trump will be the next president of the United States. What's your sense of like the volatility in these markets? I mean, can we trust these numbers this early in the night?
Well, yeah, I think it seems like, we've kind of hit a little bit of a pause. He's up, what is he up around 71, 72? 72% now. So there was that kind of big jump as some of those results came in. And maybe now we're kind of plateauing for a little bit while we kind of wait for really, the final important, data points to come through. Because it's not over till it's over. And this is a binary situation. So, at some point, it wouldn't quite make sense for the odds to get to like 90% in the absence of really hard, confirmatory information coming from the key states.
Okay.
So maybe that's what's going on now. We're kind of drifting. But look, 70-30 is quite an imbalance, right? So these investors on the platform, they're pricing in, look, if you Kamala Harris, if you bet on her right now, you'll basically, you'll earn more than twice of what you bet if she wins, right?
Right. So in other words, I think that's an important thing to remember, because honestly, people have attacked this and they go on, oh, well, these are being manipulated, et cetera. I'm like, yeah, you can try and claim that.
Look, the polls are closed. Like, who are you manipulating, right? It's everyone voted already. There's no one to manipulate.
There's no one to manipulate. And so it doesn't get you anything, right? So roughly, 71% chance. If we go now to some of these states, I want to go back out and take a look at some of the states that are pretty key.
Michigan,
Yes?
I'm curious. We haven't looked at that.
Okay, let's go take a look at Michigan. It seems like it's a different screen that we're looking at here. By the way, the popular vote. So this is, that's interesting. He was down in the 20s. He's kind of rallied back in terms of the popular vote opportunity and the chances there. There's some expectation that he could do something on the popular vote side. So I find that kind of fascinating, Rob.
Yeah, 36% chance of winning the popular vote. That's not zero. And I think we've looked at it, or maybe it was Nate Silver had some sort of kind of connection between like kind of breaking even 50% of the popular vote and what that means for Trump in the Electoral College. It translates into a true landslide in the Electoral College. And I think if Trump were to win the popular vote, that means he's not just winning, I could be wrong, but he's not just winning those blue wall states. He's winning, Virginia potentially, right? Some of these states that are not considered in play. So a popular vote victory for Trump would be an overwhelming.
They've got him up in Nevada too. It is amazing. It's almost like every single one. So 69% chance. And he just shot up. Look at this, guys. So this is worth seeing. He just shot up. Just moments ago, he was down in the 50 range. So now look at that, nearly 70% chance now. Nevada, Kamala Harris at 34%. The no tax on tips, I thought that was actually pretty clever. Rob, what's your take on how much that's resonating in the state of Nevada?
I think there are a lot of service workers in Nevada, and they make money off tips. So it's probably an elevated, I guess the issue in Nevada is you have, what was that union specifically, the hospitality workers union, that just historically has been this kind of political stronghold for the Democrats, and Harry Reid built that. So, that no tax on tips policy really kind of ate into that support base. Smart politically for Trump to kind of, develop that policy.
Mm-hmm. I'm looking at then, by the way, she came out with it next.
She followed suit. Why not? I'm looking at Michigan, Trish, much tighter now, 53 to 45. And I don't know where the 2% went, but maybe just rounding. But that was, Michigan wasn't, Kamala was at 61, an hour ago. Okay. So it's looking a lot more 50-50. So that's Michigan, right? Which is the least likely of the three blue wall states to go for Trump, is now moving towards a 50-50 scenario.
So good news.
Yeah.
Good news
Well,
for him.
Trump.
For him. Yeah, very, very good news for Donald Trump. Again, if you're just tuning in, if you're just joining us, we're looking at the prediction markets here. I'm Trish Regan. I'm joined by my colleague at 76 Research. We're simulcasting this broadcast on this very important election evening. We have a lot going on tonight. Just a really tremendous evening ahead. I want to go to Dinesh D'Souza, who's joining us right now. Dinesh, normally I get a little buzzer that tells me you're there, but forgive me, my friend, it didn't go off for some reason. It's great to see you. I'm looking at these betting markets. I think you could actually pull it off. What's your thought?
I think so. And boy, wouldn't it be just a relief to have that happen tonight without this dragging out for days or even weeks. I think we all have a little bit of that anxiety and maybe even PTSD from 2020,
Sure.
a little bit even from 2022. But look, I think that it's been an iron law of politics that when people really think the country is going in the wrong direction, they're going to want to throw the bums out. And Harris had the very difficult job of convincing them why she was the one bum who needed to be retained. And I don't know if she made that sale. I don't think she did.
I don't think she did at all. And I think if anything, you had a lot of people saying, wait a second, I voted for Joe, and now they did sort of a bait and switch, and that doesn't fly. That doesn't play in Peoria, shall we say, although maybe in Peoria, because Illinois may be the one place that she's able to hang on to. But Dinesh, my gosh, wouldn't you, if they ought to watch us, right? They ought to watch us. That's their problem. They're so living in their little microcosm. If you had been watching any of us, I think you would have known a few things. One, you can't run Joe Biden again. You had to get him out. And if he wasn't willing to do it, gosh darn it, you had to primary the guy. And if you weren't going to primary him, in other words, this is of their own doing, if you would. She's not the candidate for 2024.
I see the malevolent hand of Obama and the Obama gang. This is the gang that probably picked Biden, moved him to the front in 2020. It's the same gang who picked Kamala for vice president. I think they did not expect that Biden would go essentially completely vacant on them. So then they had a problem, which is they probably didn't want Kamala Harris, but what could they do? What would be their reason for leapfrogging over her? They didn't have one. This is why I think you've seen Obama so bitter on the campaign trail, getting shriller and shriller, because as Trump put it, he says, we're not really running against Kamala Harris. We're running against this regime. The regime is calling the shots. And Kamala and Biden both are ventriloquist dummies for that regime.
You've done such incredible documentary reporting, Dinesh. I love listening to your podcast because I always learn something, and you have such a professorial sort of way of speaking and framing issues. I'm thrilled you're here tonight. But this has been a rocky road for Biden, and it seems that it keeps coming back to something that's really fundamental and really central, and it's people's ability to take care of themselves and their families. And when you're dealing with a declining U.S. dollar in terms of its purchasing power, and you're looking at mass inflation and grocery prices going up 21%, and you can't take your kids out to the diner on Sunday after church because, for goodness sakes, it's $15.95 for a stack of 3 pancakes. It's just a little bizarre, not to mention electricity costs up 31%. It's car insurance up 57%, or K through 12 school. The cost of food for these kids is up 70%. Wages are not there. And I'm astonished because I read in the New York Times actually this morning, they're like, if Trump wins, here's how he did it. And it was super condescending. And they started to say how actually the economy's doing just great. And I'm like, for who? Do you people not buy groceries? Come on. It's so out of touch.
I think there are so many things, I would call them hidden items, that are on the ballot today. One of them is the credibility of the media, right? Because think of it, they have much better access to the independent voter than you or I do. The independent voter is less likely to watch your show or my show or read Breitbart or any conservative media at all. They have been doing relentless propaganda, essentially undisputed, with that voter, and they still haven't been able to make significant headway. Well, what does that tell you about the level of trust and credibility in these people? In some ways, I think the founders are also on the ballot, by which I mean that quite apart from the economy, quite apart from foreign policy, the founders put certain provisions into the Bill of Rights which were not supposed to be up for debate. Not up for referendum. 90% of people don't get to cancel out your right to conscience or my right to free speech. But the Democrats have been trampling on those rights, sometimes under pretext of COVID, sometimes under pretext of January 6th, but they have been doing it. And I think that is also a force. People are recognizing that they're just less free than they were in an earlier America that they themselves have experienced. And you can taste the difference.
Look, it goes right back to March 2020. I think about it, and gosh, I was angry. I'll never forget it. I mean, the market was trading off 2,000 points. I'm like, this is just insane, and they're going to shut down the whole darn country. And by the way, that was Trump. That was Trump that did that. You know, I don't think it was the right move. And I think he was surrounded by a cabal, if you would, of people that saw that as a political opportunity. Now, we didn't know exactly how bad it was. We didn't have all the details. And it's difficult to Monday morning quarterback. But I would say, Dinesh, and you've reported on this so extensively, they used that. They really used that to run wild. And just trample over everyone's freedom. So you're right. There is this sense of PTSD. What did you people do to us? We trusted you. We trusted you. And yet you shut down our churches. You shut down our businesses. You drove inflation through the roof. And now it's payback.
And you told us all kinds of lies. You pretended like you're in a campaign to eliminate misinformation and disinformation. But who told us that if you took the vaccine, you couldn't get COVID? Well, that was Rochelle Walensky, the head of the CDC. Who told us you couldn't give it to somebody else? That was Rochelle Walensky, the head of the CDC. Who said we should follow the science and do the 6 feet of social distance? That was Fauci. And then later Fauci admits, well, there was really no science. There were really no studies. We just kind of made that one up.
No, he also told us masks didn't work. And then the next thing you knew, remember the 60 Minutes? He's saying, you don't need a mask. And then he wants you to wear 3 of them.
I think the good news is that they haven't, there are going to be some shenanigans here in 2024, but they're not going to match those of 2020 just because the opportunities are less. We don't have COVID. Also, people are really alert. I mean, have you seen the way in which the smallest thing, people are on it? It's all over social media. I love the way that Michael Whatley and Laura Trump are all over it. They're like, we're on it. We'll report back in an hour and let you know what's happening. Oh, we won a court decision. Voting hours are extended. So you can tell that there is now a heightened vigilance on our side. We're paying attention not just to the campaign, but also to the mechanics of the election. That's new.
The mechanics of the election, you've done a lot on that. I think that in part because of your reporting, in part because of the frustration from so many, there has been a lot of vigilance that's been put into this. I admire what, for example, Lara Trump was doing in terms of the ground game, right? Hey, 2 can play this game. And if you're going to go out there and ballot harvest, you know what, we can do it too. And we can't take our ball and go home and say, okay, we're going to wait until election day. And you look at the numbers right out of Pennsylvania, you look at the numbers in even Virginia, which, is probably not going to go for Trump, but look at a number of the surge in Republican ballots that have been turned in. I consider that pretty exciting. And, hey, at least we can have a shot at maybe leveling the playing field.
The Democrats, I think, in a way, their biggest election interference this year was the lawfare. I think that they were confident that getting a criminal conviction on Trump would be such a millstone around his neck that he would just not even be a viable candidate. And boy, were they wrong about that. But that is the singular ability of Trump, I got to say, because you take that millstone and you put it around the neck of any other Republican, it actually would have sunk them. But this guy has this amazing legal rope-a-dope, and he knows how to sort of come out of the courtroom, and he's defying the gag order even as he opens his mouth. And even the convictions don't really stick, and he converts.
They went after for $500 million. Think about the fine. It was so absurd, $500 million. I think Americans were just like, enough already, right? And by the way, they weren't able to get him on anything. And I guarantee you that case is going to get thrown out by the Court of Appeals. So Dinesh, what are they left with? By the way, the whole time they told us that laptop from HELL was totally fake, disinformation, misinformation, brought and paid for by the Russians and brought to you by Rudy Giuliani. And then it turns out the whole darn thing was true. I'm still amazed by that. Like, you have a career in deep state government, whatever, but do you not have a conscience? Do you not have a soul? If you know that the thing is true and you sign a letter with 51 other ex-spooks signing off on, oh, this is fake. I mean, that really, I think you start to damage the trust so much. People are like, I'm not in for this.
Some of these people, I think, know better, and some of them are duped. So the ones that know better, for example, think of the people, all the Democrats who are likening Trump to Hitler. And then I see Chuck Schumer at the Al Smith dinner sitting next to Trump, and you can tell that they're like joking with each other, which is not something you'd really do with Hitler. If you really thought the guy was Hitler, you wouldn't be backslapping him and exchanging a quip. You just wouldn't be doing it, right? Yeah. So I think that Schumer knows better. Now, I agree. There are some very well, highly college-educated people who have bought into this. And truly, if Trump wins, they will be shaking and palpitating and worrying about concentration camps in the U.S. And they have bought in, they've drunk the Kool-Aid.
Well, that's the average public. I mean, that's what's just sad, right? I mean, I do think a lot of people that sit there and watch MSNBC all day long are going to be quite terrified.
Exactly. And it's not only because they've gotten the propaganda, but they've never heard anything else. So, think of the way that you and I, how does an intelligent person come to believe in a quote fact? Well, the answer is, like, how do we know that, let's say Papua New Guinea, how do we know it even exists? You and I perhaps haven't been there, but, we see it in a map. Then we see it on the History Channel. Then we see some guy talking about a travel journey that he made. And we go, oh, well, obviously there's a place called Papua New Guinea. We've seen it here. We've seen it there. So this is how a lot of people who believe the anti-Trump stuff, they go, well, I saw it in Barnes and Noble. There was a book about Trump, the fascist. And then I saw it on NPR. Someone was talking about it, and on the History Channel. And they go, well, it has to be true because look at all these independent sources that are saying the same thing. And they don't realize they're getting the same propagandistic bullet bouncing off of one wall to the other wall to the other wall. It's the same bullet, but they think they're seeing multiple independent sources of authority.
Okay, Dinesh, with that said, how then does Trump win? And again, look, it's early in the night. We'll see how this goes. Poly market has him way up. The other betting prediction markets have him way, way up. If he pulls this off, is it just that people are so worn down by the constant, he's a fascist, he's the next Hitler, and they're like, yeah, some of them are scared, but the majority are like, I'm over it?
Part of it is that Trump has been a marketing genius in breaking out of the Halloween mask that the left has put on him. His McDonald's, drive-through was genius.
Great.
His garbage truck was genius.
Yes.
Think of it. You're doing genius when the left's best riposte against you is, that was staged. That was staged. He doesn't really work at McDonald's. He was just staging that. That's the best they had on him. So I think what happens is the ordinary guy looks at this stuff and they go, well, this doesn't really look to me like some scary guy who's going to take away my basic liberties. I think the other thing is that, you can argue against anything, but it's very difficult to argue against experience. So if people are experiencing higher prices, they're higher gas prices, higher grocery store prices, they see crime around them. They look and they can see hundreds of thousands of people crashing the border. And then you pretend like it's not happening, or you've got a plan, or you never meant it to be this way. You're already on the defensive. And I think Kamala Harris has had a hard time contradicting people's actual empirical experience. And I think that may win the day.
Wow. I love talking to you. I encourage everybody to go and listen to your podcast because it's very enriching. It really, that's a great, you do have just such a professorial and sort of philosophical, I would say, lens that you put on all this that I just really love, and I so appreciate you coming on the show. You and your wonderful wife, just great, great people. We'll have to talk to her as well in the coming days. But Dinesh D'Souza, thank you so much for making the time for us tonight. We really appreciate it. And we'll see how this goes.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me, Trish. I really appreciate
Good
it.
to
We'll talk
see you,
soon.
my friend. Indeed. Okay, Dinesh D'Souza, we thank him for his time. I mean, wow, we just have like so much to get to. I'm here with my colleague from 76 Research, Rob Horton. I know you're a Dinesh fan as well. I'm not competent enough with the cameras yet to have brought you in, but I just wanted to get your reaction because I know you listen to his podcast too, and I think he had some really good points.
Yeah, great to hear from him. Been following him for forever since I was a kid. He's been around.
Don't tell. Oh, Dinesh, I hope you're not listening to that.
But
no, he's great.
He had some great lines in there. I mean, I like the point about what he called the propagandistic bullet, right? And it's interesting. It's like it's the same kind of false data points or distortions that bounce around, and then eventually people just kind of assume they're facts, like Papua New Guinea exists somewhere in around Australia. And that's how everyone comes to these conclusions because they're just repeated over and over again.
It's amazing. And then yet, despite all of that, here we are tonight looking at possibly a Donald Trump win of the White House. I mean, it's amazing. How do you explain it in light of just everything that's happening and all of the, constant, can I say misinformation that we're getting from the left?
Yeah, and what a word that is, right? What a word that has, I don't really recall anyone using that word until a few years ago, but now it's surfaced as this idea, basically any conservative perspective or any perspective that's in conflict with left-wing talking points is misinformation. One of the things I've been most frustrated with is that people have really, they no longer like differentiate between fact and opinion. And if you have an interpretation of something, they'll call it incorrect or false or misinformation, but it's actually just a different interpretation. It's a different opinion. And that's a big challenge that I think we have to overcome as we kind of.
It's a little bit weird. It is really actually pretty darn weird because you can't just dismiss the other side like that, and that's what they're just so handily doing right now, and it feels so insanely wrong. I want to go back out and just, again, I want to remind people we're trying to take a look at all the numbers that are coming in. And Rob, I know that you're taking a good hard look at that. We are looking at some of the expectations here for the popular vote for Donald Trump. It looks as though he's actually rising in that. It's sort of crazy. It's crazy to me that he's like at 38% right now. Expectation that Donald Trump could pull off it's only 38%. I'll say that. It's so, don't get too carried away, but it's 38%. I mean, it was like 15% a couple of weeks ago. I think that there's some momentum here, dare I say. The polls are closed, but there's momentum.
Certainly. And, it's interesting to think about the popular vote and the Electoral College system, which has gotten a lot of attention lately, and everyone's questioning whether it should be abolished. Not everyone, but that's coming from certain quarters. I think what's interesting to kind of note, even though Trump probably won't win the popular vote, people have to keep in mind he wasn't pursuing the popular vote. So really there are states where he wasn't campaigning, like California, to some extent New York, heavy, blue states, highly populated. It's not fair to think about the popular vote as really being a representation of the overall popular will, because the game being played here is not to win the popular vote. I think that's a point that doesn't get, processed enough when people kind of think about who the real
I think that's a great point, actually, and I'm glad you brought that up, because what we're going to start to hear in the coming days, and I'm just going to warn everybody now, you're going to hear, we got to get rid of the Electoral College. The Electoral College is the problem. The Electoral College enabled Donald Trump to win, and so we need to move quickly, and we need to revise that, because whoever wins the popular vote should actually win the presidency. Explain what's wrong with that, sort of just, fundamentally from a good old American perspective, in that, I'll use a term that they love so much. Don't you want some diversity, right, amongst the population that's choosing the president?
Yeah, it's a really fascinating subject. I would say, think of it as a tennis match. You know, in tennis, you're watching Wimbledon or the U.S. Open. You have to win 5 sets. No one says, "Oh, the guy who won the most games," you know, as opposed to the most sets, is the true winner of the Grand Slam tournament, right? So the system is that you have to win majorities in all of these different, you know, smaller units in these state competitions, and there are a lot of good reasons why we do that. You know, it causes the political parties to be more centrist, to be more appealing to the broad swath of the population in all of the states, and not to just pursue, you know, heavy majorities in certain states.
Okay, we got some breaking news that I want to bring to everybody right now. This is some good news for those of you that like Donald Trump. We have just learned right here that Donald Trump has won the state of Texas. So he's pulling in Texas. I mean, I don't think that was really worried about, but nonetheless, that's a lot of electoral votes. So as we add them up now, you're looking at Florida, Texas, West Virginia, Kentucky. They were trying for Texas. Remember, Rob, they were really aggressively trying to pull off Texas. And good luck, guys. Good luck. Good luck. I mean, a lot of people thought, was this why they were trying to move so many people into Texas? Were they trying to speed walk some people into, you know, who knows? I do think that is not a system that ultimately is going to benefit you, especially when it looks as though, guess what? Hispanics, minorities, they're not going to vote the way you think they are always, because guess what? They're human beings. They're going to vote for their own best interests.
I mean, the bottom line is this. At this particular hour, if you believe the polling, Donald Trump's going to put up the best performance with black voters since Richard Nixon back in 1960. Not 68, since 1960. That's 64 years ago. Among Hispanic voters, Donald Trump's going to put up the best performance for Republicans since 2004 and George W. Bush.
Okay. So it's coming. It's coming. Let me go back out to Rob for a moment and just to get your reaction here to this.
Well, you know what caught my eye here, Trish, is there was an AP story about 48 minutes ago. Almost every region of Florida has shifted to the right. So I guess Florida, being the well-ordered, well-managed state that it is, has more voter data coming through. And there was an 18 percentage point shift within Miami-Dade County versus 2020. So, you know,
wait,
just
say that one more time.
The Associated Press saying Miami-Dade County saw the greatest increase with an 18 percentage point shift right. It was enough to move the county from the Democrats column in 2020 to the Republicans this year. Wow. So that's Miami-Dade County in southern Florida. You know, like what I think is interesting here is we're looking at, you know, a microcosm. You know, obviously this is a specific region, but we're getting real, you know, we're no longer in the realm of polls. We're in the realm of actual results. And you see a heavily Hispanic community in southern Florida that has dramatically tilted towards Trump versus 2020. So, you know, I struggle to find a single data point that would be encouraging from the
Can you
perspective
imagine
of the
if you're Kamala Harris right now?
I mean, have we seen one piece of information other than?
Well, I mean, she's got Massachusetts, she got Vermont, she got Connecticut.
Ben and Jerry voted for her. Yeah.
Ben and Jerry. So I just want to put this up on the screen for a moment.
She's winning, like the obvious blue states, she's winning, you know, but in terms of like the more granular pieces of information or little indicators, you know, you usually get some good news along the way. I've seen nothing.
Nothing.
You know.
Wow. I mean, it's almost like they would have been better off with Biden. I mean, maybe that's going too far. But anyway, you know, this is just incredible to see all of this data coming into us in real time. Donald Trump having taken Texas, ladies and gentlemen, and it looks as though at this moment, not only is he taking Texas and Florida and West Virginia, Kentucky, Indiana, South Carolina, Mississippi. We are still, however, waiting on what's going to happen. Those 93 electoral votes from Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia. But going back to some of the Georgia data at this moment, it looks like Georgia is really not where it's at. I mean, the information coming in is that the majority of respondents in Georgia were really unhappy with the status quo. So if you're unhappy with the status quo, that is not a good sign for Kamala Harris, because guess what? She is the status quo. You know, recently she was asked about her polls, and we started to see this weakness, and there was some concern that even, you know, with her internal polls, that she was not faring very well. I wanted to show you what her reaction was to that.
Madam Vice President, can you give us a sense of your internal polling at the campaign and how that is making or influencing your decisions on what to do over the next 9 days?
So, to be very frank with you, my internal polling is my instinct. I let the campaign people deal with the poll.
Okay, so, you know, I think the campaign people knew that, and maybe her instinct was too. I mean, maybe that's why she doubled down so aggressively, Rob, on this really, I almost think that this is what lost it for her, because while joy was never going to get her there, it was almost better than just the constant negativity. She made it all about how heinous Trump was. And people are like, gee, yeah, but you know what? My life was better then.
Yeah, I mean, you know, her campaign, for a lot of mixed messages, she preaches joy, but then spends, you know, 80% of her time declaring her political opponent, you know, an evil fascist. So just extraordinary contradictions there. And in terms of that question, sure, you know, her internal polling is her instinct. No, she has internal polling. She knew it was bad, and she made up a lie and then laughed to distract the questioner, you know, which just seems to be just a repeat pattern with her.
A repeat pattern. I mean, she's not a gifted politician in any way.
Not gifted. I think, you know, also someone who, I mean, it's not just that she's not a gifted politician. I think just in terms of policy, in terms of having a vision, there's not a lot of substance there. And, you know, and she's not someone who's really been effective historically, you know, as a politician or proven herself. So she really was someone who kind of was appointed into this role, wasn't really built for it, has to, you know, kind of deceive or attack or, you know, waffle or kind of play down her earlier positions, because there probably is a core set of views and positions that you can associate with her that she really doesn't want you to know about. So in the end, I mean, very, very kind of looks like it's not going to get the job done for the Democrats this time.
It's not going to get the job done. I mean, I wonder how much they'll go back to, well, it's because she's a woman. It's because she's a woman. It's because she's a woman. And, you know, to your point earlier in the program, you quite articulately suggested that it really wasn't. I mean, for all those that may say, okay, I don't want a woman, there are plenty of people that do want a woman and that would only vote for her just because of that. And so it kind of negates it. And so then you have to have a little bit more. You have to have some substance there to back you up at the end of the day. And what's crazy is that, like, no one could do it for her. No one could do it for her. Not Taylor Swift, not Oprah.
If we don't show up tomorrow, it is entirely possible that we will not have the opportunity to ever cast a ballot again.
He has consistently worked to divide us. At Madison Square Garden, he reminded us who he really is and how he really feels.
Okay, and I'm sparing you guys the Cardi B stuff, and I'm sparing you the Taylor Swift stuff. I mean, look, she had everyone. I'm sparing you Meryl Streep. I mean, come on. Like, everyone. I mean, even Harrison Ford, Indiana Jones, Star Wars. I mean, like, they are all out there for her. And yet, there's no good news. Now, I want to be cautious in saying this. I mean, the prediction markets, again, anticipating that Donald Trump is going to win the presidency, and it could be massive. Like, this could be the biggest thing since Reagan. But we don't have the data yet on Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, and they're saying it could take a while. Donald Trump was talking about that earlier today, and I don't think he really appreciated that it's gonna take a while. Let's take a look at him here.
Do you accept the possibility that you and Vice President Harris both might not get to 270 electoral votes by the end of tonight?
It should never happen. A thing like that should never happen. This election should be over. They spend all this money on machines. And frankly, if they'd use paper ballots, it would be over by 10 o'clock. And by the way, the paper ballots would cost 8%. Would be 8% of the cost. If they would use paper ballots, voter ID, proof of citizenship, and one-day voting, it would all be over by 10 o'clock in the evening. It's crazy. They use these very expensive computers, and I'm hearing in Pennsylvania they won't have an answer till 2 or 3 days from now. I think it's an absolute outrage if that's the case. Now, maybe it'll be later, but it's paper ballots in France. They went paper ballots because the mail-in was not working. It was corrupt. And in France, they went paper ballots. And at 10 o'clock in the evening, they had 37 million votes counted and done. They had a winner, they had a loser. And in this country, I mean, I'm just hearing that in certain states, it's going to be a long time, and it won't even be close. It won't even be that close. They say, I'm going to win the state, but it's going to take a long time to certify it.
Could you see a world where you don't declare victory tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I'm hearing the same things that you're hearing. I'm hearing states where I'm up by a lot, but they won't have a final number for a long time.
What are your plans for tonight in terms of watching the results and so forth?
So we're going to have a very special group of people, many of whom you know, and they'll be at Mar-a-Lago. In addition, we'll have 4,000 or 5,000 people at the convention center. On the assumption I win, I mean, I don't know if something else happens. I don't know what's going to happen in terms of declaring victory, but if in normal times I would go over to the convention center, let's say at 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock or something, but I just don't know. It looks like we have a very substantial lead. It looks like we have many more Republicans voting today than Democrats, so if you have a lead and we have a bigger vote, that means you're doing very well, but they have to call a winner. They should, and they should call a winner, yes.
Yeah, you know what? Okay, so Donald Trump making a really good point. Like, they should be able to do this. They should be able. You think of all the things that we can do, and we can't manage to call the winner. I mean, like, where is the technology? Rob, I voted earlier today. I'm like, this seems a little weird. I'm having to, like, color in this little dot. I felt like I was taking an old SAT test. I don't even know if you probably know more than me. Do the kids even do that these days with the SATs? Do you have to color it in like that? They probably moved on with better technology even for that.
Yeah, it's on the laptop now. My son, I think he was the first recruit.
Okay, so you get my point. Like, even the SAT has moved on, and yet we're coloring in like an old Iowa test, for goodness sakes.
Although, to be honest, and then I think Trump made this point, it's like maybe just like a super simple paper ballot system might even be more secure. I don't know, and cheaper, but it is ridiculous that, the way we have it rigged up now. I didn't mean it rigged, but the way we have it set up now. And maybe I don't have to be so nervous about using the wrong words these days, starting tomorrow. But it's what was interesting about Trump's comments there. I mean, a lot of people were saying he was going to declare victory before, just either way, regardless of what happened. And I think he was very clearly stating there he doesn't know if he's going to be, win tonight, and he's going to find out. And when he finds out, he'll find out. So I thought that was actually very
I thought that was actually really, it was super statesmanlike and very presidential. Okay. Yep. Very presidential. And I think his internal polling is showing that it's going to be really a really strong night, but he has to do things within the confines of, where we are. I want to say, just for what it's worth, Republican Larry Hogan has been defeated in the Maryland Senate race. That's just coming in. According to AP, the Democrat Angela Alsobrooks winning there. Meanwhile, I'm getting word from one of our producers down in the Florida area, and he's telling me that 11 p.m., the former president, possibly our new president, is going to be speaking there at the convention center in West Palm Beach. He's reporting that it is quite a party there. I had some friends that were on their way down to Mar-a-Lago today, as well as to the convention center. And I think that people are just going to be so excited and pretty, in some ways sort of relieved. One of the questions, again, we don't know yet, so I have to be cautious on how I say this, but assuming he does win, what does that offer up for people in terms of a hope that, maybe things are not going to be as crazy as they've been? We've all been walking on eggshells. You've had half the country being canceled. Everybody's acting a little bit crazy. They feel quite righteous about acting so crazy. Are they going to now double down on this? Are they going to say, oh, you are all fascists and we're going to, march increasingly towards some kind of civil war? 10% of the population, according to a new study out of Daily Mail, believes we are heading in that direction. And that's kind of terrifying. Or do we kind of, make our way through this, and just seeing President Trump there, talk about how the reality is they're not going to have all the votes so soon. Does that sort of indicate to you that, he's going to come in and he's going to be a unifier if, in fact, he wins?
I think so. And I just want to mention, I got a little excited a second ago. Poly market broke 80. Briefly, I think we're back down to 77. But, continued strength in that. We hadn't broken 80 yet.
Wow. But what do you think they're basing that on? I'm just, again, until I guess some of the counties that are coming in, and maybe some of the data, to your point earlier, like Florida, that's kind of indicative when you look at the Miami-Dade County information. It shows you that there's sort of a different feeling out there.
Yeah. Yeah, look, these regions are correlated, right? So what happens in Miami-Dade doesn't necessarily translate to Pennsylvania or Wisconsin, but it's indicative of trends, and it's indicative of the fact that polling was sort of skewed, right? So if it's skewed in Florida or skewed in Georgia, maybe it was also skewed in these other states. It's just a barometer on the mood of the entire nation and the public in general. So I think people are just, responding here to just various positive readings for Trump. And, that now they're taking an increasingly shrinking payoff, right? You bet on Poly market at 78% or 80 cents on the dollar. You only make 20 cents if Trump wins, and you risk 80 cents. So the risk reward is really shifting in the direction of you better hope he wins, and it's telling. But Trish, just sort of like, where do we go from here, right? I think my sense is over the last few years we've had, I think you can see it, where there's been this kind of walking back of a lot of the more extreme kind of wokeness, and you've been reporting on it with the corporate DEI departments like Boeing and others that are walking back their policies because of pushback. I think what will probably I don't think that the woke left or the mainstream media has any legs to stand on if Trump wins this election, and certainly they won't have the backing or support of the White House. So my assumption is we kind of retreat from that whole phase that kind of started in 2019, 2020, and lasted through the Biden administration, and maybe we just start getting back to normal in a more.
Imagine that. Could we actually get back to normal? I don't know about that. What's the media going to do? Think about, I've said they really should be careful what they wish for, because if Donald Trump went completely away, they'd be out of business at The View. They ought to be out of business anyway at The View, but they really would have literally nothing to talk about on The View. What would Whoopi Goldberg possibly do? I think the show is going away at some point, and I think it's going away not because, incidentally, of Donald Trump and him going after them. You've got to think about just the viewers themselves. Are they fed up with this? At some point you get kind of nauseated, absolutely nauseated by all of it.
Well, that Oprah, you just played that clip of Oprah telling people, you know, she's a very influential person, much more so than Whoopi Goldberg. And she's on the stage and she's saying, you won't have the right to vote going forward. I don't know if that was directed at women specifically. Is Trump going to unilaterally cancel the 14th Amendment? You know, what is she talking about? How can Trump stop you having the right to vote? It's such a dangerous and extreme comment. And of course, everyone's going to continue to have the right to vote. He doesn't even have the ability to influence that. What is she talking about? So what are these people going to, you know, like they should apologize for what they're saying. These outrageous, extreme, misleading statements that just can't be justified and are very toxic, very damaging.
Very, very damaging. Now, if you're on YouTube, you can tell me maybe we just ask the viewers, are you getting all this junk on your screen? Hey, I'm sorry. Let me get some of the junk off of the screen so that you can see this just a little bit better. I hope. The idea is I want to just show you this poly market graph here, and I think you guys can see it here. So 76.7%, 76.7%, just really. Yeah, it's doing some weird things. Let me see here if I can get rid of that for you. 76.6%. It's looking as though 76.7, actually, I should say, to 23.8%. Really remarkable. Tell me about how these markets work, if you would, Rob.
Well, you know, as far as I know, I mean, it's poly market specifically. Utilizes Ethereum, and it can't be utilized within the United States or certain other countries. But I think people, for the most part, kind of convert their tokens into stable coins and US dollars, and then that's how they're placing their bets. And it's simply, you know, just mechanically, if you see a bet, you can buy it for, let's say it's Nevada for 72 cents now, and you'll get $1 if it works out, and if it doesn't work out, you lose your 72 cents. So it's a very direct system.
No, you can't actually bet though if you're in the U.S. Am I correct? So it's the prediction markets. I mean, some of them, I think Robinhood just approved one, but for poly markets specifically. So some of the criticism has been, oh, these are foreigners. But you know, at this point, if there was any kind of artificial influence going on, you would think that would be happening before rather than after.
Yeah, certainly, it's hard to develop a conspiracy theory after everyone's already voted. Look, maybe foreigners are more objective about the facts and the situation, right? Unless, and
investors are, I mean, for sure.
Well, investors generally, but foreign investors. We were talking the other day about Theo the Whale. Is that his name? In the Wall Street Journal, the big, and it's just some, guy with some money in France who's studying the polls and studying the dynamics. And he's saying, look, I don't care who wins or loses. I just want to make some money. And he was a big investor, betting on Trump in poly market.
Amazing. Wow. This camera is really wigging out on me. Somebody's getting mad. Somebody's like, what are you reporting on, Trish? Anyway, breaking news, everyone. Donald Trump projected to win the presidency of the United States of America. We see him winning Texas. We see him winning Florida. We see him West Virginia, Kentucky, Indiana, South Carolina, Mississippi. I mean, this is going to be a big evening. We are, however, waiting on some of these crucial states. And I think we have to see what happens in Arizona. We have to see what happens in Nevada, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia. But, look, I think that people have just gotten to a breaking point, and I think it's entirely natural. I think that a lot of men have felt as though they didn't sort of have a fair shake at things. And then a lot of people just felt like, you know what, I'm tired of being called a bad person because I think differently than you. This was Governor Kathy Hochul on television the other day trying to say that, you're anti-American if you're a Republican.
It gave me a chance to tie the Republicans running these seats, the incumbents, closer to Donald Trump and remind everybody, if you're voting for these Republicans in New York, you are voting for someone who supports Donald Trump, and you're anti-woman, you're anti-abortion, and basically you're anti-American because you have just trashed American values and what our country is all about over and over and over.
Yeah. Well, you know what? You're not anti. We got a Coca-Cola can in the background, right? Yeah. We're totally American here. I can still see it. It's like a little prop. It's gone. Anyway, Coca-Cola, McDonald's. Donald Trump. I mean, Dinesh D'Souza was saying this earlier. Kind of did a really good job at making sure that he was not sort of seen as one of the elite. He certainly wants you to know he has billions of dollars. I used to work at Bloomberg, and we would come out with the billionaire list every year. And Donald Trump had a reputation for being really like the most ornery about it. Most people don't even want to be on that list. They're like trying to maintain a low profile. Not Donald Trump. Donald Trump was like, you missed a few dollars, right? Like he wanted to be as far up on that list as he could. I always found that kind of interesting because you think about how, say, Mitt Romney was, right? Remember Mitt Romney? And Mitt Romney was like trying to downplay his wealth all the time. I'm really not that wealthy. The family drives a station wagon. We put the dog on top. Remember all that. But no, in all seriousness, Mitt didn't even have the same net worth that Donald Trump had, and yet he was really always embarrassed by it. And what I thought was really somewhat endearing and remains endearing about Donald Trump, of course they're trying to bankrupt him, but was his sort of passion for the wealth he had and his sort of appreciation for it. And I think it's sort of intrinsically American, right? We as Americans aspire to something more. This is what the American dream is about. We don't want the government taking care of us. We want to have our own shot at success. And he embodied that. That's what The Apprentice show was all about, right? Can you one day do this too? And so there was some mystique that went along with him, some aspirational qualities, and yet he still seemed like a man of the people, right? Like he drank the Coca-Cola, he drank the McDonald's stuff, ate the McDonald's stuff, was willing to go and work at McDonald's or drive a garbage truck. And that, Rob, is kind of something that I think caught the imagination of the people.
Yeah. I think this charge of being a question of whether you're an elitist or not an elitist. I mean, elitist, it's about an attitude, not how much money you have. And I think, Trump's attitude is not elitist. And, we saw this with J.D. Vance as well. Tim Walz tried to paint J.D. Vance as being, a Yale-educated venture capitalist, elitist, notwithstanding the very difficult, upbringing that J.D. Vance had. But the truth is, whether or not you're an elitist is a matter of whether you have elitist attitudes, meaning whether you think elites really know better and should rule, or whether you actually have genuine confidence in democracy, in the people voting for the leaders and the legislators and the executives who will run their government and actually determining the policies of your government through the election process.
So in other words, the Kamala Harrises of the world, even though, she's not as wealthy as Trump, she defines, right, what that elitism sensibility really is.
Yeah, she truly is an elitist. The Democrats are elitists. And, they used to say during the pandemic, trust the experts. Well, that's very much an elitist attitude. It's like trust the bureaucracy or trust the, small cadre of officials who know better than you and just blindly go with them and don't rely on the people. The people shouldn't have a voice because they don't know anything. And fundamentally, the Democrat Party has really become a very elitist party, and it's not just about money, although they certainly have their fair share of billionaires who support them.
Mm-hmm. Well, she's she is sort of very good at coming across that way as an elitist, as somebody who knows better than you. And I think that, the fury from the left is like loud and clear.
You were comparing that rally to a Nazi rally?
Look, I'm comparing it to the hate that came out of this, and I think they confirmed that.
You stand by that comparison, though, to a Nazi rally?
Look, the rally, you saw it for yourself. I'll let the American public make the decision of what they saw.
What about you, though?
So I know what I saw, and I'll just leave it at that.
Do you think Donald Trump is a fascist?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
The only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters.
I'm serious.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
Donald Trump, you never see him around strong, intelligent women, ever. It's just that simple.
Yeah, it's just that simple, right? There's a study here that I want to go to in just a second here, because it's sort of this sense of what's going to happen. And you can see in this poll that the Daily Mail put out that there's frustration. People are fearing that there's going to be some kind of civil war, regardless of who wins. I certainly hope not. I think that this is an opportunity to put a lot of that stuff to bed right now if he actually takes this. But, there will be people that are very, very frustrated because their person did not get elected. And so I think that this is going to be a reality, perhaps either way. I mean, I actually worry about the Kamala Harris crowd a little bit more, to be honest, just because my experience around so many of the Trump supporters going to rallies, for example, where I've been there to interview him. They're just really great people, and they're salt of the earth. And, but I get it. It's a fear nonetheless. And so this is what Daily Mail put out the other day. 25% of Americans are predicting riots after the election, 10% fearing a civil war, whoever wins. But, you can see why that's happening in light of the rhetoric that's out there from the left. When you have Tim Walz saying all those things, when you have Joe Biden saying those things, when you have Kamala Harris saying those things, it adds up. And I think in some ways that irresponsible rhetoric has led to more danger, more heightened tensions than we really need to have, Rob. I mean, you consider the fact that twice there were attempts on his life, and those are domestic sources that were going after him. So you wonder how much this anger out there, this anger is contributing to things.
Yeah. I mean, I think the good news is who's going to wage the civil war if Trump wins, right? The folks who need the mental health day tomorrow. I just don't know what groups are really a violent threat, and that wouldn't be kind of easily put down by law enforcement. So, I mean, I'm not expecting that there'll be kind of significant violence, but I could see why there would be that expectation. You know what, Trish, I thought interesting too. It's like after that kind of medley of comments from the Democrats, but the Kathy Hochul idea that to vote to support the MAGA movement or to support Republicans and Trump is anti-American. I mean, let's have that conversation with the Democrats in a calm way, and let's really talk about what does it mean to be anti-American. Which party, which movement captures or embodies what we might think of as American values or American beliefs? I think that's actually potentially a very constructive conversation to have. And frankly, I think the MAGA movement is very much, linked to foundational American values and principles, going back to our constitutional rights. So let's have that conversation with the Democrats.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think that...
is DEI American values? Kamala Harris's plan to give forgivable loans to specific ethnic groups.
Well, that's not even constitutional.
Exactly.
Right? I mean, like, you can't tell me that you can't do that.
The whole premise of the United States is equality, and it's a complete contradiction. I mean, we have civil rights laws that require racial equality, and here they are inverting it and claiming, the cancellation of that principle represents American values. Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
so
you can't.
This is a repudiation of that whole mindset, that whole woke mindset that completely inverted our values.
Inverted our values. I mean, it's like where does it come from? Is this Europe? I mean, yeah.
Well, if we want to,
if we really want to lay some blame, like where is this coming from? Like, people come to America because of the American dream. I like to tell this story, and for viewers that know me well, you may have heard this before, but I have a cousin who met a woman from France and moved to France. And she's an English teacher, actually, in France, but she's French. And I love hearing her talk about how she teaches in English, I'm going to get all sentimental on you, the American dream. And I'm like, well, what do you mean? And she's like, yeah, no, the American dream is so uniquely American. Like there's nothing else in it in the world. I'm like, you don't have a French dream of like growing up and like, you know, moving into a bigger house or whatever, you know, having the picket fence and the 2 kids and the dog and a vacation every year. And she's like, no, you don't really have that. There's no aspiration. You just kind of feel like in France, like whatever you were given or dealt, like that's your hand that you play. There's no like upward mobility and you're trying to like climb to something bigger or greater. It just doesn't exist. And so this is uniquely American. It's why everybody comes to America. And Rob, like, why would you want to get rid of that, for goodness sakes? I mean, it's what makes us great. So you've got these socialists, communists on the left that are trying to take over, to redistribute things. They want to decide who's going to succeed or not succeed based on the color of their skin. I'm going to give you hurricane relief because you check a certain box. I mean, it's crazy. It's absolutely positively crazy. You know, we have one of our guests joining us right now. I want to go out and welcome my good friend, my very, very good friend, Buck Sexton, to the show. You know, Buck Sexton and I have been friends for a long, long time. I think I've got him here. Let's see if we can pull this off. Indeed. Okay, here he is. Hey, Buck.
Hello.
It's good to see you. Welcome to the program.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right, so I want your take. By the way, like I was just telling everybody how much I love you and what a good friend you are, and you've been a friend for years. And I love seeing you here on my program again. If you don't know Buck, you need to know Buck. I'm sure you know Buck. Everybody knows Buck. In fact, one of my friends was quoting one of your tweets tonight. She was like, "Oh, did you see this from Buck?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm going to see Buck in just a little bit, actually." And so anyway, Buck is the host of the Clay and Buck show, Clay Travis and Buck Sexton. What do you think about tonight? I mean, we're still getting stuff in. It's early. I'm looking at the poly market news. I'm looking at other prediction markets. You know, I love markets, and I like the markets think he's going to win. I mean, just look at Bitcoin, for goodness sakes. I mean, you're seeing an expectation that Donald Trump is going to be the next president of the United States in the face of everything. We want to be cautious here, but what's your gut?
It's feeling very good right now, although we're entering the treacherous waters of this election night pretty much now, right? Everything that could have gone well so far has gone well. I think the numbers in Virginia, even if Kamala ends up, someone called it, then it's not called. Youngkin saying too close. I don't even know where it stands right now, but it's very close in Virginia, which I think is a good sign. Yeah, I think that's a good sign. I think that Virginia is a state that Democrats should be winning with a strong candidate and a good environment by 7 or 8 points, whatever it was the last time around. I think this time around it's going to be a lot smaller than that. North Carolina and Georgia are Trump. That's great. Some of the wins that he's racking up are encouraging, but as we all know, unfortunately, I think it really does just come down to what everyone who follows politics has been saying for pretty much the entire year, which is it is a Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin election for the presidency. That's what's really going to determine it. I saw Lackawanna County in PA is the prototypical swing county for Pennsylvania with 94%, something like that in. It's moved, I think, 3 or 4 points in Trump's direction. Again, Trish, all these encouraging signs, right? But I think part of the problem here is that everyone who is a Republican and a Trump voter in particular, stretching back to 2022 and to 2020, remembers that this time of night, you know what I mean? We have election night PTSD.
I hear you. I gotcha. Yes. And that's why I think we just have to be super cautious. Actually, the same friend who mentioned your tweet said, I'm just waiting for the 3 a.m. drop. And that's scary to me. I don't think we can entirely think that way, but I think that's why a lot of people are like, look, we need turnout and we need early votes, right? Because you've got to actually have this thing be so big that it's a groundswell that they'll be forced to have to call it because you won't have to go to the well of counting every absentee ballot. Not that they won't do that. And, I'm a big believer that every vote counts. But if it's close And it sounds like, it could be. If it's close, then sure, it could take time. And I think that the Democrats want it to take time. Here's a question, not to go too deep into the hypotheticals, but what if it is really close in those 3 blue wall states? What if it's super razor thin close? Buck, do you see her backing off? I mean, I see her being every bit as litigious as he would be.
Yeah, well, Pennsylvania is an automatic recount state, right? So if it's under 1%, they have to do a recount by law, and they will. I don't mean to be the womp womp guy here for everybody, but there is a realistic chance that we will not know who wins tonight. That people like me and you, Trish, we could stay up till 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. It's not going to matter, depending on how some of these states shake out. If PA goes into automatic recount mode, that could be that could take weeks.
I mean, that could take days, right? Like weeks, days. What's your,
Yeah, I mean, it depends on, and this is where you get into things where there's very few people that really know the processes per state. But when you start throwing legal challenges into the mix, which clearly would happen, right? I mean, everyone remembers Florida in 2000. So there's ways it could be extended quite a bit, certainly for a few days. And I think a few days might be the expectation for PA right now. Michigan, Wisconsin, razor thin, and that's who's going to win the election. So while it feels good for Trump right now because you've had some affirmations of the president and of the growth of his former president, right? Hopefully future president, growth of his coalition. The Florida numbers are, I'm a Floridian now. I'm one of those New Yorkers.
Oh my gosh, I nearly forgot that. That's right. You're down there in Florida. Yeah. You guys voted for him.
I live here, voted early. I'm a DeSantis, Trump, Floridian. So, Floridian and a Sunshine State.
I'm envious. I'm envious. And you get zero income tax. It's the way to be.
Alligators, zero income tax. Yeah, it's fantastic. So I would just say that the Florida numbers are amazing. And that's encouraging, right? Because it shows what's possible with the conservative movement, the actual movement of people into places, into some of these redder states or red states that they're making redder. But it really does just come down to those other states. And I've been very confident that Donald Trump is going to win ever since Kamala became the nominee. I actually have always thought that she was a weaker matchup than Joe Biden, even with the dementia, which tells you a lot about what I think about Kamala Harris. And yet here we are. And I mean, I have to admit that if the Philly turnout game is super strong for the Democrats, same thing in Detroit and Michigan. And then, if Milwaukee and Madison in Wisconsin can get that voting machine just going and going and going, it could be a very big bummer of a night. That said, I don't think it will be. I actually feel pretty confident that Donald Trump's going to pull this out.
Well, you and the investors over at these prediction markets, because there's an expectation that he takes Georgia, he takes Nevada, Arizona, and believe it or not, they think he's going to take Wisconsin and Pennsylvania too. So, we're watching it all. It would certainly be amazing if it all happens. You said something really interesting. You thought she was a lousy candidate. You and I would agree with that. I actually had kind of, hoped that she'd run from the beginning, because I did actually think that she would be much easier to beat in some ways than Joe Biden, even with the dementia. He has a likability factor that, and by the way, this is not a female-male thing. Everybody tries to make it into that. I'm like, just give me the right candidate. Give me the right woman. Give me the right guy, like whoever it is. And, I was just on with Rob, who's here with me on set, and Rob was making the point earlier that it doesn't really matter, because it kind of like negates each other. Like, there are people that will vote for her just because she's a woman, and there may be somebody who's not going to vote for her because she's a woman, but they kind of cancels each other out. So I don't think it's a woman thing. I think she just really stinks. Like, she's just bad. It's the word salad. It's the lack of accountability. You think about the fact that the woman wouldn't go to the darn border, even though she was the border czar, combined with she's not going to change anything. She told the ladies on The View, I'm not going to do anything different. They said, if you could do something different, is there anything that you wish you had done different? And she wouldn't own up to the mess that our economy is.
Look, I think that you could just have two things that for me are legitimately disqualifying. They love to use that term about Trump. They're like, it's disqualifying that some woman 30 years ago said he grabbed her, and they changed the statute of limitations so they could bring this bull crap case against, they say this about Trump all the time about nonsense. I mean, I truly believe that any fair-minded person should agree it's disqualifying that Kamala Harris was party to the big lie of Joe Biden is just fine and doesn't have dementia. While that was politically advantageous to her, that she went along with this. He's great, sharp as a tack, all that stuff. Yeah. That's a fraud. I mean, that's really a political fraud against the American people. And she was the most guilty of that after maybe Jill Biden, but she's not a politician, although she kind of thinks she is. And then the other part of it is the fraud of who Kamala Harris is presenting, rather not even just her persona, but really what she's presenting as her agenda to the voters. It's all a lie. It's a sham. She hasn't changed her mind on any of these things. And you know that because she didn't suddenly change her mind about everything 3 months before she wanted these people to vote for her. All of this, all the changes, all the switches we're talking about, whether fracking. It's untaxed capital gains and fracking and trends, trannies in the prisons who are illegals. I mean, all these things that she has said that now she says she didn't say, or she has surrogates telling people. She's just lying about all of it, right? I mean, say what you will about Donald Trump. He wants to do the things that he says he wants to do and will try to do them. It's not perfect. Maybe he won't get it all done fine, but he's not all of a sudden going to show up and be some Bernie Sanders progressive. Kamala Harris is playing moderate when she is the most left-wing senator to come out of California in a long time and one of the most left-wing senators in the entire U.S. Senate. So it's just the whole thing. And I know she's a VP, but, she kind of stunk at that too. The whole thing is just a lie. And that's what I find so frustrating. There's no honesty. And, people say, oh, you're just saying she's stupid because you're sexist and you're racist, right? This is anytime someone says, well, let's just deal with the sexism thing. I never said, and I can't speak for you, Trish, but you could tell me if you feel the same way. I never said Hillary Clinton was dumb.
No,
I don't think Hillary.
No, you never did. And by the way, but
do you know what I mean?
She's actually, and I'll give you this. Like, she's a heck of a lot smarter. She's the girl in the front of the class that's me. I know the answer, and I'm sure she does know the answer. Kamala's the one in the back, trying to get the answer from the boys. I'm sorry, they're two totally different personalities.
Yeah, but see, this is what I mean. So when people say, "Oh, it's sexist and or it's racist to say that Kamala Harris is dumb," no, it is possible.
By the way, maybe that was sexist what I just said. Forgive me.
But I mean, it is possible, in fact, to be a woman, and it is possible, in fact, to be a female minority and not be very bright. You're allowed to notice this when somebody wants to be commander in chief. It's also possible to be a woman and a minority and be absolutely brilliant, right? Right. I just call it like I see it with anybody who's trying to have the nuclear codes. Kamala Harris is the dumbest politician I've seen trying to become president of the United States in my lifetime. And I just mean in terms of pure cognitive capability. Now, we may wake up tomorrow and she's going to be the president, which would be depressing, but it won't change the fact that she's not very bright, and it's very obvious and paying attention. So
she's mean though. I mean, I think about her in 2020, the way she went after Joe Biden. I don't know why the heck he ever picked her. Maybe Obama forced him, but I wouldn't have trusted her, and rightly so, considering everything that just went down. But she was terrible to him. She really painted him right into she tried to accuse him of being a racist. Oh, yeah. And it backfired on her. And then she did the same darn stuff with Trump. She can't actually answer a question, Buck. She just goes straight for the jugular and turns everything into an attack. And I think that while it seemed as though she, quote unquote, won the debate, I think everybody came away saying, wow, this is a mean girl.
I can give you Exhibit A and Exhibit B for why she is dumb and why she's a bad person. Exhibit A for why she is dumb. She very much apparently believed Jussie Smollett's, hate crime hoax, which I mean, I remember that thing came out. I did the first day the story broke and I read it. I did a podcast. Jussie Smollett is lying. That was the title of the podcast. This is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. So she's not very. She was a prosecutor too. She knows the facts. Please. And then why she's not a good person. And this one I actually feel much more strongly about than the Jussie Smollett thing, although I like to point that out because it drives libs insane because she's very dumb. And that is what she did to Brett Kavanaugh. People forget this far too much.
I remember that. That was awful.
Led charge to smear Kavanaugh.
Terrible.
As remember, it wasn't just the lunatic that they did the whole makeover with and who said she was scared of flying and, Blasey Ford or whatever. There were two others who came out as well and had some weird stuff. The third one was clearly out of her mind. And there were a whole range of others that they didn't even bring forward because, they figured the sanctuary Democrats figured it wasn't a good idea to put forward rape allegations against Kavanaugh from women who had never been in the same state as him. And they could prove it. But they, when they looked into it, but what they did was they had all these people lying about it because, anything to save abortion. Kamala Harris was part of the ugliest and most public character assassination attempt I've ever seen against a human being based on fake rape allegations, which any guy will tell you is, it's like the worst thing that can happen to you. It is the destruction of your character and your soul and in front of your family and everything else. And you've done nothing, right? Brett Kavanaugh did nothing. There was no evidence of any kind to implicate him in anything. And the people came forward were insane and they were partisan hit men or hit women, whatever. So she led that charge and she should not be forgiven for that. That was grotesque. So she's dumb and she's a bad person, but Democrats are voting for her.
Oh, maybe they are, maybe they aren't. I think that just what we're seeing in Virginia, for example, what we saw there in Miami-Dade County, I think there's a lot of examples of people saying, okay, I've had it. And I don't even think their memories are as keen as yours. I haven't actually gone into the Kavanaugh stuff, but I remember that vividly because I was watching that in real time. You and I were probably talking about it in real time as that was happening. And I remember just thinking, this woman is she wasn't that articulate, she wasn't that good, but she was really mean. And I didn't like it. And I've never forgotten that, if you would. I really just haven't. So she's a tough one. She's a really, really tough one. And I would be surprised if she pulls this through. But again, as you point out, I don't think we can count our chickens before they hatch. And the night is still young. The week is still young, right? And Donald Trump, I should point out, really magnanimous statement from him earlier today. The press was asking him, are you going to come out with a victory speech? And he's like, no. He's going to wait and see. And he said, they told me it's going to take a few days. And I believe that I will win this. And the polling suggests that I will, et cetera. But he looks like he's going to stick it out. And I guess that's obviously the right thing to do. You have to wait until the whole thing's been called. It seems a little crazy that it takes this long, but such is apparently the world in which we now live.
Yeah, I for the first time tonight, it feels a little bit like, oh my God, I can't. This is where we are, and we're still waiting we've gotten all this information, but it's really not the information we need, right? So there's a little bit of anticipatory or a little bit of anxiety going on. But I still feel very confident that Donald Trump will win. And the good news is I'm not a psychotic lib, so I'm not going to scream at the sky and freak out and cry into my latte if for some reason Kamala Harris does win this thing. It would be a shame for the United States and maybe we'd never recover from it. But, I'll wake up tomorrow and go about my life.
If she's the president, she's the president, right? I think ultimately we're all patriots. Before I let you go, you have such an interesting background. I don't know if everybody knows this about you, but guys, we're talking to a former CIA agent. So Buck was in the CIA, so he knows the inner workings of the deep state.
People thought that was a lot cooler 20 years ago when I was helping chase bin Laden. But, lately the CIA has been the brand.
Well, being in the CIA these days, right? Yeah, is not quite as cool. But you know how it works. And I think that that's actually really valuable in light of what has happened. 51X spooks coming out against saying, the laptop was real or fake when it was real. When you think about John Brennan and some of the propaganda he's putting forward, I think about all of them really, and the cabal that's against Donald Trump and everything that they've done to try and take him down and put him in prison, frankly. Having been on the inner workings of that, and now, you came over to the good side, and I can't call you mainstream media because you're just too conservative to be mainstream media, but you do have a radio show. With all that in mind, what is it that you would say about how that gets unraveled? Can it be unraveled? Do you need Elon Musk in there saying, yeah, we're just slashing the whole place?
Yeah, if you want it to change, you need shock therapy. Anything that tries to reform the deep state, the unelected branch of government, the permanent bureaucracy, the uniparty, the self-licking ice cream cone of the Beltway. I mean, whatever you want to call it, anything that is, let's work within what we've done in the past to try to steer this in a different direction, is just going to be that. I mean, even as I'm saying it, it sounds unserious. So what you would need is a mandate from the top of the executive branch, the presidency, empowering someone to do dramatic cuts. I mean, that's what it really means. And look, that means people are going to, what you're talking about, and I think Republicans need to be serious about this, is a lot of people being told that they no longer have a job, a government job. Doesn't mean they can't obviously get jobs in the private sector and do other things. But that's the only way, right? I mean, if you're just going to tell people, hey, can you guys be a little less deep state-ish? That's not going to fly. That's not going to do anything. So the intelligence bureaucracy is way too big. Morale is in the gutter. I still have friends on the inside, some at high levels with high access, because it's just been so long. I mean, I was in the CIA 20 years ago, so you can imagine some of my peers are now running big parts of that whole intel complex. Yeah, I mean, I know people on the inside, and not the appointees. I mean, I know the people that are really doing the work day in and day out, and morale is very low. And there's just a sense that they've been turned into a political football, and it's very different than it used to be. So back to your question of reform, it would need to be shock therapy. I mean, it would need to be somebody coming in. If it doesn't look like, and this is kind of borrowing from Elon's philosophy, and I am truly impressed by very few people, or find people to be almost intimidatingly excellent at what they do. I mean, outside of sports and classical musicians who are really amazing. Elon is incredible. He really is. I mean, it's hard to believe the things that he's accomplished. And his philosophy on this stuff is, if you haven't cut so much that you think you've cut too much, you've cut nowhere near enough. And that's where you have to be with governance. You know what I mean? It has to be, oh my God, maybe we've gone too crazy. Then you're getting close.
Yeah. Pare it down, pare it down, pare it down. Amazing. Well, look, a lot of stuff could happen. There'll be a lot of angry people, a lot of upset bureaucrats, but 35 trillion and counting. I don't know how you don't start to have some changes. But maybe those days will come. Buck, it's great to see you. Thank you so much for all your perspective. Everybody should listen you've got a podcast too, right? So the Clay Travis, Buck Sexton show. And
I have a very, very large radio show and a very small YouTube channel. So please help me.
Oh, you're on YouTube as well. I'm so glad I can promote that. Yes, go listen to Buck Sexton on YouTube.
Subscribers.
Oh, I'm so happy that I can promote that. We started this maybe about a year ago, seriously. And there's light at the end of the tunnel, I'll tell you, because we've grown to somewhere upwards of, we're coming up on 500,000. So it's really exciting. And I tell everybody, one of my friend's sons just started a channel. He's, and I'm like, it's great. It's great because you build it, they will come. Go listen to Buck's show on YouTube and, of course, the radio show as well. But thank you for joining us.
It's good to see you. Buck Brief. It is not underwear. It is just a short version of the radio.
I love that. The Buck Brief. Who can forget? All right. The Buck Brief on YouTube. Thanks so much. Buck Sexton. Good to see you.
Thanks, Rich.
Okay. Getting back to some of these numbers here as we look at the poly market boards coming in. Wow. I want to go back to Rob, who's here with me, Rob Horton from 76 Research. You're seeing something, I can tell. I can tell.
I'm jumping out of my seat here.
Okay. All right. What is it?
There's a contract on poly market that says Trump wins every swing state.
What?
Okay, no, that's the contract.
Okay.
And so what do you think the probability is?
I was going to say 30%.
It's now 65% chance that Trump wins every swing state. Okay, at 9 p.m., that contract was at 19 cents. And now it's fluctuating. It's around 59 cents. It was 65 cents a second ago. So they're saying a more than 2 out of 3 chance, or close to 2 out of 3 chance that he wins.
Wait, so what is it? I'm going to put this up on the screen. Tell me again the actual number.
Let's go with 59%. That's where it is right now.
Okay, so Poly Market predicts
Well, Polymarket odds say 59% chance Trump wins every swing state.
Chance Trump wins. Oh my gosh. Every swing state. Oh, I mean, that would be so crazy.
Okay, that's data point number one.
Okay, give us more.
Data point number two, Bitcoin has reached an all-time high. So it's now basically 74,000.
Oh my gosh.
Bitcoin's jumping. And then I guess we could just go back to the plain old Polymarket odds. Which
wow.
Are bringing us to what?
I mean, we've got to be upwards. Wait.
88.5%.
88.5%
Kamala
chance.
Harris is 10.3% chance.
88%. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, so
so he's basically, and then like we could look at the state level contests here, right? Georgia 93% chance. I think I saw something pop up that he may have won North Carolina, but I don't know if that was mainstream. Wisconsin 89% chance of a Trump victory in Polymarket.
Amazing.
And you know what's interesting? It's like, I think the results are kind of somehow coming through. I mean, because Virginia is only 12% chance for Trump, right? So it's not as if this is all some kind of pro-Trump distortion. When he's losing, he's losing. North Carolina, 97% chance for Trump. Where did my Midwestern states go? Iowa's 99%, so forget that poll.
Iowa, okay.
Michigan, 81% chance Trump wins.
81% chance.
Michigan. Nevada, 84%.
I mean, this is really, really pretty remarkable.
So this is if these odds are directionally correct, this is called a landslide victory.
Wow.
Right? I mean,
yeah, no, there's no other way to describe that other than, yes, if these odds are correct, this would be a massive landslide.
Holy cow.
What? Did you see another one?
Popular vote, 68% chance Trump wins the popular vote now.
Oh my gosh. Okay, if you're just tuning in, 68% chance Donald Trump wins the popular
70%
vote. 70% now. 59% chance Trump wins every single state. What is the overall swing state? Forgive me. What is the overall prediction for whether he wins the presidency? 80 is that 89?
89%. Something's really happening.
And it's just jumped up within the last few minutes, just as I was talking about.
It's been cruising up. So it's been cruising up over the last. It started moving around. Yeah, no, it's just been cruising up all night pretty steadily. And now we're up.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing. All right, let's keep looking at this data. I want to bring in my dear friend Neil Grossman, who is a just really phenomenal thinker. Neil, good to see you. Sorry to keep you waiting. Rob and I were just looking at these Polymarket odds. 59% chance that Trump wins every swing state. 89% chance he wins the whole presidency. And by the way, I should add to this 70% chance. Is that right, Rob? That he wins the actual popular vote.
By the way, that's an amazing statistic, Trish. And by the way, thank you.
By the way, I should just, everybody, like, if you don't know Neil's been like my friend forever. He's just a wonderful family, wonderful wife, Neil Grossman, and a brilliant mind. I like to say you're sort of like the Renaissance guy, because Neil is a former central banker. He is a former hedge fund manager. He is a former lawyer. He has a master's degree from, is it Cambridge or Oxford? I always get them mixed up, in mathematics and in physics.
Cambridge.
And by the way, he runs a winery. He has his own winery now too. So like, it just, you can't make it up. You're like, you may actually be the smartest person I know.
Thank you.
So as a mathematician, what do you think of these odds?
Well, before the odds, Trish, I got to tell you something. That Buck was great, and he said something or struck something that might be really cool. You know, you're talking about how to reduce government. I think if Elon moves every federal worker from California to Texas, the government immediately becomes more efficient and a lot less costly.
Yeah.
So I thought he was very, very interesting.
Yeah,
look,
no, and by the way, he's a former CIA guy, so he knows just
Very cool.
exactly how bloated it all really is. Okay, so you're a mathematician by background, along with being a physicist and an attorney and an investor and central banker. So, like I said, you've done it all. As you think about this as an investor, as you think about these odds, and by the way, Polymarket is not an outlier. We're looking at all the prediction markets right now. And he's just overwhelmingly ahead. So what does this tell you about where we might be heading?
A couple of things. First of all, I thought the fact that you're talking about Donald Trump taking the popular staggering statement, and I think that what it is telling people, the way I would read it, is. And
by the way, we got Rob Horton here with me as well.
Yeah,
I think you know Rob. This is Neil.
The American people are sending a message that the policies that we've been sort of fighting with for the last number of years in terms of the educational system, the immigration system, and a lot of these other issues on top of, just the personalities, I think the American people are ready to sort of revert to things that are more traditional. And the popular vote is a tremendous indicator of that. Again, I've been talking to people the last few days. If you go back to the 2020 election, New York to me was an interesting indicator. The Biden administration, Joe Biden won 5.3 million to 3.3 or 4 million. That's going to narrow a lot. And if the New York population, even if you can't quite swing New York to being a Republican state yet, if you have this enormous narrowing in the population, it's telling you what's going on in this state. Is the people are getting tired of it. And I think that the outcome of this election could well be a really tremendous opportunity to reset American policy in a way that I think a lot of us would like to see.
It's Rob, you and I were talking about that earlier. Neil, I got to get you in the center of the shot. Sorry. There you go. If you can see. Rob and I were talking about that earlier, that, the world has gotten so crazy. And like, even if you thought you were in the middle, because it's become so crazy, you've realized actually, I'm really I'm like a crazy right winger because, I don't know. I think that it's not really fair to have people that were born as boys competing in college sports or high school sports against girls, and apparently that's crazy, right? You're not allowed to say this stuff. And so when you say we have to rethink a lot. We have to rethink how much we spend. We have to rethink our government, the size of the government. We have to rethink everything, but we also have to rethink this cancel culture and this social insanity. And Rob was saying he hopes that if a Donald Trump presidency comes in and if this is a landslide, like Polymarket is predicting here, then maybe we have a shot at going back to some form of normalization. Rob, I'll let you pick that up.
Yeah. Hey, Neil. Yeah. I mean, I think your point is spot on. This is actually, I think it's very healthy for the country that this is setting up to be a potentially landslide victory, because everyone's going to wake up tomorrow and the people on the other side are going to realize, no, fascism is not here. Everything's normal and we move forward and the stock market will be strong probably and the economy looks good. And so it's a very healthy moment, and it's good that there was just this kind of consolidation, that the country spoke and there's no confusion, there's no debate, and we can move forward. And I think it as you were, I think, pretty much alluding to, it kind of goes back to, and Trish was saying, we really had this sort of woke movement and all of these ideas kind of came into our politics, and it's to me that's very much at the core of the problem, and all the wrong way we were addressing everything in our language and thinking about things. And now it's time to just go back to traditional American,
meritocracy.
The basic concepts that we all believed in maybe 5 years ago.
Yeah.
I think that's exactly right. I think that we had a period in here where, look, there's nothing wrong with concepts that, that you wanted great education for everybody, right? That you wanted an equal system, but one that just was totally disconnected with the entire history. I think it would be Edmund Burke who would have probably been yelling at us if you go back to all the way. I mean, I think the American people are delivering a message. I think the type of numbers that at least you're discussing with the betting odds are a staggering statement that the people were not happy with just totally jettisoning throwing the baby out with the bathwater. And I think there's an expectation and a hope that we can renormalize the ship, that there's a lot of really good stuff going on, a lot of amazing investment. You were asking about the markets. The only thing I would worry about, look, one of the other questions we're going to have is what's going to happen with the Senate. It looks like the Senate, I believe, I didn't see you quoting odds, is going to be Republican. I would assume the House will be with it. And the only real question may turn out to be, what does that imply in the shorter run for spending versus the longer run? Right? You can see it if you actually look at the market. You were talking about Bitcoin, but the dollar is getting beat up tonight. If you look at the long end of the yield curve, the long bond is down several points, which is an unusual move. So the market is sort of right now saying, okay, there's going to be investment. The stock market's up about a little over 1%, but you've got to be very careful that the cost of money may come under pressure. And then you have to layer in some of these other things. Like one of the fascinating discussions we've been going through is the issue of tariffs and what Donald will do with tariffs versus investment. And I think we end up listening to most people worry that, a tariff's going to end up raising the price of a good, but nobody really tries to go through the analysis of what happens if we normalize the relative cost of goods for what we can produce in the United States versus what is being produced outside the United States. Now, there may be a short-term adjustment process in prices, but in the long run, if the American economy is attracting more capital, if the American economy is becoming more productive, if we're able to export goods, a lot more goods to the world, I mean, there are a lot of long-term benefits that come from reshoring great industries to the United States. And you haven't heard much of the discussion of this in the whole process. It's all come down to, well, it's going to cost you more tomorrow to buy a good. And I think that short changes some of the potential benefits of what can happen. Now, you don't want to just simply willy-nilly impose tariffs. And I think some of the use of tariffs will also be to try and, sort of persuade America's traditional allies and others, to maybe adjust their policies to be more in alignment with this country. But there's a lot of good that can come out of this stuff.
We've had this debate and this discussion a lot at 76 Research, where we are, by the way, simulcasting. This is on both the Trish Regan channel and on 76 Research. And I'm just, I love the way he's kind of turned it on its head. In traditional classic economic circles, it was all about, we got to grow the pie, and, you got to think about how, you do what you're best at and they do what they're best at. But given the world and the complexity of the world in which we now live, Rob, I'll throw this to you. I mean, you just can't say, all right, we're gonna outsource everything. Like we learned in 2020, did we not? When I couldn't buy Lysol or Clorox or any of these things anywhere, even though they were made in the U.S. The chemicals were coming from China, so we were dependent on China for something as simple as Clorox, let alone the semiconductor stuff, right? You're highly dependent on Taiwan for that. Look, there's got to be a need for us to have a national economic plan, and Donald Trump's the only one, literally the only single one talking about this, and he's taken a hell of a lot of heat for doing so.
Yeah, a pure free trade model works if you're dealing with a world filled with friendly, allied countries, but you're not. And now one of our chief trading partners, China, is our biggest adversary. I think Trish is right. I mean, we need to think about industrial production more as a national security issue. Neil, to your point, it's a great point that is under-discussed. Technology is actually going to be a key answer. Automation, industrial automation. If we are going to have tariffs that kind of compel us to produce more domestically, that's going to require investment in new technologies that give us that productive capability. And we've got AI playing a role here. So it's actually a very exciting future, right? I mean, because through technological advancement, through AI, even perhaps spurred on by relative costs, associated with tariffs, we could have a real renaissance of domestic manufacturing, and certainly that's a priority of Trump.
Yeah. By the way, you made the point around interesting. People don't realize, in a sense, there are industries which are truly national security industries where we've outsourced our production. I mean, the ability to ramp up the military to meet growing, global demands is still a problem. I mean, there are reasons you want to bring these industries onshore, because you do not want to be beholden directly or indirectly or somewhere in the production process to China having a say, number one. Or, for example, today I almost fell off my chair. I mean, the greatest fighter jet in the world is the F-35. China announced today, or rolled out, an F-35, they call it the F-35J, I think just to rub it in, which is almost a mirror image of American technology at the highest level, which was obtained apparently through hacking into the British defense systems. Now, how scary is that?
No, it's super scary. It's super scary. And if we don't actually put these things at the top of our agenda, we're going to have a problem. I mean, what's exciting to me, though, is the chance that the American people really, when push comes to shove, we get it right. We get it right. I want to play a clip for you guys of James Carville just moments ago. I guess this would be on CNN, offering a very grim outlook for Kamala Harris. Let's take a listen.
I'm sure the data people in the Harris world are looking at this.
Yeah, Loudoun County, Virginia is not great. And think Dulles Airport, suburban Washington. I think Biden was like 62 in 2020. I'm seeing 57, 58 right now. There are troubling signs out there, but we got a big vote coming out of Philadelphia. Let's just wait a second. Let's see what happens in North Carolina and Georgia. But I would be less than honest if I didn't say the early indications here are not sterling.
It really is Pennsylvania, though, that everyone has their eye on. It could very well come down to that state. It's always been an important state. But
we're talking about a 50 to 100,000 increase in Democratic vote in Philadelphia, so that should absorb something. It should absorb a lot. And some of the stuff I see out of Georgia is obviously more encouraging. Florida, anything is more encouraging than that.
Well, it's still early. This is fascinating,
and
though.
Wayne County, she's going.
Okay, so look, thoughts. That's kind of a, it sounds like, Carville's kind of thrown in the towel there.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's amazing, Trish, if you've watched the whole process. I'm still almost in shock that we, forget the process of how she became the nominee, which was uncomfortable enough in a democratic concept. It was almost like it was a choreographed process. Mm-hmm. But we really haven't heard anything, in a sense, of what the other person stood for, what the other person's policies were, her willingness to appear and engage in a way that we could listen to. And the fact that, it seems like this was actually the planned strategy to get her to the White House. You want to look at and say, what were they thinking? And by the way, thank God they were thinking this, because I think it just opened up, just this massive runway to what we're seeing happen tonight. Now, obviously, as Carville said, it's not 100% until it's over. I mean, I guess the old adage, until the fat lady sings, but it's, for him to be saying at this stage of the evening that it looks like it's a problem should tell you something.
Yeah, I think it's a problem. And I think, Carville, he told them ages ago, right? Like, you guys are like completely out of touch with how working class America works. What's happened to us? Like, what's happened? Neil, you'll appreciate this. So Georgetown University is saying, well, if you're really upset with the election tomorrow, we have a special room for you to go to. We got, cookies and milk and cookies, and I guess special animals you can pet. Anyway, and like, by the way, one of the schools, is it Ethical Culture? Yeah. Ethical Culture right. Fieldston is saying, well, you don't have to come to school tomorrow if you're that upset about this. And it's like, wait a second. The guy who may be the next president of the United States was shot, like literally shot at, and he stood up in front of everyone and said, fight. And you people can't even go to school?
Right. Well, it's telling you this is theoretically the leaders of the future, that they're being well prepared to, to function in high intensity, high pressure jobs. I mean, it really is sort of wild, what you're watching happen to the young. But Trish, that's the other side of the coin. This is a consequence of the nature of the policies that I think tonight's election is telling you that people in this country are tired of and worried about. Because again, 15, 20 years from now, these are the people who will be rising through the ranks of American business, industry, government. They're not being prepared to think, to respond, to cope with difficult situations. That's not what you want. I mean, you went back to the other one. I mean, you were raised in sporting. Like my son-in-law is a great athlete, and he propelled himself through difficult times because of athletics. We're raising kids now that you're not supposed to. Competition is bad. That's wrong. Competition prepares you for things that you can't expect and teaches you how to deal with situations that are almost guaranteed to rise in life.
I don't understand it. It's not the way we were raised. And it's frightening to me that it's come to this. I'm hearing a rumor, actually, one of our viewers is writing in about Washington Post seemingly having just called Iowa. So let me see if I can get that to you. But did you have a question, Rob?
No, I think...
Or an observation, I should say.
Yeah, I think Neil's on something. I mean, this is really kind of a cultural moment, and based on which side you are, it's really it's a very stark difference in philosophies. Not just on economic policy, but just on life, on how the country should be run, where power should sit, and very much how we should raise our children, what our core beliefs are, and it's all indications are the American people are picking one side rather than the other side that they've had to live with for 4 years.
I'm just looking at some county maps that are coming in, and you're just seeing this real shift, a massive shift where all of these counties increasingly going red, 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 red. And it's fascinating. I remember, Neil, when Hillary Clinton went on to late night TV, she was totally, people was like hazed for this. They were furious that she said this. When she made some comment about the transgender issue really not being the issue for the Democrat Party that they should really glom onto. And it was very pragmatic, and she was right. And yet they ignored that advice. Carville has said some similar things, and they thought they could go all woke and crazy. And America's like, yeah, no, we've had enough. I mean, if these numbers hold true.
Even if they don't totally hold true to the extent, it seems pretty clear that there has been a significant shift. And again, I'm going to point to the states, which would we call them the swing states, and even the non-swing states. I think if you look at New York, hopefully, you're going to find that, look, I live down a block. Trish knows my wife quite well. She'll go to one of the restaurants if I'm not around, and it's 2 blocks from the house, and it becomes unsafe for her to walk 2 blocks home at night, that I make her get into a cab. I think you're seeing the issues like, defund the police. I think you're finding people are tired of the issues and the costs and really the disparities between spending billions and tens and hundreds of billions of dollars on illegals when they snub their noses or thumb their noses at average Americans and don't feel it's their obligation to not only not help them, they don't even want to listen to people. And maybe in the larger sense, this is just going to knock some sense back into the population and bring us back into a situation where the broad spectrum of the population is listened to, and the left.
Wouldn't that be great? You and I were talking earlier this week, and you made this point to me. You were saying, like, look, Trish, this could be actually really good because, the pendulum swings, right? It swung way too far, crazy left, where, like I said, I mean, like, just a normal person now seems like they're on the, you can't be in the middle. Like, you have to be so far left. And you made the point, actually, Rob made the same point earlier today, like this is a good opportunity to have this reset. My fear, of course, is what I'm seeing in the Daily Mail. 10% of the country thinks there's going to be a civil war. 25% says there's going to be protests. I'm sure there's going to be protests. And by the way, we don't have any police to control the protests, right? So what happens if America flips out, freaks out? My friend Mark Halpern was on Tucker's show recently. Mark is a longtime political analyst and reporter, and he made the point that there's going to be some people that are just devastated. I actually know some, right? Like, we don't talk about politics together, but I can't imagine. Because, look, if Trump loses, I'm sad. But again, at the end of the day, I'm still an American. I respect the office of the presidency. I'll get over it. But, like, there are people, and Mark made this point, that they're not going to get over it. Like, they're going to go into serious, serious depression and, like, question everything. And I'm like, how can that be? Have they been so badly brainwashed?
Yes. Well, look, take a step back, Trish. You already said the key point. They're going to be the marginal fringe, number one. And you want the truth, as long as they're peaceful protests, generically, that's their right. I think the fact that you're seeing such a large swing, again, not just potentially in the electoral college vote, but in the popular vote, will tell you that the country is not going to tolerate a violent reaction by a small fringe group of the population. I think the country is telling you they want to go back.
I want to jump in with some breaking news. Trump's taken Iowa. That has been confirmed actually by Washington Post as well as NBC. And guys, this is a big deal because don't forget that crazy poll that came out the other day by Ann Seltzer and the Des Moines Register. And it was wild. It suggested, he didn't have a shot at Iowa. It kind of stood in defiance of every other poll that we've seen out there. And she said it was going to be older women that were coming out to vote in droves, and that it totally changed everything. Well, he has, ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump taking Iowa. So he's got Iowa, he's got Texas, he's got Florida, West Virginia, Kentucky, Indiana, South Carolina, Mississippi. It keeps coming in. We're waiting, of course, on Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia. But if you look at Polymarket, and I know you're looking, hey, what are you seeing there, Rob, in terms of numbers right now? It's still in that really strong range. I imagine he just shot up as a result of Iowa because there was some reluctance. Neil. We were looking at this the other day, Rob and I, and we're like, what's going on? And it was concern about Iowa. Now that's out of the way. What's the thinking?
94% chance of victory for Trump at the moment.
94. Oh my gosh. What are we saying what does Polymarket Prediction say? What are the odds on his chance on the swing states?
I'm going to click on popular vote right now.
Okay.
Popular vote is 78% chance of winning the popular vote.
Neil, can you believe this?
It's I would say it's a tsunami.
It's a tsunami.
Right. So one thing you said, Trish, I want to make.
Hang on one second. I just want to get this on the screen. What's the number on what chance does he have on the popular vote?
Oh, what did I just say? It was, well, anyway, I'm on this. We're at a 62% chance of the swing states, which actually came down. It was as high as 74.
Okay.
But I'll toggle back here to popular.
Okay, so it's, tell me again, 60% chance of swing states?
So it's 77 on the popular vote.
Wow. Yeah, tsunami. Tsunami is right, Neil Grossman.
And the thing I think though, you said something important, Trish. We've been through a period where the Democratic Party has basically been tone deaf to the larger, to the perspective of the larger the public at large, both their party and the other party. The key here is you take a victory like this is not to get complacent and arrogant about it, but to take this what's happening, look at it carefully, and understand you are being given. I shudder to use this word because every time Biden used the word with a 51-49 edge, it drove me crazy. But this looks like it is going to be a tremendous mandate. And the key is to take that mandate, understand you still represent the public at large, and you have an opportunity here to really, again, this is an opportunity to reset American history.
Yes.
And really set this country on a course to greater things in a greater way. and to do it in a way that doesn't create alienation that we keep going through this again, right? I think this is an amazing opportunity, and he's got some really. I mean, you talked again with Buck before. Elon Musk is truly one of the smartest people we've ever had. Not only intelligent, but this is a guy who's been able to put 3 or 4 amazing businesses and make them the biggest businesses. He's talking about putting us on Mars. I mean, it's sort of like listening to John Kennedy in 1960 with these grandiose ideas of a man on the moon. I mean, the opportunity here is beyond imagination, really. It's exciting.
I think it's going to be a tsunami. I think you're right. And you know what? It is really important right now, I think, for him to set the right tone, because there are going to be people that are very upset, right? And we need to understand and be respectful of that, et cetera. I think we need to be magnanimous. I think that this is not something to flaunt to people, but just in some ways to be relieved, because it gives everyone, I think, a little bit more faith in what this country is really about. And our origins matter. Our meritocracy matters. Capitalism matters, Neil.
Right. You know what? Being to have dreams and to create things, and you benefit from that and participate in the outcome is the American way. And I think that was, again, part of the problem. You know, we were so socializing everything, and expectations were dropping, because it gets very hard to be motivating when you're not doing anything for yourself, or somebody is telling you all you're doing is for the people that they want to see benefit. And I think going back to more traditional capitalism, encouraging all of these things, is going to be really, really amazing.
So we get there. I mean, you know, what's your thought on just the length of time it's going to take to get things like Pennsylvania in? It didn't used to be like this. It used to be that, you know, you used to actually find these things out as recently as 2016. Do you think, if this is really going in the direction of a landslide, Neil, that they'll kind of speed up the process in some of these key states?
If he is won without them, the process is going to accelerate tremendously. So, you know, and again, I think it's going to come down to, if there's a large enough margin of victory for Pennsylvania, and he's going to walk away with 300 or 310 electoral votes, or whatever it comes to, without Pennsylvania is not going to be a problem. If it's going to come down to the point where that state is the deciding factor, and again, listening to the numbers Rob is presenting, that doesn't sound like where we are, then it will be tooth and nail if it's that close to that it's going to swing the election. It just doesn't sound like that at this moment, to be honest with you. But again, it is a long night. I mean, it's hard for me to believe that Donald is not going to win Nevada. I'm not sure about Arizona, but, you know, if he wins Arizona, he wins Nevada, he carries North Carolina at some point, and carries Georgia. At some point, Pennsylvania is irrelevant. And
yeah,
maybe
what's the math on that? Rob's been crunching all these numbers.
Yeah, no, I mean, he has to win. Even with Nevada, he does have to win one of those 3 blue wall states. But I mean, you know, it seems like he might win all of them. I mean, the betting markets are saying he'll win all 3. So.
You know, have the betting markets been that wrong? I was looking at this. They've only been wrong like twice, going back to 1866. They're typically pretty right, although they can shift dramatically. But they tend to actually have a really good track record. Why is that, Neil, mathematician that you are, and former, you know, hedge fund manager that you are? Why is it that the prediction markets have such a good track record?
I think the people who put their money to work and back their money usually have a much deeper analysis
than the media.
I mean, seriously, if you're going to put
then, you know.
money,
By the way, I should tell you, I'm trying to find the sound because they're freaking out. There were, you know, Jake Tapper just can't believe what he's seeing out of Georgia. Just can't believe what he's seeing out of Georgia on CNN.
Bring them on.
And Chris Wallace as well, who I used to work with at Fox, is there. That they can't believe it. By the way, I should tell you, breaking right now, GOP Senator Ted Cruz is going to win his reelection. This is projected by CNN. Once again, overcoming Democrat efforts to unseat him. They had an ex-NFL player that was trying to unseat him. Ted Cruz for the win there in Texas. Trump took Texas as well. But they are flipping out. They're like, what is going on? What is going on? Like, does nobody listen to us? And the truth is, no, I guess not. Either that or they're listening and they're like, you guys are high because, like I actually had a pretty decent life for 4 years and then it was upended by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
Can I ask you or change a subject, which I think
Of
this
course.
also facing? Look, Trish, you and I have talked about a lot about what's going on in the Middle East, and the conflict, Hamas, Iran, Israel.
Mm-hmm.
I think if you've been watching, there is a chance with Donald coming to power that the Israelis can help realign and create a Middle East that is sort of Iranian theology free and hopefully can create an amazing. I mean, can you imagine if we get peace in the Middle East? I actually had a friend who said Donald's going to win the Nobel Prize if he does that, by the way. But it is the biggest flashpoint conflict in the world right now. I know Ukraine's a big issue, but I think even that will resolve itself as well. But the simple fact is that if this can be resolved in a way which degrades the Iranian threat, and at the same time, basically, you're degrading the Iraqi, Syrian, and Lebanese situation, when you can create
he was there. He was nearly there. I mean, you think about the Kushner's thing that he put together. They were so close. And then Biden comes in and gives Iran, by the way, a ton of money, $6 billion. And look at the aftermath. I mean, I really think they're misguided. I think Jake Sullivan, who, by the way, is on tape saying, hey, the head of the NSC, we've done such a great job. We've brought peace to the Middle East. It's like, buddy, what are you talking about? And then you see what unfolded. So Jake is doing that. And then you get Antony Blinken, our Secretary of State, who's never made the right decision, like ever. And he's been Biden's confidant forever. And you've got problems. I mean, you just have people. And by the way, John McCain, and I know, not everybody loves John McCain, but John McCain warned of this. John McCain back in, I want to say it was in the year 2000 or so. Is it? Yeah. I mean, he was like 20 some odd years ago. He came out and said, there's no way that Antony Blinken should be named Deputy Secretary of State because he will cost us American lives. He's just wrong on everything. I mean, I'm not saying he's dumb. He just literally makes the wrong decision over and over and over and over again. And here we are. And I have these horrific memories. Remember, we got out of Afghanistan and how terrible that was, how shameful that was. And you look at the chaos that has ensued, and it's bad management. You know what happens? Like, I've worked at companies. You lose the top boss, and then the whole place goes to hell, right? Because nobody knows what's going on. Nobody's in charge. Everybody's jockeying for position. Everybody gets really sharp elbows. It becomes totally miserable. Everybody's, it implodes. And it's almost as though the whole world was going without a manager. And I'm not saying the U.S. needs to or wants to manage the world, but you need somebody who's a tough cowboy out there. And we didn't have it. I mean, Donald Trump kept everyone, I remember this, everyone on their toes because nobody knew what the heck he was capable of. There's something in that, right? You kind of want that. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, Trish, but it's not just brute force that keeps the world on its toes. It's diplomatic finesse. And that's what Trump displayed in his 4 years. The Abraham Accords, brilliant. And that's the opportunity Neil was referring to kind of bring the Gulf Arab states aligned with Israel and to, put Iran in check. We need to reset our relationship with Russia and China, with the BRICS nations. We don't, there's so much that went wrong diplomatically over the last 4 years that Trump now has the opportunity to rectify and stabilize the world and, stop antagonizing parties that we don't need to be antagonizing while protecting the people we need to protect.
You realize if you settle the Middle East and again, you defang Iran, that changes the dynamic of how you can deal with Ukraine versus Russia, for example. It gives the world, gives everybody the chance to sort of really push back against Russia and say enough's enough. It basically will put China and the Eastern Asian, countries that are in their sphere of influence in a very different position. It gives you the chance to. By the way, this has been one of the biggest things. We've abdicated. Sorry about the word. Our position as the single global power over the last number of years, at least 8 of the last 12, right? Actually, I guess even more, maybe 16 if you go back to the first Obama presidency. And the bottom line, this gives us a chance to reorient and project American power in a way that it suits and serves our interests, but hopefully creates an environment globally that's very different than what we're looking at right now. And again, this to me has been one of the major issues of this election. I know foreign policy has sort of been less focused on, but the global environment, it has not been conducive to the nature of great production, great productivity, and actually, it's missed, as you said, it's missing the leader.
You're right. We need leadership. We just need leadership, and that's what he was. That's what he is. You think about the situation in Pennsylvania, getting shot, and he stands up like a leader and says, fight, to the people. I mean, he knows, by the way, the Iranians are totally after him. But what's concerning to me at this very moment in time? I'm getting some sound in. It's what I feared. We talked about it earlier in the night. Was there a chance that the Democrats would try and do something to unravel the Electoral College? I mean, hey, maybe he gets the popular vote too. And so this is all moot. But let me play for you what they're saying right now. This is Lawrence O'Donnell over on MSNBC. Oh, I can see you grimacing right now, Neil. I can see it.
Mamas are making all their kids vote. I made not only my kids, but my bonus son also. I mean, it was relentless. I have a bonus. You have to have an extra because I have 3.
It's like multi-ball and pinball.
So I don't like to be outnumbered with odd numbers. And so we have 3. So we add a 4th so they can team up and it kind of dissipates their power.
Wow.
Yeah, gives us more influence.
This is
always have an extra. We take them on vacation.
Deep insight into your parenting strategy, Joy.
Even numbers. Keep me in charge.
Lawrence.
I would like to issue an apology to all of those states that we have not mentioned. It's not our fault. It's the founding fathers. They decided on this thing called the Electoral College, which, interestingly, no other country in the world decided to copy. And because of that, in presidential terms, in effect, on nights like this, you have a right to think that it feels like no one cares about your vote. If you're in California or if you're in New York. And when you think about how enormous a force that can be in voter suppression, there may be nothing quite like it. Imagine if California voters ever got to think that their votes for president matter. There are 7 million people in California who don't vote. They're registered. They don't vote today. And how many of them would turn out? And, oh, by the way, how many more millions would that add to Kamala Harris's total? New York, the state of New York, another 7 million people who don't vote in this presidential election because they know what the outcome is for their state. Most of those, if they voted, would add millions to Kamala Harris. And this Electoral College problem is one that bedevils us in the 21st century as it never has before.
Thank you for saying that. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Let me just jump over to Alex Wagner with the insiders. We're about 4.5 minutes from this.
Oh, wow.
Good morning and welcome to This Week. It is almost over. What comes next is anyone's guess. What we do know is this. No election since the Civil War has posed such a test of our constitutional system. Whether to accept election results and the peaceful transfer of power has never been on the ballot like this. The stakes in this election are as high as it gets. The differences between the candidates are as stark as it gets. And as we emerge from the final weekend, the polls suggest that this election is as close as it gets.
Come on. Come on. I mean, that was actually from Sunday. I mean, he just looks so darn foolish. It's like, okay, so on the one hand, you have Georgie Pye saying this is like, what's that?
Right. Listen to O'Donnell, what he said. He said, no country in the world has the electoral system we have. Well, that's probably right, but I would bet every country in the world would like to be in the position of the United States as a democracy, as an economic power, as a political power. I mean, the question, the argument that we're different is not one that I would use to say we want to go their way as opposed to have them come ours, number one. Number two, more importantly, this country could not have gotten going without a compromise that needed to be reached between what were, by the way, the same arguments. Large states back then, there were 13 colonies, and New York, Massachusetts, and Virginia were very large and really wanted to have a pure popular vote. And the other 10 states said, not a chance. We're not going to sacrifice the nature of the sovereignty to these 3 states to run the country. And, you know, we have a mechanism in place that can change it, but it's designed to make sure that any structural change of that nature requires a supermajority. And to be honest with you, that's what you want. I mean, look what Britain did with Brexit by a 51-49 margin.
It reminds me of it.
Right. You want to think about it. I'm not saying we can't go down that road. It's going to be a very hard sell because you still have the same problem. If you look at the electoral map, or actually the map of the United States, I think 93% of the land area is basically Republican, and you have these highly concentrated localities with very large, concentration of voters. Most of the country is not going to say New York, California, Illinois, and maybe if it ever swings, let's say Texas or Florida, is going to run the United States simply because they have a very large preponderance of one-sided voting. Now, it may not be perceived as being purely democratic, but we're a Republican democracy, not just a pure democracy. And I think they're throwing mud at a wall because they're upset about the outcome, and they don't really want to take it. I get it. If you live in California and 80% of the population of California votes Democrat, you are right. Your vote doesn't really count and doesn't make a difference. I think George Bush was the one when he was first campaign talking, or maybe it was the second, when he was talking to the black colleges. He was saying to the students, listen, if you're only going to vote Democratic, nobody's going to pay attention to you. You've got to demonstrate a willingness to listen to both sides and ultimately be willing to tell one side that you're going to go the other way, and you get a lot more respect for that. And I think this sort of polarization of a couple of large states, and that they've got so many people voting, is you're going to get the yelling. But I don't think the United States wants to or is anywhere near thinking that a pure popular vote. And by the way, if you look at all the illegals that have come in, if all of a sudden they're going to be voting as well, you can only imagine where that argument is going to go.
Oh, it's not. It's to your point. Like it's not part of our foundation. We need to ensure the diversity of landscape, the diversity of people. Growing up, I was from a really small state, New Hampshire. New Hampshire's actually in play tonight. Normally, New Hampshire wouldn't get the time of day. Think about that from a presidential candidate if it was just about population, because you'd be spending all your time in California and New York. But I think it's troubling, Neil. I think it's troubling, Rob, that this is the MO, right? Like that's exactly where they're going. Now that came from a little bit earlier in the night. We're now getting odds that, he might just actually win the popular vote. 70% chance he might win the popular vote. I mean, this would be a massive tsunami that is history in the making. I mean, I'm telling you, right? We are on the front lines of this, guys, in the here and now.
Yeah, it certainly takes the wind out of the sails of the abolish the Electoral College movement when you actually win the popular vote.
Yeah.
Or come close to it.
Go ahead, Neil.
It's just not going to be changed. At the end of the day, listen, our system works pretty well. There are different mechanisms for how we select at the different levels of the government. I mean, the Senate is actually even more of an elite, in a sense, non-democratic organization. Why does a state the size of Delaware get 2 votes and California get 2 votes? Precisely because that was the compromise that was, by the way, the word compromise is a very good one. Compromise, it was necessary to get this country going. And there are times when these things seem to lose touch with some of the general broader environment, but it's worked pretty damn well for now what 240 years or whatever we're nearing. I guess By the way, I can't wait to see Donald's party for in 2020.
By the way, so one of my producers is actually there in West Palm, and he's supposed to be speaking tonight. He gave a very good statement earlier. I don't know if you saw this, but I'm going to play it for you guys because it is worth seeing. He came out and was just very magnanimous, I thought, and said, we may not know the results tonight. Here we go.
Do you accept the possibility that you and Vice President Harris both might not get to 270 electoral votes by the end of tonight?
It should never happen. A thing like that should never happen. This election should be over. They spend all this money on machines. And frankly, if they'd use paper ballots, it would be over by 10 o'clock. And by the way, the paper ballots would cost 8%. It would be 8% of the cost. If they would use paper ballots, voter ID, proof of citizenship, and one-day voting, it would all be over by 10 o'clock in the evening. It's crazy. They use these very expensive computers, and I'm hearing in Pennsylvania they won't have an answer till 2 or 3 days from now. I think it's an absolute outrage if that's the case. Now, maybe it'll be later, but it's paper ballots in France. They went paper ballots because the mail-in was not working. It was corrupt. And in France, they went paper ballots. And at 10 o'clock in the evening, they had 37 million votes counted and done. They had a winner, they had a loser. And in this country, I'm just hearing that in certain states, it's going to be a long time. And it won't even be close. It won't even be that close. They say, I'm going to win the state, but it's going to take a long time to certify it.
Could you see a world where you don't declare victory tonight?
Yeah, I'm hearing the same things that you're hearing. I'm hearing states where I'm up by a lot, but they won't have a final number for a long time.
What are your plans for the night in terms of watching the results and so forth?
So we're going to have a very special group of people, many of whom you know, and they'll be at Mar-a-Lago. In addition, we'll have 4,000 or 5,000 people at the convention center. On the assumption I win, I don't know if something else happens. I don't know what's going to happen in terms of declaring victory, but if in normal times I would go over to the convention center, let's say at 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock or something, but I just don't know. It looks like we have a very substantial lead. It looks like we have many more Republicans voting today than Democrats, so if you have a lead and we have a bigger vote, that means you're doing very well, but they have to call a winner. They should, and they should call a winner, yes.
So it's an interesting commentary there from Donald Trump. I think it's rather fascinating, Neil, that he is being so magnanimous. I think that he had some internal polling that really did show him to be quite strong. And of course, as we're getting all this information in, he's looking as though he's really going to have, I'm going to use your words, you coined it, sir, you really coined it, a tsunami effect, maybe even picking up the popular vote as well. So just an incredible thing to see there. I'm joined here by Neil Grossman, dear friend, longtime friend, Neil Grossman, who is just brilliant. He is a mathematician, a physicist, a lawyer, a vineyard owner, and a wonderful husband and a wonderful father. Without getting too personal, I think you also have been enormously frustrated by the administration's screw up, if you would, in Florida as it relates to the hurricane. And this is something that, Donald Trump really pounced on. FEMA's messed up. It's like typical bureaucracy. Bush suffered from the same thing during Katrina, but it's just like they can't get from point A to point B on anything. And I know you were frustrated with that.
Well, look, as you know, my family's dealing with this in a pretty extensive way. But as I tell people, we have the resources to try and help deal with this a bit. When you drive down where we were in St. Petersburg, though, there are miles and miles and miles of these homes of people, that are, modest people who've spent their lives working and have accumulated. and their lives are sitting on the side of a road, and I don't think they know what to do. And it makes your heart, tears your heart out watching and realizing that I mean, even cleaning it up isn't finished yet. I mean, when was Helene? It was what, 4 or 5 weeks ago? An enormous amount. And this is not to yell at the governor. I think the Florida governor's done a remarkably good job in trying to deal with it, but there has not been the type of assistance. And you just got to feel for people like this, that there's almost no place to turn when you're confronted with a catastrophe like this. And yeah, it goes to leadership, it goes to management, and ultimately, again, maybe that's part of what you're seeing in some of the voting around there. I mean, I have a close friend in North Carolina who was in Asheville, but he didn't live down near the river. When he told me what the destruction was like along the river in Asheville, you couldn't believe it, right? And the people they were having people carrying knapsacks of water up and down the mountain to try and get, assistance to people. That shouldn't be happening. That's like you're watching an earthquake in Nepal. You'd think about something like that, not in the United States.
Yeah. Turning to some more numbers, and I'm sorry for everything your family's going through. I'm so sorry for all of the people down there, but I hear you, and it's just bad bureaucracy, and I think fear that because of all the DEI nonsense, there would be some preference for some people over other people, et cetera. And this really, it fed into the concern that the government really isn't there for everyone. This is fascinating. So I'm looking at some exit polls that came out of Georgia and North Carolina. And this is, wow. He's really scoring big with an unlikely demographic that would be black men. Voter surveys show that Trump was winning 20% of black men in both of these states. So both North Carolina and Georgia, these are both swing states, and that's double digits he was up. He won double digits among black voters overall, which is a huge improvement over where he was 4 years ago. In fact, 4 years ago, Donald Trump won only 11% of black voters in Georgia and only 7% in North Carolina. So this is a massive inroad. On top of that, Neil, Rob, Latino men came out in droves for him, and they made up a huge percentage of those voters in Arizona and Nevada. And now we will not have all of that data until those polls close. I guess that, they're on the West. Well, they must be closed by now. We'll go back and see if we can't find some more of that data. But I think overall, this is probably what's contributing to what we're seeing in poly market. And Rob, maybe just run us through some of those numbers there. What are you seeing? Because I think this is just remarkable. I mean, the fact that he may win the popular vote, the fact that he may win here, all of the swing states, 60% chance he wins every swing state. I'd be stunned if he took every single one of them. But listen, I mean, the people are speaking. The people have spoken. I should point out that, unfortunately, Adam Schiff has won his Senate seat in California. So, hey, Trump wins North Carolina, the first big swing state of the night, you guys. Unbelievable. Okay, so run the numbers. What does this mean? He wins North Carolina. So now what is the path, Rob?
Well, I mean, we are where we are, where basically he just has to pick up one of those big three states, and they're all, at least in poly market, sort of pointing in his direction. So we're up to 94% chance of overall victory in poly market. What are we on popular vote here? Popular vote chances, 86% for Trump to win the popular vote.
What?
Yeah. And
oh my gosh, Neil.
When was the last time, Rob? I mean, I assume the Republicans won it under Reagan, but how often have the Republicans won the popular vote for presidency over the last, say, 30 years?
That is a great Google search question. It must have been in the Reagan 84 landslide, but
I'm sure it wasn't during the Clinton years or Obama years. I don't know how much it was during the Bush 2 years. So I mean, again, there is a hopefully.
I'm like,
a
I'm
real-
tearing up because I'm just blown away because everybody said to me, like, what do you think? What do you think? What do you think? And I'm like, look, it could go either, I think that we all have, Buck and I were talking about this earlier, right? Like PTSD from 2020. And so it's just like, you want to be very, very careful, but like, I'm amazed by this. Sometimes I think I'm the only one, Neil. Rob, like, Rob and I are good friends. Neil and I are good friends, but like, sometimes I'm like, okay, it's just sort of like our crew, right? Like you have the people you can talk to and then everybody else, you're just like, all right, don't mind me. We also all live in a very sort of blue area, but it's like, no, we're not the only ones. Like everybody else thinks this stuff is crazy too.
By the way, my daughter sent me a note, who's a big fan, Trish, as you know.
Oh.
According to her, there's an article that says that it hasn't happened since Bush.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Since maybe Bush's reelection or. Yeah.
Wow.
What's another thing we're not talking about? It looks like we might have a red wave. It looks like the Senate is, the odds in poly market for the Senate are extremely high. And then the odds for the House, and the House was not expected to go red. Last I checked, House control after 2024. The Democrats it's down to 27% chance that the Democrats control the House. So that implies basically the Senate will go red, and the betting markets at least are saying they were 50-50 at 8 p.m. and now it's like, 75-25 in favor of the Republicans to control that. So, I mean, that's what, that is tsunami, mandate, landslide, three chambers, three branches of government.
It's sort of cool now. And we're going to have Elon cleaning up government. That's a
See, I know that makes your day, Neil. I know that.
Yeah.
So like for those that are just coming to the program, you're just meeting Neil or Rob for the first time. Rob and I work together at 76 Research. Neil, brilliant, former central banker overseas and a former hedge fund manager, also former attorney and current vineyard owner, and absolutely brilliant mathematician, physicist, and constitutional law scholar. So like he's got it all covered. And I'm just so excited to be with you guys here tonight because this is monumental. I mean, this is absolutely massive to think that he's got this big a shot at not just winning it, but winning all of these swing states and then getting the House and the Senate too. Wow. Hello, America. Hello, media. Hello, left. Enough, right? Like, let's get back to some kind of normalcy. Funny to think that Trump is the normalcy after the way they've presented him.
Well, what's interesting too is we've been told how razor thin this election was going to be and how close it was going to be. I mean, this is a wake up call too, just in terms of like, why were we all so convinced of that? Why didn't we know? I mean, the polls were obviously quite wrong, and just the overall read on the public opinion was quite wrong. And to me, that's very interesting, right?
Well, the statisticians, I mean, there are a handful of statisticians out there who probably got this right. But, you have data and it's going to be very interesting, by the way, to see. If you go back to the 16 election, I think the expectations based on polls of what Donald was going to receive were 9% understated. It was about 5 or 6% understated, I believe, in 20. And I'm going to guess there's a lot of that going on here, number one, generically. Number two, I don't know. I've never been called for a poll for a presidential election. I don't know about either of you. And you sort of wonder to some extent how they create, the pool. Because again, these are very small numbers of people that tend to be included. I mean, the mathematical statistics don't require theoretically a large pool for statistical accuracy, but I suspect there are a handful of things that have gone on. The demographic shift, the composition of our population, and the historical database that these people are drawing from may be a big piece of the lack of accuracy of some of these polls. Right. By the way, I think just to get off track slightly, it's the same thing. Trish and I talk about the economy about this for the last 5 years as well. There has been a major shift in the structure of our economy and timing of how people are hired and fired. So the BLS that is using functionally, 80 years of data, where 65 of those years are really only, let's just say for the fun of it, 20% accurate. You don't get the same type of answers and accuracy that you really would like to be drawing upon. And I think that's a big piece of it.
Yeah, that's a great parallel.
Away.
That's a great parallel. I mean, we have these antiquated, jobs report systems that have to be revised down massively. So with all of this big data and technological sophistication, we can't get that right. We don't know what the people actually feel. I mean, I would just raise the question, the polls were so wrong, and it kind of raises the question, are they really just kind of catering to their clients' preferences, right? Who's purchasing these polls, and what do they want the polls to say? They want them to say they're very tight, and maybe they want them to say they favored the Democrats.
Well, that gets to the herding thing, right? That Nate Silver has actually warned about. Nate is a statistician, and he's been looking at all these poll data, and he's like, wait a second, you've got a problem because all of you are herding, meaning you're trying to come to some kind of consensus, and when you have the outliers, you're throwing them out, and you really can't do that, especially with Trump. Like, look, people are afraid to say that they're voting for Trump because you're going to be called a racist, you're going to be called a Nazi, you're going to be called a sexist. I mean, where do you go from that? Like,
you're going to be boycotted, by the way, also.
Yeah, you can't, like, in respectable company, right? Like, you can't actually say this. So how are you ever going to get real data out of the polls? And, we've got friends who were actually, so we do know somebody that was called for a poll, a friend of Rob and I's, and she said, look, I'm not going to talk to you because I'm not going to go on a recorded line. They were recording her, and she's a Trump supporter. And I get it, right? Like, with big data, I think people are like, I don't want to be on record. Like, my vote is private, and I'm going to do what I'm going to do. But given where they all are, I'm not comfortable having a record of it.
And that explains why you're getting outcomes like this, because the statisticians are using, presumably, a data set tied to the overall population. And if you're excluding 15 or 18% who just don't want to answer as a general matter, or, for example, as Rob was saying, the questions are often structured in a way to elicit a response, and particularly early and midpoint of these types of campaigns, you're trying to paint a picture that your candidate is sort of the horse you want to bet on, right? And so the outcomes are sort of important. I mean, if you begin to feel that you're betting on a horse that's not going to finish, it defeats the purpose of the poll. So I think there is probably, not that I'm a professional statistician or pollster, but I would assume that the nature, they know how to ask questions. In fact, the funniest part, the only time I ever got asked for a poll, I think it was about 25 years ago, dealt with actually healthcare. And I wouldn't have answered, but it was a thing I was interested in. And they asked me the first question, and I said, none of the answers fit. And they said, you have to pick one. And I said, I can't pick something that's not right. And they hung up on me. And, that is an element. Most people probably don't go into the depth of analysis of when they're given a question, actually think about what the question means, whether the answers are really appropriate, and how cross. If all you're doing is picking yes and no, or A, B, or C out of something where
I want to jump in and just update you on some more data coming in. Apparently, the Harris campaign has just released a memo. They say that their path is going to be through the blue wall. So I reference this because I do think it's going to be a bit of a long one, in that I unless we get Nevada in, but I believe Nevada takes some time to count their votes. Unless we see, Arizona really early in the evening.
No, but even if we do, Trish, it's got to be, it's got to be one of those blue wall states that Trump has to win. Clear, right?
Well, is there a path without the blue wall?
No.
There's no path.
Either way, again, going back to...
Unless he takes New Hampshire?
Yeah, New Hampshire's off the table. I'm sorry to report, but
it's off the table. New Hampshire went for...
I don't know if it's been called, but Polymarket has it going for overwhelmingly for Harris.
Okay.
So I was really hoping New Hampshire would come in and save the country, but
Yeah, I guess they're getting woke up there. You know, it's all those Massachusetts people moving in. I will tell you that Kelly Ayotte won New Hampshire's governor's race. Kelly Ayotte, a Republican who's had kind of a conflicted relationship with Donald Trump, in that she was very pro-Trump, then she was against, and then she was pro. Anyway, long story short, maybe that's what you need in New Hampshire because, you know, you're sort of vacillating through this area where they love them, they hate them. Anyway, Kelly Ayotte winning that spot as governor there in New Hampshire. So they have a Republican governor, and we'll see how everything else shakes out there. So we don't have the final vote in from New Hampshire, but we do know that Polymarket is suggesting that that's not going to be a path forward for Donald Trump. So it's really like the Northeast. I mean, think about that. Neil, right? Like it's Connecticut, Massachusetts, Vermont, Rhode Island, and I guess, you know, maybe New Hampshire. We'll see how it all shakes out at the end of the day.
I hate to tell you, I think we call that the Ivy League.
What's that?
We call it the Ivy League. There's Dartmouth.
Oh, the Ivy Leagues.
Yeah, Harvard, Yale, Brown, Columbia, Cornell. Penn. Well, Penn hopefully goes the other way, but you know, again, I think it's an element of the old school of, you know, old political system, and we'll see what happens. Again, look, you know. The idea, hopefully, is that we finish this off the way we've been talking, and these other states begin to realize that they sort of realign and reevaluate and redirect, you know, what and how they think. I mean, it really, again, there's such a polarization in this. It's sort of unsettling at the end of the day.
Yeah, it is. I mean, unsettling. I'm wondering if New England's gonna you know, defect.
Secede?
Secede, thank you. You know, they're just going to leave, you know. They'll be like, hey, the rest of you, go join Texas.
Get a lot of support from that in the South.
Right. Right. I mean, really, really just incredible stuff to see. Again, let me play for you a quick clip here of what the expectation is from Kamala Harris's camp. She wants this to be a long one, and I get it. Like, you know, everybody wants to win here, and this is what she's putting out through her, dare I say, I'm not going to say surrogate, that would be mean, but her peeps over at CNN. Here we go.
What are you hearing from the Harris campaign, if anything?
Yeah, Jake, we actually just got a pretty significant update from the Harris campaign campaign manager, Jen O'Malley Dillon, who sent out a memo to her staff tonight laying out what they see ahead in the coming days and hours, and my colleague Jeff Zeleny is here with me. The memo essentially says, Jake, that the returns are coming in slowly. They still see their path, but that path is largely going to be through the blue wall, as Jeff and I were just discussing. The key point that Jen O'Malley Dillon is making is that this is a close race. This is the close race that they have been expecting. She says to her staff, we are built for this. Let's finish the night out. We will see you tomorrow. They are not expecting this to be wrapped up tonight.
They are not, because the margins are so small. And just reading from that memo, said we have known all along our clearest path to 270 was through the blue wall states. And again, they point out the cities we were talking about.
You were comparing that rally to a Nazi rally?
Look, I'm comparing it to the hate that came out of this, and I think they confirmed that.
You stand by that comparison, though, to a Nazi rally?
Look, the rally you saw.
We started to see a clip, an older clip, forgive me, but relevant to see as Neil and Rob and I continue to talk about all the amazing things that are happening tonight. It is important to remember that one of the reasons why I think you're so lacking in terms of having any real data in terms of really understanding what's going on is because you have so many people, from the vice president herself to her running mate Tim Walz to the president referring to Trump supporters as garbage and then some, saying these are the kind of people he just wants to what did he say? Well, there was some profanity in there too. I mean, you wonder why you're not going to get a decent read on anything. I mean, who the heck wants to say I'm voting for this guy after all this intimidation? I mean, this is part of the problem. It's pure on intimidation.
You know, it's intimidation. And it also, when you're silenced, you don't talk to other people. You don't put a sign on your lawn. You don't, convince other people to vote a certain way. And so it's amazing. We're looking at this landslide outcome here, it seems, and it's all against the backdrop of all of that intimidation, all of the media distortion and sort of the misrepresentation of where the public actually stood and Trump's record. It's truly an amazing outcome in light of all that.
Again, Rob, it wasn't only that. It was that there wasn't a dialogue in any way, shape, or form that allowed you to compare and contrast on the details that generically, again, you would want to theoretically see. Again, here. I mean, this was a candidate who ran once before, got no vote, vice president, and then ultimately was handed the nomination without having to campaign in any way, shape, or form. And at best, you could hear her trying to explain why the policies and the ideas she had presented earlier are no longer at the core of her ideology, which I think a lot of people also happen to have had a pretty difficult time believing. I mean, it was, again, I'm not sure I understand the campaign, but again, I'm not a campaign
I don't think, Carville didn't understand the campaign. I think people tried to warn them. The campaign in the beginning was all about joy, and then it turned to Donald Trump as evil. And it turned kind of hysterical. It turned really, really hysterical. When you look at what was going on The View, when you look at what was going on MSNBC, and they turned almost into caricatures of themselves, and they ran the risk. And in this case, I think, they blew right through that risk of the little boy who cried wolf. And people are like, why are they saying this over and over again? When Trump was in office, gas prices were a heck of a lot lower. I could afford a vacation. I wasn't dealing with a massive new car insurance, uptick. It's something like 57% increase in car insurance. I mean, people were like, okay, I can manage. I mean, I'm dealing with some mean tweets maybe. And I think that that's a big part of why Biden won in 2020, although that was close. But I do think that people were exhausted from the media and they thought, okay, as long as the economy continues on as it is, we'll be all right. But then, the bottom fell out from under in more ways than one. Justin, if you're joining us right now, Trump is projected to win North Carolina. This was one of the swing states, so you can check them off there. There's 7 of them that are pretty important. North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Wisconsin, Nevada, Arizona. He's got 1 down. North Carolina, 6 to go. Rob, pass forward. I mean, you keep saying he has to get one of those. He has to get one in the blue.
She has to win all 3. He has to win 1. The election, I think, will be determined once it's settled that Trump has definitively won or officially won one of these 3 states. Mm-hmm. And, the betting markets are saying he's going to win them all. They're ascribing high probabilities to each of them, and it's just a matter of time. I guess they have to count all the votes, and you just don't know, but, and they'll...
Is there any chance, I can't remember where the betting markets were in 2020, but is there any chance that this is somehow going to go awry? I mean, if we talk to our friends that have PTSD, they'll say, wait a second, but at 3 a.m. they're going to get all these votes in all of a sudden and everything's going to change. And those would be the absentee votes. And I would only point to the absentee votes that, by the way, the Republicans have as well, because they did a really solid job at that ground game. But I guess, we just have to be aware of that, given that, and Buck was warning against that it has happened before. Except, the betting markets, as we said. What are you seeing now?
No, let's just go state by state in the betting markets. 93% chance Wisconsin, 87% chance Michigan, and what happened with Pennsylvania? 93% chance of Pennsylvania. So, for Trump, right? So let's say Kamala has a 10% chance of winning each of those states, and she has to win all 3 of those states. So let's do our middle school math probability here. Neil, you could probably...
You want cubed.
You could probably handle that one.
Very low probability.
One divided by 10 to the third, right?
Right, 1,000th of it. But I'd probably say there's probably a cross probability that will raise it a bit, but it's obviously not a high probability that she wins all three. Again, so Trish, can I ask you a question? Again, you pay much more attention to this than I do, but one of the things I find sort of starkly interesting about this whole thing, you were talking about the campaign and the way it was run. Is it possible that the Democrats kept her behind closed doors because they knew she wasn't actually capable of rising to the occasion, basically, and this was the only way they saw that they could actually run what would be a successful, find a successful outcome.
Yeah, Neil, Trish walked away, but let's talk about that because I mean the question is, why did they choose her, or once they did choose her, did they hide her from the public, understanding that if she did reveal herself to the public, it would be a fail? Is that your?
Well, that's the basic question. Is that what the underlying? I mean, it's possible they just felt that the opposition candidate would somehow or other self-destruct on their own, and they just didn't want to give, they didn't feel like they had to give him enough, fodder to make that outcome less likely. But again, I just don't understand. You're running for president of the United States. Yes, you've been vice president, but you're basically an unknown. One or two of the main issues which have been within your purview. By the way, I don't ascribe the type of expectations of a vice president that came out of this in general, but they gave her significant responsibilities that were certainly not the types of outcomes you would expect if somebody was really good at their job, right? And you would have figured that they would have had a platform, a well-tailored platform, ideas, and sort of the type of checklist that they could go down and use that to say our policies are better than the other person's. Not as it started with I don't have anything to complain about with our with it slowly evolving. Well, things I said 10 years ago are not what I really mean, and I do believe she didn't have one press conference. Is that correct? During this entire
there was never one press conference, and the first interview was several weeks after. It was way into the camp. Yeah.
Right, and they were softball interviews. By the way, I mean, I find this to be absolutely a sad statement as well. How many press conferences were held live by Joe Biden where he really answered questions as well? And to me, one of the problems with the mainstream media, for constitutional people, there is a special privilege accorded to the news organizations, right, called freedom of the press, and it was given to them because they were viewed as being the primary bulwark against what could become a very oppressive dictatorial government. When the press stops acting as an independent, balance and backs away and doesn't do its job, first of all, my view is they ought to lose that privilege. But they the mainstream media has become an arm of the government as opposed to a counterweight. And that's a scary outcome. I mean, I could every time there's a conference with Jean-Pierre, whatever, I mean, she never answered a question, period.
Yeah, they disengaged. She disengaged from the media. The media didn't do its job. Right. I mean, it was actually in retrospect quite frightening the way. Well, and let's just look at the way she became the nominee in the first place, right? That was, I would say, not as the founders might have intended, that the candidate for the Democrats is coerced to step down because he's not doing well in the polls, and then the party machinery anoints a replacement.
Yep, it was an unsettling process, to be honest with you, and maybe that's also part of the problem here, that maybe there is an element of the intermediate voter who just didn't believe that when you added this all up that she belongs to occupy the White House. Again, it's not over till it's over, but based on what the numbers you're showing, it is. And if you're going to go back and revisit it, I think you're going to argue that these are some of the worst decisions that have been made. I mean, again, it's just, to me, it's been, you would have loved to have heard her speak to the American people, stand up and say, I'm going to talk to all the reporters, some from Fox, some from the Wall Street Journal, some from the Times. I don't like MSNBC. I can't listen to them.
I would just jump in and say, like, in fairness, though, that's exactly what Donald Trump actually really did. I mean, he was like, I'll talk to anybody. I'll talk to anybody. And I think that meant something. It sort of ingratiated him, if you would, with a lot of people. And that's pretty relevant. But we don't have enough of that. She was trying to control it. You think back to Joe Biden, right? Like, his press team really did control everything that he was doing. Do you remember when that poor reporter, I think in the Philadelphia area for the Black-owned station, admitted on live television that, yeah, she'd been given the questions? Like, this is a big no-no. You never, ever, ever are given questions and then you just like ask the questions of any candidate, any CEO, anyone. You know, you may say, hey, you know, I'm gonna hit on unemployment, I'm gonna hit on inflation. And that's that. Like, but you don't even have to even tell them that. I mean, especially somebody who's running for the presidency. And the idea that Biden actually, his team hand delivered that stuff, for goodness sakes. I mean, that's terrible. And this woman lost her job over it. But I think that kind of micromanagement of the press was what they were doing. And they thought, if we just go on these innocuous podcasts or these really friendly territory zones, we can control the message. Well, guess what, ladies and gentlemen, you can't control the message anymore, because here we are. Think about this. Like, we've just been talking for nearly 5 hours, okay? Like, we are streaming live. I hope everybody is subscribing. Please do us that favor. Subscribe. But this is all new, right? You couldn't do this before. This didn't exist. This would cost tens of thousands of dollars, and you'd have to get a live truck to you, me, and to Rob. I mean, this is a whole new ballgame, and this authenticity is something that Trump gets. The media is definitely something he gets, right? Like, I mean, brilliant. The garbage truck thing, brilliant. The McDonald's thing, right? And she doesn't get it.
You know, Neil, I think you brought up you kind of alluded to an interesting point, which is like how I'm just fascinated by doing like kind of the post-mortem. Maybe I'm really counting my chickens before they hatch here, but I'm ready for the post-mortem on the Biden-Harris administration. Like, who picked her and why? And, you know, knowing that she was not, her political outlook was not aligned with the American people, knowing that she couldn't deliver the goods as a politician, how did this actually happen? Why, you know, was it Obama? I really hope there's some kind of whistleblower or someone on the inside who gives us the actual.
By the way, I think one of the interesting things, and maybe it was there, I didn't see it, but I think Donald could have had a very interesting thing, just saying to the American people, we don't need a fourth Obama administration, which is really, I'm pretty sure that the way this came about, I would bet.
But then why didn't he back her more? Right? Like, well, he didn't go out and campaign for her very hard.
He came as it went along, I think. But again, I think there is probably an element that, look, he is still one of the greater politicians in this country. I think he understood that to let people conflate him with her to a greater extent probably would have been a detriment, and probably it would have given Donald a lot stronger, more ammunition to tell people you're not actually voting for her, you're voting for him, yada yada yada. So I think, you know, again, Trish, you and I talked about this a year ago. We had a discussion that it was clear to me, as I told you, that Joe Biden had either Parkinson's or some form of motor neuron disease. Part of it in me was, I'm not a doctor, but my father died of this disease, and I watched it. And the way he walked, the way he talked, all of these were elements of that. And we talked over and over, trying to understand how the media and the office, the executive branch, not one person was willing to come out and say, Joe Biden is still capable of being president, but his condition is deteriorating, and we're watching, and he's not going to be the next president, and let's have a race. And they reached a point when it was too late to change. And I'm guessing this was a well choreographed, coup where between Pelosi and Obama and maybe Schumer, I don't know, they basically said to Biden, "You got your shot, but if you show real weakness and we're going to lose, you're going to be pulled whether you like it or not. If it takes us to make you the first president to be removed by 20th Amendment, so be it." And I suspect that they knew what they were doing. They made sure that there was a very early
debate
with Donald and Joe. That was the earliest debate by far we've ever seen. And I believe the Democrats knew what they were doing because they realized that even though they weren't willing to admit it to the American people, that their candidate was compromised. And when it became clear that that compromise was now readily evident to everybody, all of a sudden, lo and behold, everyone changed their tune. And now it was only 3 or 4 weeks from the election, from the convention. It was too late in a sense, I guess, from their perspective, and they realized that they could functionally handpick. And I'm guessing that Barack Obama is, or at least he was. I'm guessing if this outcome follows through, he will no longer be the power broker in the Democratic Party. But for the moment, he was, and she was the candidate that he
chose. I mean, look, I want to get to some more on this because the dynamics are really interesting. And the fact that Jill Biden, Dr. Jill Biden, showed up tonight in a red pantsuit while her husband said he was going to skip Kamala's party. It's just amazing. But the numbers out of North Carolina, listen to this, guys. Yeah. 50.8%, so nearly 51% to 48%. I mean, that's something. Like, I mean, 51, I mean, okay, maybe it's close, but like 48 to 51, I'm rounding up 50.8%. This is not really, I mean, the New York Times recently, let's see if I can go to this poll. I mean, they just had a poll recently. I think they were like neck and neck in North Carolina. A lot of people thought North Carolina, just wouldn't happen.
Well, ask yourself, Trish, forget anything else, that hurricane and this, just as we were talking about Florida, the delivery of assistance, you could have lost an awful lot of votes with people who felt that they were sort of being ignored at a moment when they were in the greatest need of assistance from their government. Think about it. I mean, those are the type of moments and opportunities. That was an opportunity more than just lost, in essence. You would have thought they would have done everything possible to deliver as much assistance in as an efficient a way and as a public a way as possible.
It's huge. Right? It's huge. I'm just sort of texting with some of my sources in the campaign right now because this is live TV. Thank God I get you guys here because we're trying to like get all this in. I really think they're going to win. I think they're going to win, and he's going to win big. It is going to be the tsunami to take North Carolina, and by that big a margin. I think that really, really matters. So now we're waiting on Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Nevada, Arizona, Georgia. I think next up, I would not be surprised. I mean, Rob, you know this better than me. What about the times that these are called, these states? What can we anticipate? I think you were looking at a graphic just the other day about that in terms of how long these things would take.
Let's find that. Yeah. I mean, several, there's different expectations about when they might be called.
And I think some of these are longer than others. What's that, Neil?
I think they have the maps down to the voting districts in all these states. And there's a point at which they know enough of the votes from the districts that are not going to go your way are already in, that there's no way to reach a final verdict. I think that's really basically the analysis that these guys, the statisticians do.
Well, so I'll tell you who's predicting a win right now. Elon Musk. Elon Musk out with a tweet, guys. This is something. He's saying effectively, you know what? You're gonna have a chance to build again. Let me get the exact one because I think it's important to quote it exactly. But he just came out with this about a minute ago. Quote, "America is a nation of builders. Soon you will be free to build." So I think it's a little bit code for, you know what? We're winning. And that's going to unleash, I mean, we talk about unleashing this prosperity, right? Like that's what needs to happen. It's like there was this giant hold on stuff for the last nearly 4 years. You weren't allowed to say boo and everything. I mean, look at, was it Boeing that just got rid of its DEI unit? Because, you know, I'm sorry, like you got planes falling out of the sky. There's time to worry about the DEI a little bit later. Not to say, you know, and Neil, you know me, I know you, I know Rob, like we got a real group of real sort of wonderful people here, right? That are very empathetic. And I think in fairness, like look at people for just who they are, period. But we've gotten so away from that, right, as a society. And I think Americans don't like that. Americans are like, you know what? We kind of believe in what Martin Luther King said, that, you know, you shouldn't be looking at someone because of the color of their skin. And they would tell you exactly the opposite. So it gets to the point where it's like all you see at that point is color of somebody's skin because you have to then reward them with X, Y, and Z. I mean, she was on record saying she was willing to look at reparations. Heck, she was willing to give every black man in America $50,000 as a, what did she call it? A forgivable loan.
Yeah. You know, I'm reminded of in the New York Times, there was a discussion, you know, this whole equity obsession, you know, it's a bad and wrong philosophy, but it's also just a major distraction, like, you know, Boeing and we saw that in corporate America, but we see it in government. In the New York Times, they talked about how Kamala would receive these intelligence briefings and her chief concern was like, you know, the pronouns and the kind of like the way that gender roles were portrayed in the language of the intelligence briefings. And it's like, no, like you should be paying attention to the substance of the intelligence briefings, not playing, you know, the Vassar College English professor, you know, deconstructing the gender roles in the, right. And that's what's going on. And,
by the way, she wouldn't even be a good Vassar College English professor. I mean, you know, but Buck was making the point earlier tonight, Buck Sexton, that she's just not that bright. And she's also not a very nice person. So that sounds harsh, but, you know, the word salad. And what was her excuse? Oh, she doesn't think quickly on her feet. Oh, my gosh, you're going to be president of the United States. You can't think quickly on your feet.
Yeah, that's very, very common.
But the thing is, like, we're at a point now where we need to focus on real things, right? I mean, AI is potentially going to change the world. It's improving at exponential rates, and it's going to have massive economic, political, social consequences. We have vast power needs to be able to compete with China to electrify the country. You know, you're not going to get there quibbling over, you know, gender and race and identity groups and who's oppressed. That shouldn't be the focus. The focus needs to be on addressing our real needs. And hopefully we're turning the corner here, turning the page, as Kamala likes to say.
Turning the page. You know, we were talking about Israel just a little bit earlier. I wanted
to block prior page right now.
What's that?
She's going to be an ink blot on the prior page, it looks like, when you've turned it.
Wow. Now, this is history. You know, we don't really know who she is in so many ways. I mean, we kind of know who she is, but you know, she kind of tries to be a chameleon. And, you know, first she's totally against fracking. Then she realizes Pennsylvania matters and she's for fracking. So let me just show you some sound that I'll credit Erin Burnett over on CNN, because it's not easy on CNN to actually expose these things. But Erin did, and she found some sound of Kamala running different commercials depending on which state she was in vis-a-vis Israel's policy. I want you to listen to this and we'll react.
Tonight, mixed messages. A K-file investigation this hour finds Kamala Harris is targeting crucial battleground voters with vastly different messages on Gaza and Israel. This ad is running in Michigan, which has the largest Arab population in America.
What has happened in Gaza over the past 9 months is devastating. We cannot allow ourselves to become numb to the suffering, and I will not be silent.
All right, well, it's a very different story for an ad in Pennsylvania targeting Jewish voters.
Let me be clear. I will always stand up for Israel's right to defend itself, and I will always sure Israel has the ability to defend itself, because the people of Israel must never again face the horror that a terrorist organization called Hamas caused on October 7th.
Different message. Andrew Kaczynski is out front now. So, Andrew, those obviously do sound starkly different, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, really, really starkly different. So going back to my guess here, Neil, I know you're pretty passionate on our sort of strategy, if you would, with Israel. It doesn't feel like we have much in this administration, but it's politics, right? Like, I mean, she's just clearly been a very political animal about all this stuff.
Well, you've got to really look. We've talked about this a lot, Trish, and forget what they say to him. The bottom line is just look at how this has been handled. You have had them tie Israel's hands while 80 to 100 rockets and projectiles a day come from Lebanon. You had an assault of 400 to 500 ballistic and other significant rockets and projectiles from Iran. They were told not to do anything. They received another 200 to 300 where there was more damage, and the Biden administration, which is Kamala as well, still want Israel to basically respond in kind. That's the message. If you look at this, you got to believe. And some of the other stuff which she supported, right to defend itself is very different from right to take whatever steps are necessary to eliminate, the type of hostility and dangers and risks. They did not want Israel to do this. And now again, I ask myself, and my conclusions are not particularly friendly to the administration, because I always say follow the money. Trish, you raised the $6 billion that was freed from the accounts and given back to Iran. It also includes 150 or so $billion worth of oil revenues. I always say somebody out there's got to be getting a piece of it just for it to have made sense. And again, when you look at the people in the State Department and how this has been handled, it has a feel that they are trying to isolate Israel in a sense and not supporting the type of actions. Look, nobody's saying what's happened. You can't feel sorry for people in Gaza who have nothing to do with this, but they're not all innocent. They're not the ones who are it's not Israel who's holding them hostage, right? Hamas is interposing the people of Gaza between them and the Israelis, knowing that the Israelis are going to do this. Not only that, but really don't have any choice. And
Rob, no, keep going.
It would have been, my perspective, been very easy. I know you've got the UN and a broad swathe of the globe that's got a perspective, but the United States could have come out. They had Germany's support. They would have had India's support for sure. A lot of other countries, and they could have twisted, if necessary, Britain's and France's arms to be a little bit more and say, listen, we want this to end. The rules are as follows. Number one, there is nothing to discuss, by the way, while there are hostages. And I still can't understand the American administration not understanding, and even the world, that you realize that Hamas has not even told in all these continuing negotiations, we don't even know how many are left alive, right? Yeah. This should have been handled this way. This should have been the type of pressure you would have expected Donald to bring to this, and no appeasement, no vacillating. This was an unacceptable act that needed to be finished, that Hamas and people who could perpetrate acts like this have to go. By the way, as is over and over said, you still don't have most of the organizations in the West that are very pro-women. They still don't want to seem to accept the fact that the nature of the atrocities that were committed rise to the level of them even needing to condemn it. I mean, some of this stuff is hard to understand. So when you look at what she said, I understand that she's going to, that all of these things, and AI is helping you tailor a message to the locality. But when she says something like in front of the Jewish audience, and you look and compare actions with words, it's hard to get yourself to believe that she really believes one thing she's saying, and that if she does come to office, that she's actually going to follow through. By the way, it was supposed to happen. I mean, the Americans delivered an ultimatum to Israel a couple of weeks ago that they had 4 weeks to comply with delivering a bit more aid. I mean, the Israelis are providing a lot of aid, and a lot of the doesn't reach people, not because of the Israelis, but because of who continues to control Gaza, and because the continued fighting and hostilities, and because the hostages are still being held. I mean, it's hard to come to grips that this is a candidate who is going to fulfill the words that you want to hear her say, and she's trying her best to sort of walk a tightrope.
Unbelievable. Neil, I so love seeing you, and I appreciate all the time you gave us tonight. We're going to be going to Donald Trump, I think, relatively shortly. So we thank you, Neil Grossman, former central banker overseas and hedge fund manager, just an extraordinary thinker and a big, I'd say just an amazing patriot, amazing patriot. So we'd love to have you back on soon, and a brilliant scholar, mathematician, you name it. We got new news that I want to get to. Polymarket odds now say 97% chance that Donald Trump wins the presidency. Thank you so much, Neil Grossman. Okay, I'm still here with... What's that?
Thank you for having me on an historic night. And Rob, nice to meet you. Thank you.
Great to see you.
Very historic night. Give my best to your wife and to your daughter. Okay, thank you, Neil Grossman. All right, so this is amazing, Rob. I'm looking at Polymarket right now. So the prediction is saying he's going to take Georgia. We're looking at 97% chance, a 97% chance. This is just amazing, okay? 3.4% chance that she wins the presidency. That's it.
Yeah, it's looking remote, and it's just looking like a question of when do these last states, these swing states, get called.
So we're waiting on Georgia, and when do they get called? I think there's an expectation that it could take a little bit longer for some. I guess looking at this tweet from the other day, Georgia and North Carolina were supposed to be relatively fast. Mm-hmm. Michigan might be fast. Okay, but let me ask you this: and Arizona won't be fast. And Arizona won't be fast. Well, unless we listen to Fox. Unless it's going to go for Kamala, in which case I'm just teasing, but yeah, well, not entirely. I guess the question is, when can they get? Neil was making this point. When statistically the handwriting's on the wall, the races get called. So at some point, the press. I mean, they need to call these races. Well, they're not looking at Polymarket per se, but statistically, and again, I'm putting this up on the screen so people can see it there. Statistically speaking, I'm looking at some maps around the country, and these counties are coming in, and what you're seeing is that there's this groundswell. So this is the red wave, is it not? I mean, this county by county by county, you're seeing this shift. Well, it's like the rural counties are coming in later, so it's like any incremental, all the incremental votes tend to be Trump votes. So is that kind of the dynamic? It tends to be. I mean, this is crushing for Kamala Harris. Absolutely crushing night for Kamala Harris right now. Again, as we look at these prediction markets, what we're seeing is a 97% chance. 97% chance, ladies and gentlemen. She's just got a 3% chance, 3.4, 96.8. This is incredible. And look at just what happened, I would say just within the last few minutes. Because if you look at the spread on that graphic, right, they were decently tight, and then just boom, they completely diverted. And so this is just to remind everybody, Rob, explain it, this is a contract out. And so right now, you're not going to make a whole lot of money if you're in the Kamala Harris camp, but walk us through how it works. Right now, it's like going to the racetrack and betting on a horse with 30-1 odds. That's basically what you're doing if you're betting on Kamala Harris right now. The horse that limps is somehow going to make a miracle happen. So it's just complete long shot odds here, and it's terrible to say. Yeah. Well, again, Elon kind of issuing a cryptic tweet about how we're going to have a chance to build again. Look, we need to build again. We need to grow. We need to make America great again. Best slogan ever, right? That was just brilliant. The guy gets marketing from the McDonald's to the garbage truck. He gets it. It's like it's almost sad because I was looking at this, and again, I didn't know how tonight was going to go. I mean, I had only my instincts, but look what happened in 2020. Yeah. Different scenario though, but the polls were so wrong. Go ahead.
I think back to 2020 was such an anomalous election. The rules were changed. There was massive, made the point yesterday, massive voter turnout. Maybe it wasn't what the people really wanted, right? I mean, maybe just the way that the rules were so radically changed for COVID, it led to a weird outcome that otherwise wouldn't have happened.
But they got so emboldened by that, don't you think? I mean, they were emboldened even, going into that election. And I think about the left. I mean, I live near the beach. I went for a walk down at the beach. It was a breezy day. Like, I'm 100 feet away from somebody and they start shouting because, you don't have a mask on.
Yep.
It was wild. And the anger that people felt and the sense of like, we can attack him or her because they're not wearing a mask. It was very strange. And, look, I'm in a blue state that voted for Kamala tonight. So there you go. But I think the rest of the country is like, no, we don't want this.
I almost feel like a sense of obligation as someone who's also, in a blue state and surrounded by people who think this way. It's almost like we need to start charities or something to reach out to these people and explain to them that MAGA is not what the network, the cable news people were telling you it is, and to sort of explain the motivations of the MAGA movement and why, everyone likes Trump. And because I think there's a fundamental misunderstanding, and it's not, it's just how they're so off base and they so misinterpret the true nature of the Trump movement and the MAGA movement. I feel bad. I mean, there's someone's got to inform them. Someone's got to just help them get there, understand what it is.
Well, maybe that's partly, that's a result of this mainstream media coverage, right? Which is why they're increasingly looking just so desperate and so wrong and irresponsible. So I got to tell you, Rachel Maddow. Remember when Rachel Maddow had a show on MSNBC? Now I guess she just comes on Monday nights and for special nights like tonight. It was so conspiratorial. It was so crazy that I just thought, what are they doing? They're supposed to be a news organization. I would never do that to you guys. On the other side of things, right? I would never, ever, ever do that to viewers because it was so just morally wrong. And, I guess it was driven by entertainment, but it just felt fundamentally so off base. And she kept going down that Russia thing. And that turned out not to be true. And then, just go ahead.
No, they've made such a monster out of Russia. You think back to, and it's interesting because you think back to Obama. He was criticized when he made that comment to Medvedev, right? Saying, when Medvedev said, "I'll transmit this message to Vladimir" or something, right? When they were talking about having some kind of diplomatic rapprochement, after the election. And
okay,
so,
hold that thought.
Yeah.
I just want to let everybody know we got more news to report. Republicans have clinched that majority in the Senate. Republicans are taking the Senate majority for the first time in 4 years. So big deal. Republicans winning U.S. Senate majority. This is being called by the APCs in control of the chamber for the first time in 4 years. So you know what? He's going to have the wind at his back, as we over in Ireland, or the Irish Americans maybe say. The wind at your back. That's what you want. And so he's going to have every opportunity to get in there and make real changes for America. Go ahead.
It's like a mega MAGA mandate. Maybe I can coin that one.
Mega MAGA mandate.
You've got, if we believe Polymarket, he wins the presidency, he wins the popular vote, he wins all the swing states, he wins the Senate, and he wins the House. So it's carte blanche. It's the Republicans are in control of the federal government per what Polymarket's indicating at the moment.
Wow.
I mean, so,
So that
they've got
is
the power. Now it's time to use it appropriately.
right, and appropriately,
productively.
because the problem is the left did not use it appropriately. They used it to try and cancel everyone, and that was just so not what we're supposed to do, right? So I say to everyone, you know what? Enjoy it. I'm not calling anything yet. We're gonna wait for AP and we're gonna wait for everybody to do what they have to do. But gosh, guys, the handwriting's on the wall. Donald Trump is about to win a historic night. This is history in the making. We're here with you live through all of it. I would not be surprised if we get the Georgia results in actually relatively early. But what does that mean? Okay, so you're our math guy, yeah. Rob. Okay, so if we get Georgia, North Carolina, he still has to hold out for Nevada, right? Or Arizona.
I think Nevada is totally irrelevant at this point because it's Georgia. As long as Georgia and North Carolina are in the bag, Nevada becomes irrelevant because then it just becomes a question of picking off one of the 3 blue wall states. And even if he loses Nevada, so long as he wins one of those 3 states, he gets to pass 270.
Amazing.
So Nevada actually doesn't matter. What matter, Arizona matters, but that seems just inevitable. And that's really not been a state that people have been worried about even before all of this, And so then it's just a question of when do one of those blue wall states, when does Arizona get called? And then when do one of the blue wall states get called?
I'm just putting this up on the screen here so everybody can see Republicans taking back. I'm putting so many graphics on here. We're not going to have any more space for things. But I want to make sure everybody, if you're just tuning in, that you see this news here. This is just incredible. Landslide here expected with Polymarket odds now showing a 97% chance of Donald Trump winning the presidency. Kamala coming in at 3.4%. The Republicans have just taken back the Senate majority. Trump takes North Carolina. We're waiting here on Georgia. The prediction market suggesting that Georgia is going to be for the win. I don't know how she doesn't. She's not going to I guess you can't concede. You have to wait, right? You just have to wait for one of these blue states.
Yeah, I mean, or wait for the media, to call the state.
I think they're going to be really hesitant to do that. I think they've been telegraphing that all week long.
But that was in the context of a close situation, right? This is in the context of losing all 3, that everyone thinks they're going to lose all 3 blue wall states. Right. So it's like not, when when it comes down to one of them, you want to be super careful. But if it looks inevitable across the board, the threshold to call it might be lower.
They're not very happy on the one network in particular. That would be none other than MSNBC. There's a woman named Joy Reid who just is, she's given Rachel Maddow a run for her money.
Yeah.
I heard it's not necessarily as clever. It's more just perfunctory. It's more just I'm going for the jugular. Rachel was actually kind of clever about it and would bring you into this crazy mystery. And you're like, oh my God, she's really crazy. Yeah. I'm going down a rabbit hole that's nuts. And Joy doesn't do that. There's no rabbit hole. It's just all out there for you to feel it, see it, hear it. There's not a lot of sophistication. But she's very angry because you see a couple of states, I was just reporting, came in with the exit polls. Was it North Carolina and Georgia? 20% of Black men voted for Trump, double-digit votes for Trump from the Black population overall. She's not happy. Let's take a peek.
What are you hearing from the Harris campaign, if anything?
Yeah, Jake, we actually just got a pretty significant update from the Harris campaign campaign manager, Jen O'Malley Dillon, who sent out a memo to her staff tonight laying out what they see ahead in the coming days and hours, and my colleague Jeff Zeleny is here with me. The memo essentially says, Jake, that the returns are coming in slowly. They still see their path, but that path is largely going to be through the blue wall, as Jeff and I were just discussing.
The winner in Colorado, that Kamala Harris has won the state of Colorado. Joy, what were you saying?
No, absolutely. I was just going to say on the realignment thing, one place, and I would actually like to put this narrative to bed, maybe forever, one place there's not going to be realignment, black men. Every 4 years, I go through the ritual of having to talk down, the sort of world that wants to say that black men are just realigning and they're all going to run to Donald Trump. There is literally no difference in the exit polls. A 1 point difference is not a difference at all between where black men were in 2020 and where they are in 2024. It's not black men. They are not the ones shifting. What you're seeing are shifts among Latino voters, for sure. But you are not seeing shifts among black men. Please stop saying black men.
The only area
supporting Trump.
There has been some, which seems like an outlier, is Wisconsin, where there's but again, it's exit polling. So what do we know?
Yeah. I want to go over to Steve Kornacki.
That's actually really interesting. Did you notice her colleague having to correct her there? She's like, but wait a second. It looks like in Wisconsin, that's exactly what we're seeing. So it is exit polling. I mean, Joy Reid trying to say, like, don't even go there. That's not true. How dare you? And suggesting that somehow it's fake news. But again, her colleague having to point out that, you know what? It looks like, in fact, there is reason to believe that.
Well, did you see what happened there? Yeah, she goes, okay. So she picked an exit poll and said, look, the exit poll said it's just like last time, so there's been no change. And then the other colleague said, well, in Wisconsin, the exit polls showed there was a change. And then she goes, oh, well, it's just exit polling.
Yeah. So, like I said, not a tremendous amount of sophistication there from Joy Reid. But this is amazing, guys. We're looking at a huge red wave. If you're just joining us, welcome to the program. It is good to have you here. We're simulcasting live on 76 Research, which is the financial channel I have on YouTube. 76 Research is a financial research company with Rob Horton, and the Trish Regan channel here on YouTube. And it's just amazing. It's amazing what we're seeing, because this is, I keep saying it, but it's history in the making. After everything they said about him, everything they said, and yet here we are, just looking at what seems to be at this point in time, Rob, a landslide.
Yep. And I'm just so fascinated by, this is who was saying this was going to happen? Who out there was, if you had predicted this yesterday, that there's going to be a landslide Trump victory and he's likely to sweep all of the blue wall states and they'll take the House and win the popular vote, what would people say? What would they think? So I find it just fascinating that society, collectively was so wrong about what actually occurred, and that this was like not anticipated. This was right. It's shocking in that sense.
Well,
How did we get here?
It wasn't anticipated only because, think about what we've been through. Think about what happened in 2020. And I think people were just sort of shell shocked from that.
Yep.
And so people, they're not telling the pollsters what they think. They're afraid to actually, in some cases, we were getting early word tonight that they were not talking to the exit pollsters, and they were not talking to reporters afterwards. In other words, they didn't even want to be on record for what their vote was. So this was kind of like the silent majority out there. But fascinating that, there were some things that happened late in the campaign, like this one, Cuban criticizing women for like anybody who's intelligent would not be around somebody like Donald Trump. I think this ultimately cost them.
Donald Trump, you never see him around strong, intelligent women, ever. It's just that simple.
Yeah, and then there was this little one, the Kamala campaign trying to pit women and men and husbands and wives against each other.
Your turn, honey.
In the one place in America where women still have a right to choose, you can vote any way you want. And no one will ever know.
Did you make the right choice?
Sure did, honey. Remember, what happens in the booth stays in the booth. Vote Harris Walls. Vote Common Good is responsible.
Yeah. So I don't think that played in Peoria. Maybe the only place it played was in Peoria in Illinois. But I think ultimately what you're going to see is that this kind of campaign style just really backfired. And while it's early to be doing the postmortem, I think, Rob, as we think about all of this right now, it's just fascinating how wrong they were, and frankly, how wrong the pollsters were.
Yeah, it's like it almost feels like corruption, right? That how can you be so bad at your job that you didn't know, collectively the polling community was so off, or that the media was so misunderstanding and misportraying the mood of the country. I just find it, the inaccuracy is like a real tell, and then everyone believed it. Everyone fell for it. It was like a giant psyop. But here we were, in reality, the country, extremely supportive of Trump.
Well, it certainly seems that way again right now. If you're just tuning in, forgive the, we're going to fix that shot of me momentarily, but this is, maybe take another look if you would, Robin, just update us on some of these Polymarket numbers, because 97% chance, that's the prediction there, that he is going to win this thing. And then, by the way, we already have it confirmed. The Republicans are taking back, guys, the entire Senate. Expectation that they're going to take the House as well, correct? Rob, I'll turn it to you for a moment.
So I just want to, popular vote, Trump is at a 93% chance of winning the popular vote.
Okay, so then there goes their argument for the Electoral College. We just saw Lawrence O'Donnell earlier in the night melting down about the Electoral College, how we need to get rid of it. So if he takes 93% chance, I mean, that's amazing, of the popular vote. I mean, you want to talk inclusive. I mean, other than the Ivy League states, as Neil was calling them earlier, New Hampshire and Massachusetts, you get Dartmouth and Connecticut, Yale and Harvard. Where's New Jersey? I'd like to know. You have some background in New Jersey. Yeah. I mean, you're hearing just sort of anecdotally, I think, out of that.
New Jersey went, as predicted, Democrat. But I think when the dust settles, I think we'll see a much tighter outcome than last time.
Why do you think it is that the Northeast is so vastly different than the rest of the country? Like, why is this happening?
That's a very interesting question, because it's not really demographics per se, because you look at a state like Massachusetts, which is sort of the epicenter of left-wing thought, right? Mm-hmm. I guess it's
maybe it's the educational system and just sort of the value system
really
that you're
must
being
be,
brought
right?
up with.
It kind of starts with Harvard, and like you just
it all goes back to Harvard. You know what? Bill Ackman's going to be so psyched right about now. Let me see what he's tweeting out. Bill Ackman led the campaign. If you would, about how we needed reform at Harvard. I mean, think about it. You had Jewish kids on campus getting. I have some friends from Israel who have made a life here in America, and they're very fortunate to have a son who's at Stanford. And guess what? The janitor's cleaning off swastikas in the middle of the night, because this is and I'm like, this is surreal. Like, how is it that this is in any way, shape, or form okay? And the idea that Claudine Gay at Harvard, who, by the way, went to high school with me to Exeter, was a few years older than me, but I think I was a freshman when she was a senior, came from Saudi Arabia, incidentally, was there at a boarding school, and was championing this idea that somehow this was freedom of speech. Like, these kids are being intimidated in a really scary way on campus. And Bill Ackman was like, I've had it. And he helped get rid of her. You saw Elise Stefanik, the representative from New York, do a bang-up job. And she went to Harvard, by the way, and Claudine just melted there on the stand. You had the MIT lady, same thing, the UPenn lady. I mean, what is going on when we live in a world where that is somehow sanctioned? I'm glad that that's getting called out. But this referendum, this is a call out. This is a call for help from America, saying, you know what, you guys have gone too far. And, we're patient. And we love our neighbors, and we are compassionate and empathetic. And I understand everybody's going to be upset, but I'm just going to tell you now, get over it, because we do have work to do. We have to rebuild this nation, and there's a lot of policy on the table. It's exciting because I think great, great things could come.
And you know what they're going to say, or I think they'll probably say, which is that, this was some sort of, like that there were like dark motivations that led the American people to support Donald Trump with his, twisted, charismatic message, right? Like that's how they're going to portray it. But actually, the American people are good, and they have common sense, and they saw what Donald Trump was saying and the ideas he was selling, and then they listened to and saw the ideas and track record of the competition. And I think, the average American voter may not be as well versed in policy as you or I are, but, they kind of can connect with one set of ideas and not connect with another. And it just didn't pass the smell test. It's, massive inflation, nonsensical, nothing made sense coming out of Kamala Harris or the Democrats. Their foreign policy didn't make sense. Their ideological take that boys are girls and, all of this stuff, it just defies common sense. It's incomprehensible. It doesn't work. And it's like the American people are smart enough, the average American is smart enough to say, no, like this, this is not, fighting Russia endlessly. I mean, why? Why are we doing this?
Yeah,
I
think Trump will make some big changes there. Like
and possibly
big changes
within 24 hours. I mean, as he promised, right? That is a conflict that, like, what was Biden, what was Kamala Harris going to do with Liz Cheney as Secretary of Defense? Escalate the conflict with Russia? I mean, what is your goal there? What do you think is going to happen? You think you're going to overthrow Russia?
The lack of sophistication and sort of common sense and appreciation for human nature, right? That's what they were really lacking. I think the problem for Russia or North Korea or China or any of these places with Donald Trump is sort of the law of the unexpected. Like he'll shower you with kindness, but then, something goes wrong and there's going to be a price to pay. So he did a really good job at sort of bringing his enemies close. I mean, he's not a fool. Yeah, but it kept them like guessing. And I know this from personal experience because I reported extensively on Venezuela and challenges that Venezuela was having in terms of, I'm very familiar with the opposition there as well as the Maduro team. And they would just say, like, especially the Maduro team would be like, well, what is, there was a lot of like, what is in, his, because, Donald Trump's the kind of guy who would say, hey, yeah, Maduro, let's go get a steak together. But simultaneously, really maybe use that in a way, use a friendship to your advantage so that you can try and clean the place up somewhat. I don't think he appreciates all the Venezuelan migrants coming to the U.S. And I think he has a sense of, we need to have some capitalism. This gets on a whole other tangent, but, I can get off on the Monroe Doctrine here because I just don't understand why we don't have better relations, if you would, with everyone in the Western Hemisphere. And if it takes sort of installing a more capitalist approach to things, I think it's needed because otherwise, people are just going to keep pouring over the border. Now I sound like Kamala. We're going to address the root causes. Well, the root causes are socialism. Okay, that's the root cause of your problem.
Yeah. But it's not on us to fix Latin America so that they don't want to come here anymore and make it, you know what I mean? Socialism is the root cause.
Well, I certainly don't want us becoming socialists. Thank you very much.
Yeah, let's start with
that. let's go there. I mean, but I do look at, hey, Venezuela's got plenty of oil.
But I think
we should have some of that oil.
If you think going forward, the next 20 years, the rest of our lives or whatever, I mean, this relationship, this situation with China, our adversarial relationship with China is kind of the key geopolitical theme of the rest of our lives, right? And Russia is closely connected with China now. So we need to coexist with Russia and China. We cannot go to war with them. We need to avoid a war with Russia and China. They have nuclear weapons, as do we. And
right, but to Neil's point earlier, like you look at it and it's like, why did it have to go down like this? I mean, where was the diplomacy? Why was there no diplomacy? Apparently Macron tried and went over and tried to plead the case with Putin's team and say, hey, don't do this. But I just kind of suspect that there were things, and I don't want to like go too far down this rabbit hole, but things that could have been done if you had a more sophisticated player there who's like thinking about it as chess. And I know everybody wants to call him stupid, but I think he was better at this game than Biden. Just saying.
I mean, if there's one person who looks at the world, from a deal maker's lens, in a negotiation lens, it's Trump, right? Mm-hmm. And, how did this conflict unfold? I think I am of the point of view that, over a long period of time, the U.S. provoked this conflict. And then when push came to shove at the very end, we didn't do what we needed to do to prevent this conflict. So it was a diplomatic failure. It should not have happened. There were, years and years of Minsk Accords and efforts to kind of create that, sort of apply that Monroe Doctrine to that side of the world. The Russians don't want NATO and the U.S. all up, on their border, threatening their very existence with neocon hawks calling for regime change in Russia. They have they're a state. They have their own self-interest to worry about. So, it goes, on the one hand, you want America to be strong and powerful, but on the other hand, you have to acknowledge that other countries have a right to exist and have their own needs and security interests. And I think that was very much missing from the Biden approach and that the State Department.
Well, why? I mean, without getting too conspiratorial, I mean, is it just that you have a bunch of academics who have a point of view and you get a bunch of businesses that have a point of view?
I mean, look, you could go down the RFK kind of mindset, which is to say the military-industrial complex is very influential over our diplomatic, the academics, the entire core of the State Department, the entire core of people who engage in diplomacy, and they want an antagonistic relationship with Russia in order to create, confrontation, to create the need to spend hundreds of billions of dollars on related, on the things they sell. So, I mean, look, that's sort of that idea that the military-industrial complex has captured our diplomacy, and frankly, I find that somewhat persuasive.
Yeah, I get it. So, I'm getting word from our producer there on the ground in Florida that Donald Trump is en route to the convention center in West Palm. So as he comes to the stage, we will be sure to go there and watch that and see that. I have a feeling it's going to be a pretty compelling speech. I don't think he will declare victory of any kind. I think that he's going to be mindful of the fragileness, if you would, of the situation. We certainly heard that earlier in the evening, and he'll want to wait until one of those big blue belt states flips red in order to convey sort of that message of success, which means we're going to be here for a few days. Like, well, we're not going to be here. Well, we'll be back tomorrow, I guess. We're going to have some long shows here. But this is truly just a remarkable evening, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm so heartened for the country. I'm so happy for those that went out and voted for him. I think the policies that we've had to endure for the last nearly 4 years have been strikingly awful and not right. And you think about the direction, when we look at this exit polling data, majority of people are saying, you know what? The direction of the country is wrong. So this matters. I mean, I don't know what they were thinking with their Inflation Reduction Act, and her claim to fame is she was the vote that sealed it all. Lady, let me tell you, that is not something to be proud of, because that resulted in massive inflation. And I had to deal with the New York Times. Let me share with you what they were writing. This is from the New York Times this morning. If Trump wins, right? They tried to do, if Kamala wins, oh, it's because she's so great, so great, so great. Like, basically that's all that they had to say. And then they talked about him, and they wrote, the economy, quote, or rather public perceptions of the economy, show just how uneasy voters are. Prices climbed just 2.1% in September over a year earlier, and the economy grew a vigorous 2.8% in the last quarter. But 75% of voters said the economy was in bad shape, according to New York Times Siena College poll. You know why that is? First of all, prices climbed 2.1%. But Rob, do we have to explain it to the New York Times? They've been going up every single month, for goodness sakes. I mean, there was a month when they were like 9.1%, and then they were 6%. Like, this is cumulative, right? So now we're looking at, 22% more at the grocery store to pay for your groceries every week. You're looking at a 57% increase in your car payments, a 30% increase in energy prices. So there's that. And then a vigorous 2.8%. I'm sorry, 2.8%. That's nothing to write home about, ladies and gentlemen, for GDP growth. No. This New York Times reporter doesn't know what he's talking about, but 75% of voters said the economy was in a bad shape. They're shocked by that. Do they not understand the purchasing power of the US dollar and how it is declined domestically? I mean, in the same piece, and this goes to what you were saying earlier, Rob. You predicted it. This is where they're going to go. Watch out. New York Times writes that he used transgender people as scapegoats. Quote, Mr. Trump has tapped into anger and grievance throughout his political career. That was particularly effective this year amid the perception, even among many Democrats, that the party had gone too far to the left on some cultural issues. Chief among those was transgender rights. Mr. Trump often and falsely suggested that children were going off to school and returning home having gender-altering surgeries without their parents' knowledge or consent. Okay, I'm going to jump in for a second, okay? So I have kids, and one of our kids had to get a routine thing done at the hospital, and she was at the time maybe around 12. She just turned 12, and I remember being on the phone with the receptionist, and the receptionist was like, I'm really sorry about this, but she has to have, boom! Sorry, he just won Georgia. Okay. He won Georgia. All right, I got to get this up. I'll finish telling my story about this. Is unbelievable, guys. Unbelievable. Breaking. Trump wins Georgia. Dun, dun, dun. Okay. We had to get that on the screen. Sorry, I got a little excited. But anyway, the assistant was like, she has to have her own email. She has to have her own login. And I'm like, she's 12. She doesn't even have her own email. Like, what are you guys talking about? She's like, yeah, I know. It's too bad, but this was the executive order that he put in that took parents out of the relationship between a child and their doctor. And I'm like, this is just wrong. So you know what? This New York Times reporter clearly doesn't understand the economy or what's going on in America right now, because they're going to say, okay, he used transgenders as a scapegoat, etc. And then they're also going to point out that there was a $65 million ad campaign focusing on trans issues, and that's why he won. No. He won because America knows that this is not good. See, now I think he's going to be closer to making his speech. Reaction. Rob Horton, history in the making. He just took Georgia.
Yep. So it's falling into place. I mean, Georgia, we just really, we just need to kind of close it down here and get these 5 states finished. I suspect, my guess is if I were Trump right now, you don't want to prematurely, you certainly don't want to, violate democratic norms or whatever and prematurely declare victory. But he could probably give a speech where, he declares victory without declaring victory, right? And say, look, I think I'm going to win. It seems like, and everyone knows he's going to win because everyone sees the odds and the Democrats know he's going to win. So he can kind of give an unofficial victory speech. Maybe that's the right approach here.
I can't believe this is, and this is earlier than we thought, right? We thought that Georgia might take a day or so. It's coming in earlier than we thought. So he's got Georgia, he's got North Carolina. Let's take a look at the maps. And again, I'm keeping an eye on him to see when he's coming out, because we definitely want to hear what he has to say, guys. Really incredible stuff. Take a look at the poly-market odds, if you would, Rob, while I just look at the overall, the path to 270 here. My goodness. It is going to be a really, really monumental victory. This is bigger than 16, right?
Yeah, we really should have. Well, I guess we're not allowed to wager on poly market as U.S. citizens, but we would have made a nice.
Oh, it's killing you, right?
It was
I
30
know,
cents.
I know. You tried.
No, on the popular vote, it's like 30% chance of winning the popular vote just at 8 p.m. tonight. And now it's 92%. So
somebody's making a lot of money.
Yeah.
Wow. No, you can't. It's actually the downside of poly market, guys. Sorry, you can't actually bet on. Maybe that'll change. Maybe that'll change now. It's kind of a cool market because they use crypto technology to settle the trades and they use stable coins and blah, blah, blah. Anyway, I mean, maybe you'll be able to because Donald Trump is actually, I think, a little bit less into regulation, a little bit more into free markets. And, why shouldn't you be able to have a stake in some of these things?
Trish, this
Go
is
for
another interesting bet. So there's a bet on poly market, Electoral College margin of victory.
Mm-hmm.
And the most likely scenario is 87% chance that it's greater than 65. So that's the margin of victory is between 65 and 104, 87% chance. Actually, and if you add it's like more like 90% chance that it's above 65. I mean, it's just it's just pricing in just an enormous Electoral College victory.
So the road to 270, it looks like at this moment in time, here's what we're looking at. Republicans 230, Democrats 226. So just to update everybody on where we stand, I'll get this map up for you. We're looking at basically these 82 electoral votes that are now in play, and this is what it's going to come down to, amazingly. So Nevada, we're waiting on Nevada. Again, we just got Georgia in. You know what? This map has not been updated, so I'm not going to show you this map. I am going to wait to update this, and we're going to show you that. So 16 Electoral College votes. We got to add this to the title coming in right now. 246 for Republicans. So he's at 262. He's at 262. 270 is the magic number. So he's got to pick up now just a few more votes there. 262.
Well, Arizona is not. Do you have Arizona there? That's not official yet.
Well, forgive me. You don't think it's 262 just yet?
Are you looking
You're
at
right. You're right. It is not.
Cards?
Yep.
Okay.
You're right. It's right. Okay. So forgive me. See, this is why I have them here. I'm getting ahead of myself.
No, I'm looking on Polymarket, and actually Arizona is only 86% to Donald Trump. So it's actually the odds of him winning Arizona are currently less than like all of the Midwestern states.
That's surprising, given that the Latino vote was expected to come out pretty strong. But you say that Arizona is less in terms of its odds than where?
Than Wisconsin and even Michigan. So the odds are saying, Polymarket's saying he's more likely to. Now look, these are high probabilities across the board, but the view is,
they were wrong on that. I mean, what about the popular vote? So that's really interesting, right? Because as you point out, going into this evening, you could have bought for 30 cents on the dollar. You could have traded this idea that, he's not going to get the popular vote. And now that's a huge payout.
Yeah.
So, eventually they settle out. So, I think you have to take everything certainly with a grain of salt, but this is looking really, really good. And I think all of this is based off of just some of the data, again, that we're getting in on the exit polling, which is really stunning. And I think that, people put their money where their mouth is, so to speak. There's silence right now, I should report, within Harris headquarters, reportedly, because it's they don't like these betting markets. They really don't like the betting markets.
I mean, she's going to go down in history as like the worst candidate. This is a catastrophic failure for the Democrats. I don't know how they pick up the pieces. Where do they go from here? They've lost everything. I mean, I guess we'll see what happens in the House, but I mean, resounding failure. And
so what does that mean for them? Like, how do they cope with this? Do you double down on all the stuff that the country's so fed up with? Do you double down and you say he's a Nazi and the whole country, you all are like, racist, horrible people, and we can't believe that you did this? Or do you come to grips with maybe you were just out over your skis, and maybe it's you?
Yeah, well, it's just sort of fascinating, like who is in charge there, and like
think about the J6 and everything, right? Like even that. Sorry to interrupt you, but like even that was all. Nancy Pelosi could have called the Capitol Police earlier. Nancy Pelosi invited her daughter. I never understood that. Your daughter, who's a documentary filmmaker, she's a filmmaker, and you invite her. You don't invite journalists. No, we're going to invite my daughter, who then turns around and sells it to some network. I think it was like an HBO documentary or Discovery. I don't know. Don't quote me on it. Yeah. But then they turned around and sold it to CNN, and CNN ran it as a CNN exclusive. And I'm like, no, CNN, you weren't there. That's actually video that came to, just as a journalist, it's wrong. Like, it's wrong. The bias, like, she could have gotten somebody in there who wasn't her daughter taking the footage, and the hysteria over all of that. And think about this. People are still electing him despite all of that.
Yeah, no, just the scale of the gaslighting is just, it's it's just all coming into view now, right? On everything. The fact that Biden was competent, but then he wasn't competent. Everything that the media, the extent to which this was a tight race, everything we were told, it's almost frightening to think of how over the last 4 years that, just the people in power were so dishonest with us.
Really dishonest, really, really dishonest. So again, everyone, we're waiting on Donald Trump. He's apparently at Mar-a-Lago. Somebody tweeted out a photo of him and Joe Rogan and Elon Musk. So Joe Rogan coming out on the 11th hour and announcing that he was supporting Donald Trump for the presidency. And that meant a lot, I think. He's got a very heavy male demographic, but I think that Joe was actually sort of that camp for a while. I don't think it's really any surprise that Joe came out for him in the 11th hour, but it certainly probably helped. I think that Elon Musk, I wonder, as we go back through the history books at some point, I wonder how much Elon is contributing to this tonight, because the reality is he created a very competitive marketplace where there's an opportunity for people to get a message out, and they don't have to worry about the same kinds of crazy restrictions that they might have to worry about on other platforms. And I'm not saying that in a way to, listen, I'm all about truth and I'm about honesty, but it gets kind of crazy when you have to start coming up with code words for COVID, right? Which mine was March 2020. I still use it to this day. Because you're not allowed to say the word, because you're going to get dinged and possibly get your whole thing taken away. That's not a good place to be. I think about even myself on Facebook shortly after Biden came to office, and I got put in a timeout or Facebook jail, as they like to call it, because I had tweeted out something about the laptop. Now, Biden was already in office, and the Biden administration or somebody there complained about it. And the next thing you know, I'm in all kinds of trouble for a story that turns out to have been true, right? So I'm just kind of like, wow, if Elon hadn't have been there, do you think that America would have even had as much access? Hopefully, I feel like we've been able to have some good liberties here on YouTube, and I thank everybody for subscribing to the channel. Make sure you follow us at 76 Research as well. But this has been certainly kind of a wild time. Many days that I felt like I was living in some kind of North Korea-esque society. It's a little extreme, but nonetheless, when you can't actually say things, you can't talk about maybe the virus came from Wuhan, China. That's a little weird.
Yeah. And I think you're not alone. Obviously you're on the front lines of the free speech issue, but Americans generally really, they weren't really prepared to give up their freedom of speech or their freedom of association, or, to be punished for their personal views, their political views. And I think that was probably a big contributor to the outcome.
Yeah, I'm again being told, he's en route right now. We're coming towards the end of the night. We really do want to hear from him though. So I want to stick with this, because I'm told he is en route to the convention center there in West Palm Beach, Florida. Guys, if you're just tuning in, this is major. Like this, I did not think it would be this big. I really didn't. This is catching me by surprise. I did not think it would be a massive sweep like this. So this is very encouraging. I think this really should give us some encouragement about, where the country's going. Like, and the fact is that, we have the chance as Americans to take things back when it gets that crazy. Right, Rob?
Yeah, no, things are going to change. I mean, things can change, right? If you end up with, we'll see if the Republicans end up with control of the House, which is, as I'm looking at the Democrats, 30% chance of keeping the House. So, majority opinion is the Republicans will control the House as well as the Senate and the White House. So they'll have the ability to change some things. And I think things will change. I think whether or not they do win the House, we are going to see the kind of reforms that have been talked about throughout the campaign. And it's going to have a big impact. It's very exciting. It's like a new day, and it's almost a surprisingly new day. I don't know if anyone was, like as really optimistic that this could be quite the outcome, but it's pretty exciting. I mean, I look at it from a stock market perspective, a business perspective.
That's it. We should check actually. I don't know if you have a chance to check if we have any markets anywhere, any futures markets, et cetera, that are open right now, or even Bitcoin, if we could take a look at some of these markets, because I think that there will be a lot of optimism. I mean, it's possible that people sell on the news. If so, I think I'm buying tomorrow. I think that the market got bid up today for sure, in part because there was an expectation that he would win. We saw it in Poly Market, for example. But if you want to take a look at some of these markets overall, I expect that, that there will be even a sense of relief globally, because there's a desire to get things. Oh my gosh. Wow. Is that right? Dow futures jump 500 points. That's great. Okay, so we're looking at, an uptick. It's only 1.3%, but still, you can see the upside there in the futures market right now on the Dow Jones Industrial Average. You've got, let's see if we go overseas here and we look at what is going on in Asia. You get Asian markets mixed, but overall, no, look at this. The Nikkei is up 2.35%. You've got Shanghai actually up about 0.1%. So the markets are reacting globally. The markets are reacting. I can have another graphic I can put on here. Walk us through the numbers that you're seeing.
Yeah, you know what? I'll just read. I opened up FactSet here. So yeah, Asian equities mostly higher Wednesday. Focus on the election. Market attention remains fixed on U.S. election results. Notable moves in FX markets. Dollar rising most since March 2020 to its highest level. So the dollar is actually rising.
That's amazing.
Yeah. Strongest against, and I think this is a tariff thing where, it's strongest against what they're saying, potential tariff target countries, the peso, the yuan, and the euro, but that's basically everything. Bond markets are under pressure with Treasury yield curve bear steepening. So 10-year yield hit 4-month high. So, Neil alluded to this. I think basically, in my view and Bitcoin's up more than 5%. Equity market futures are up. But Neil touched on this earlier when we had him on. I think, we had we've had a Federal Reserve, like kind of a monetary policy that's sort of suited for a Biden-Harris administration, which is one where the economy's like on the cusp of falling apart and jobs are right. And I think now what we're looking at is a reinvigorated private sector when Trump comes into office and cuts taxes, takes away all those regulatory burdens and regulatory risks. That means the growth outlook is better. And, you put that in the context of interest rates. We don't need to be necessarily aggressively cutting rates at the moment to stimulate the economy, right?
Wait, so you don't think that they're going to actually? That's fascinating.
Well, look,
because there's other things you can do.
In a way, in inflation could be caused by a lot of demand, right? I mean, and that's sort of like kind of a good reason to have inflation, that the economy is robust, right? You don't want deflation due to a collapsing economy.
Right.
So I think, Trump's will work on things to address the supply side of the economy and get energy prices down and get costs down. But, if we have a robust, strong economy with real growth, it might not lead to like deflation, right?
Okay.
So anyway, the bond market's kind of anticipating growth here, and yields are higher, edging up, long-term bond yields.
So the market's not going to crash. Didn't they say the market's going to crash? Is Paul Krugman saying that right now?
Well, it was a weird thing for them to say, because every time he like jumped up in the poly market or the polls, you could see, people putting money into stocks, and
it's like, guys, enough already. Again, major news. If you are just tuning in, he's won Georgia. He's won North Carolina. Donald Trump is looking for a clean sweep here. An expectation that he wins every swing state. 94% chance he wins them all. That he wins the presidency. What have we got? A 97%. Let me go through this. We have a 97% chance he wins the presidency, right? Is that what we've got? And then a 94% chance each swing state?
Yeah, let me check on the swing states.
So I got to correct my graphic here. So Trump wins the presidency. Okay. 97% chance, 94. Tell me.
Sorry. Okay. Poly market. Yeah, that looks fine. Overall, 97. Well, it's 84%, 83% chance he wins the swing states. So 83.
Okay.
On all the swing states. And then did you have the popular vote in there?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
What is the popular vote? Still 70%?
No, it's 95%.
You're kidding me. 95%. Oh my gosh. Yeah. He's got to be so happy right now.
He will. I would assume so.
Yeah, I mean, I know him well enough to, he likes a good win. Wow. Oh my gosh. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is incredible. Donald Trump is going to win the popular vote, which, you know what? This is so good and important for the country. I've been saying this all week because you want something big, right? It's dangerous not to have it big. It's dangerous because then, you're going to get into the hanging Chad scenario. We certainly don't want that. And so this is excellent news. And we're happy to see it. Again, he's going to come out and speak momentarily. And I think we're going to get some insight into his appreciation for everybody that showed up. I mean, why wouldn't you, right? Like, people were saying this, he took a bullet to the head. I mean, thank goodness it was just to the ear, but the least you can do is go and stand in line and vote for him today. And this is what they did. They did vote, and they voted big time. And I'm blown away again by all these numbers. We just heard from Joy Reid over on NBC saying, don't believe that the black population and black men voted for Donald Trump. But in fact, when you look at the exit polls, Donald Trump seems to have gotten about a 20% support among black voters overall in the state of Wisconsin. So perhaps that's what's contributing to what you're seeing in poly market right now, where it looks like he will, in fact, what are the odds that you're seeing for Wisconsin right now?
Yeah, let's check it out.
Okay,
they're very high.
Very high. So this was part of that
95.
blue wall. 95% chance Donald Trump wins Wisconsin. And I suspect these exit polls where you see that so many black Americans were saying, you know what, I'm part of this movement.
And was that was a 20% support?
20% support
of black
among black voters, which is much more than the 8% that he got back in 2020.
Yeah,
so he more than doubled that.
Just on the point of black men, I mean, if I recall, I'm thinking back to data I saw with like Hillary Clinton, like black females, like almost like it was like an asterisk when you look at the Pew data. It's like how many voted for Donald Trump in previous elections. It was like immaterial. It was like zero. So that implies if black women did not really vote for Trump this time, and 20% of the of the blacks overall voted. I mean, you could be, and probably more black women than black men vote. It could be close to 50%. You know what I mean? Or 30, 40, 50, right? In terms of that proportion that's male.
You think so?
Well, you just, you know,
then that would suggest then that
I think black men probably voted for Trump in larger numbers than black women because it would be a crazy story to say that if 20% of black women voted for Trump, that would be.
Well, here, take a look at this number. I mean, they keep calling him racist, and they make the point about the border stuff, and they assume that would resonate with Hispanic and Latino voters. He got 38%. 38%. I mean, this reminds me of Malay. 38% of the Hispanic vote.
Yeah.
It reminds me of Javier Milei down in Argentina, when everybody was like, "Oh, no way, no way, no way," and then they're like, "Okay, maybe way," and then it was like this landslide, this massive, massive, earth-shattering landslide. This is more than Brexit, for example. Brexit was interesting.
Yep.
I mean, Brexit. I remember I anchored that coverage on Fox Business, and nobody even wanted to, like, it was kind of a like nothing night. People thought like it was just, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. I was like, oh, maybe it will. Maybe it will. And I was with some Europeans like the weekend before overseas, and they're like, what do you think? And I'm like, yeah, maybe it will. And they were like, no way, no way, no way. And so I remember going into the studio that night, and my producer, Jenna, talking to her on the phone, and she's like, yeah, it's not really clear. We didn't have like a huge show planned. We didn't have a ton of guests or anything. It was sort of, then all of a sudden, like, I'm in the thick of it. Holy moly, right? The polls are coming in one after another. And what did we see? That sure enough, that was once again kind of the silent majority. It's like the pollsters are not picking up on what people really think. They're afraid to say it. And there's something really wrong when you're afraid to express your opinion. And so they're doing so at the ballot box. Great. But 20% of blacks, according to the exit polls, voted for Donald Trump there in Wisconsin, and apparently 38% at the same time, he was getting 38% among Hispanic and Latino voters, again, in Wisconsin, according to the exit polls. So this is leading, I guess, to the chance of a 95% chance of a win in the state of Wisconsin. So I wonder if he's trying to hold out here as we wait for him. He's going to be speaking momentarily. I love this. Is a great picture online on CNBC. We've got the markets higher. You got Bitcoin surging to 75,000. 70. You know who's happy right now? Michael Saylor. Michael Saylor, who was just on the show the other day. He says it's going to 13 million. You can go watch that interview. We put it all on 76 Research. But you get the Dow futures jumping 500 points. You get Russell 2000 futures rising 2%. Traders are really excited. They say this is a Trump win. And you know what? They want it. They want a Trump win, and they want it because this is the kind of freedom that America needs. We are a capitalist meritocracy where everybody should get a chance. Not just because Kamala decides she's going to give you a little handout. Here, I'll give you $50,000 in a quote. How did she say it again? Forgivable loan. Forgivable. You want to say unforgivable because that kind of goes with loan, but just a forgivable loan, which is code for handout. Just a pure handout. People don't want handouts. That's what she just doesn't get. Like, that's what these lefties, Rob, they don't get it. Nobody wants a handout. We want to work for it, and we want to succeed.
Yeah, and just a dynamic, growing economy that's innovative, and it's very exciting. I just think this is just a cultural moment in the U.S., and I always go back to the woke stuff. You can't say enough about it in terms of the relevance of it and how it infected this country and how it just changed everything and the way we spoke and the way we thought. And I think that's what really gets washed away today.
I'm going to say something, and I don't want this to be misinterpreted. I have to be careful how I say it. But I grew up in New Hampshire, and you've heard me say this before. I didn't understand prejudice because, and this sounds like myopic and weird, but everybody was just the same. So you had no preconceived notions about anyone. And then by the time I met other people, I was at a really, really strong academic school, a high school, which recruited the best and the brightest all over the world, right? So then I was thrown into a situation where, sure, you know, if people were, so again, there was no preconceived notion of anyone being anything, you know, other than just, okay, I'm with a bunch of smart kids. And then I think back, you know, in adult life, and I mean, this sounds naive, and maybe this is what they're fighting against. Maybe I'm part of the problem, but like, I actually like never even saw it. Like, you know, you go to work and somebody's whatever color, like never even thought about it until 2020 and the protests. And all of a sudden it became this really, and I guess that's what they wanted because you had to see it. And I'm like, but shouldn't I just like value people for people? Like, I love everyone, you know, and unless you cross me or whatever, you know, then we'll talk. But I have no bias against you. And I guess they wanted our bias to be understanding, which is fine. But there's something really convoluted in there because it actually serves to be, in my estimation, really degrading to groups because you're making certain assumptions about them that they're not able to do it on their own and they need this, that, and the other and extra help, etc. And that in and of itself, I just think is sort of wrong. You know, I'm just waiting here. I don't know how they're going to call this, when they're going to call this, but you now have Georgia, you now have North Carolina, and you've got Wisconsin exit polls suggesting that Donald Trump is going to take Wisconsin. So if he takes Wisconsin, and I have a feeling this is in part what they're holding out for.
We just need Arizona.
Yeah, I'm going to actually, as you know, so everyone from Mar-a-Lago, I'm getting reports from my source on the ground there, has been just bussed over to the convention center and they are waiting on Trump. I'm wondering, ladies and gentlemen, if there's any chance that we're going to get Wisconsin. Probably not. I mean, going back to the map that you were citing earlier, what's the wrap on Wisconsin?
Well, when did...
in terms of the expectation of when it's actually going to, didn't they say it takes some time? They take a while to count. I'm wondering if anybody, do we have like a new version of Fox? Could CNN? Hey, I'll let MSNBC call it, right? They can be the new Fox of 2024. I'm just making a reference to, of course, Fox having called Arizona. I'm just again texting a source within the campaign. Are we thinking Wisconsin gets called soon? And again, judging by,
yeah. I thought I read that they would be like more likely to figure it out than Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm.
But here it is.
But perhaps not.
Well, no, not necessarily.
Yeah. Okay. Well, sources tell me he's en route. Everybody from Mar-a-Lago has just come over. They're there for the convention speech. It's gonna be something. I mean, look, Kamala is there at Howard University. You know what's fascinating, guys? We were talking about this early in the show. Jill, this is the wife of Joe, Jill Biden, went to vote today decked out in red. And it was announced that Biden would not be attending Donald Trump's, forgive me, of course, maybe he will. Maybe he'll go to Donald Trump's shindig. He would not be attending Kamala Harris's event tonight. Do you think we should read anything into that, Rob? Maybe just a little.
That Jill's not going to.
Well, the two of them. Like,
yeah,
what do you think the dynamics are there? Really, you think he's happy right now? I think he is.
In a way, he couldn't lose because, like, he could have been. You know, they would have. If she did win, you know, he would have been like lauded as this big hero who stepped down and took one for the team. And then if she loses, he's like, "Ha, I told you so."
Right.
So he was kind of in a no-lose situation, in reality, he's the double loser. I mean, he goes down in history as maybe one of the worst presidents in ever.
You know, and that's exactly what he did not want. You think about how important it was to him, remember to preserve his legacy. You think about how he invited all those reporters in, and John Meacham, who, has been all over MSNBC pleading the case. What do you think they're thinking right now? Can you imagine? Morning Joe is going to be funny to see tomorrow. Look, I don't mean to be, I should be cautious on that. I don't think anybody should gloat here, right? Like, the kids that want to wear red to school and everything tomorrow. I'm like, listen, just take a step back and think about how people feel, and use this moment to just say, listen, we need to all come together. We can't have things like this again. We can't run the risk of civil war. And you know what? We're not running the risk of civil war. We may be running the risk of, war with the New England college states, the universities there in Massachusetts and New Hampshire and Rhode Island. I mean, you got Brown in Rhode Island. But I don't think that we're the rest of the country is there.
No, I mean, I just these people are not the people who are really the energy behind Kamala. They're not physically intimidating people. Just so I mean, look, there could be some violence around in cities or in college campuses.
Think so.
But
I actually
it's too
don't.
Overwhelming.
I think the college campuses, you're going to have a lot of fury and anger, and they're going to go to their special sessions with, what do you call those animals?
Fuzzies.
No. The animals that are soothing.
Oh, emotional support animals.
Thank you. You get to go and have milk and cookies and, pet your emotional support animal. Like, that'll happen, and they'll be all bummed out, and there will be some anger. But I don't anticipate, people really going crazy. And in fact, a lot of the minority communities that are more, that are struggling with crime, et cetera. I mean, I think that the news out of Wisconsin, where you have 20% of the black population voting for Trump, I mean, at some point, it's like you keep trying something, and maybe you need to try something different. He said that once, and everybody was horrified that he said that. And I'm like, well, it makes sense. Yep. He's like, hey, give it a shot. Give something else a shot, because the Democrat policies are not working for you. Look at what you got in Chicago. Look at what you've got in LA and Watts, LA. I mean, all of these places that are so lefty, they seem to kind of be on the take for themselves. So this is huge. What do you think Kamala will blame? What do you, I mean,
she can pick her, she'll have it'll be everything but herself, right? It'll be her race, her gender, her staff, the media, Donald Trump's lies, Russia, I guess, is the best one, right? That's the go-to. Russian interference. That's what caused.
Oh gosh, but see, that's no good. That's no good. You're right. They might try that.
I think they'll just say he tricked America, and he lied, and he exploited them. And we the Democrats, we understand what's right and true, and you should believe us. And if you believe someone else, then you've been manipulated and misinformed.
But now, typically, and I wonder if this is what he's waiting, I guess you'd have to wait and see what Wisconsin did. We're coming up, this is 1:20 in the morning, by the way. I mean, we've been on air for a good long time. And this is not normal. Okay, guys, it's not normal. Normally, you go to bed and the winner, and everybody's come out and given their speeches by 11 p.m. And so this is just something that's kind of the last few years. But I guess given that we don't have a real verdict on Wisconsin yet, she can't come out and give the concession speech. So we're sort of waiting to see who's going to speak first. And that's what's a little awkward. Think about that. Think about the dynamics, Rob, because if she comes out and speaks and says, we're hanging in there, it's almost like he needs to afford her the opportunity to do that. If he comes out and speaks and says, well, they're still counting, but it looks like we're winning, then they're going to pounce on him and say, he's trying to steal the election, et cetera. So he's in a little bit of a challenging spot from that sense. And is she not going to speak? Right now, we're getting reports that her camp has gone completely silent. They're just not saying anything.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's kind of a humiliating situation that she's in. I don't know what I would do if I were her. I mean, look, there are no miracles coming around. They have no chance of winning, basically. And I guess the question is, do you just wait it out and just let get to a point where it's just mathematically 1,000,000% sure, or do you just bite the bullet and accept reality?
I think she's going to want to make sure mathematically. I mean, that's just my hunch. I could be completely wrong.
If I'm her, she's probably first and foremost thinking like, what's the least embarrassing way for me to approach this? You know, she knows she lost, and it's kind of a question of how does she walk away with a little bit of pride, you know? So that's probably the calculation going through her head.
Elon Musk is having a field day. He's just 4 minutes ago, he tweeted, "You are the media now. Let that sink in."
Well, yeah. I mean, the media really lost this camp. You know, I mean, it's just major questions, right? Like, why can't we have newspapers that report accurately and aren't completely slanted? Why can't we have major news networks that, you know, give us high quality information? That's like, it doesn't have to be conservative media. It can be just stop with every article trying to manipulate my perception of a situation to align with your political agenda. Like, let's just have something fairly central, right?
I want to share with you what David Sachs is saying on Twitter. David Sachs, he's a private equity guy, right?
Yeah, he has his own venture capital firm.
He's close to Elon. He's the host of the All In podcast. He writes, quote, "This is a bankruptcy moment for the legacy media. Mm-hmm. They shrieked Nazi, fascist, traitor, insurrectionist at the top of their lungs for years. The country didn't believe it. Their spell is broken. Their credibility is destroyed. It is a new dawn." Wow. Yeah. I mean, it is a new dawn. It's shocking that we kind of had to deal with that. But
how do they stay on the air? You know, how does Joe Scarborough stay on the air? And look, I mean, we talked about this the other day, you and I'll share this with the viewer. I mean, yeah, because they were in control. I mean, I look at myself, for example, you know, I dared to say, you know, maybe we shouldn't shut down the country for COVID. Boom, I was gone out the door. Tucker dared to, in his case, air some of the tape from J6 that didn't seem so threatening. It didn't mesh with, say, Nancy Pelosi's daughter's tape. Mm-hmm. And boom, he was gone. I mean, I really think that, you know, and he was obviously far bigger a deal in terms of viewership. I had the unfortunate luck of being on against him at 8:00 on the Redheaded Stepchild Network, the Fox Business Network. But listen, he was the big kahuna there, but they were very willing to just say, see ya, when it started getting uncomfortable. They're not willing to do that over at MSNBC, and these people are generating ratings, and let's face it, it's not really news. They're not, you know, it's entertainment, and thus, as a result, yeah, they're able to stay on the air. I mean, I think it's sort of a slippery, dangerous slope, but all that said, I'm such a believer in freedom of speech that as long as you have that freedom, then guess what? Things like this happen tonight, Rob, and Americans take back the country, and they realize that they do have a voice, a big one. Yeah, and per Sachs, I mean, you know, just exactly as you said with that tweet, they've just dug their own grave in terms of, you know, defining, they're completely irrelevant now.
So people are pretty upset. I'm looking over at some of the things that are coming in, for example, over on CNN.
Trish, I think I'm going to grab a Coca-Cola.
Go for it. Go for it. I'll hold down the fort here. If I look at CNN, guys, you know, I'm looking at basically Van Jones saying that this is a nightmare for Black women and for illegals. It seems a little bit over the top. He's apparently on the verge of tears. I think that we should actually play this. I'd like to share this sound with you because it's worth understanding how upset they are and what this really seems to mean to them. Again, Van Jones here, just on the verge of absolute tears. Let's go to this sound because, you know, this is not a good night, if you would, for the mainstream media.
Because I'm thinking about the people who are not a part of anybody's elite who are hurting tonight. There are African-American women who know a little bit about being talked down to and know a little bit about having their economic dreams crushed, who tried to dream a big dream over the past couple of months. And tonight they're trading in a lot of hope for a lot of hurt. And they were hoping that maybe this time, one of their own could be seen as worthy. And once again, they were facing rejection. And that hurts. They thought tomorrow morning they're going to walk out with their shoulders back a little bit, maybe able to breathe for the first time and feel like they belong someplace. They did everything that they knew how to do. And it's going to be harder than it should be tomorrow for them to hold their heads up. And they're not the only people who are hurting tonight. If you're a parent of a trans kid, your child's face was used as a springboard to power for somebody. That doesn't feel good. There are going to be people tomorrow, we're going to be handing clothes at the dry cleaners to people who don't have papers. There are going to be people who are going to be cleaning your teeth tomorrow who don't have papers. And they're terrified tonight. And so it's easy to blow this off. Oh, look at the elites. They're going to get their comeuppance. It's not the elite that's going to pay the price. It's people who woke up this morning with a dream and are going to bed with a nightmare. And those people deserve to be respected and held and talked to. Those are the people who are going to pay the price for whatever Donald Trump decides to do.
Yeah, but Van, how do we know that those people didn't vote? A large portion of those people aren't part of the people that elected Donald Trump.
Well,
right? I think that's a good part of the electorate. And the black women, the party, the Democratic Party, let those black women down. Not Donald Trump.
Wow, I think he's right. It is the Democrat Party. It is the Democrat Party that has put women down. It's just, there's some sound that's coming in here from Mar-a-Lago, and it looks like he's talking to the crowd. It was a group of donors there, and he's pretty excited, but it's not an official speech of any kind. Look, there's going to be a lot of people that are very, very, very upset. And I think we need to understand that, to Van Jones's point. This is not a moment to necessarily gloat, although, hey, look, incredible. And I'm looking at global markets right now. Oh, wow. Pennsylvania called for Donald Trump. This is per my friend Sean Spicer, who's saying this. I'm going to text him. It looks like Pennsylvania has been called for Donald Trump. This just breaking right now. Let's make sure that we chase this down. Ladies and gentlemen, possibly this looks like it is going to be a Donald Trump win tonight. Pennsylvania being the key linchpin in all of this. He's got Georgia, Pennsylvania, expected to be called here for Donald Trump. That would be pretty remarkable. So just incredible evening, and it looks like it's going to be now just a massive sweep, which is such a referendum on where we have been as a nation, is it not? A massive, I told you I'd be here through thick and thin. Here I am. If you haven't subscribed, make sure you subscribe. Make sure you do that right now. Really important for the channel, important for you, important for us. Listen, we do have a voice. Elon is right. And our voice is being heard. Your voice is being heard. And it looks as though we may actually, and again, this is just Spicer, and he didn't actually source anything. So I want to quadruple check. I'm going to look at some of your comments, because some of you guys have been really good about helping everybody out here. In the old days, I used to have all of this called earlier. Rob just walked back into the room because he had to get some Coca-Cola. I might actually have some of that. I don't usually I drink Diet Coke, but if you've got an extra, why not? Oh, nice. Maybe I'll take either one. Maybe I'll do the ginger ale. Sean Spicer, I just texted him to see. Oh, wow. And a very good source within the campaign telling me that Wisconsin is going to be called tonight. Wow. Amazing. So this is incredible. Pennsylvania, according to Spicer, being called for Donald Trump. Again, I'm waiting on confirmation of that myself. I want to tell you that I'm getting reports from David, one of our producers down at the convention center right now. RFK just arrived there, so he's there, and he said, listen, everybody is going wild, absolutely wild. They're just so excited. Let's see if he can join us. Apparently the cell signal is lousy. The Wi-Fi is not so good. And so he's having some trouble getting he took some videos and stuff. He's trying to send them into us right now, but it's not ideal. This is when you need the satellite truck. So as much as I go on about this amazing new, Pennsylvania for Trump. Rob, what are you seeing? Pennsylvania for Trump? Everybody's saying Pennsylvania for Trump. I get Spicer saying Pennsylvania for Trump. I just want to make sure that we have it from an actual news source. Rick Alonzo here on the group chat saying it is Pennsylvania for Trump, or maybe you're just in Pennsylvania and you're saying it's for Trump. So I'm going to leave it to Rob as I continue here to watch for Donald Trump coming to the convention hall. I mean, this is bad. As I'm looking at some of this footage coming in, you see all this excitement there with all the people at the campaign rally for Donald Trump in Florida. And then, I look at the White House and boy, does it look depressing. Really depressing. It's just sort of quiet, outside the White House. There's a funny story today. A big giant fence went up outside Kamala Harris's home there in Washington, D.C. And people were making the point that, she finally got that wall. She finally got that fence right around her own home there tonight in Washington, D.C. And this is part of the problem, right? Like people just feel like she's not doing anything for them. She doesn't understand them. And they're voting to get rid of her, period, to just get rid of her. I'm going to drink my ginger ale so that I'm already going to be up all night. I was supposed to be at the gym early tomorrow morning. I had an appointment with my trainer. I'm going to have to tell her, okay, wow. Trump seizes, Daily Mail is reporting this. Trump seizes control of U.S. presidential election after winning North Carolina and Georgia. I think they just mean control of this election. In other words, it's really, really good for Donald Trump. But he's got to get, Rob, am I right? If we do the math, he's got to get Pennsylvania or Wisconsin in order to seal the deal tonight.
Yeah, and we're still waiting on Arizona. We're still waiting on Arizona.
Okay. So
I'm looking at the New York.
Tell me.
I've been alerted to the New York Times. They've got, they have their little needle, so that it's not just Polymarket. They're saying greater than 95% chance of victory for Trump on the cover of the New York Times here, with an estimated something like 306 Electoral College votes. So that's their forecast.
So the New York Times is admitting it. They're admitting it. The New York Times saying that Donald Trump is going to win this.
Yeah. So, but we're still, in order for it to be official, so they have to call Arizona, and then I think they need to call either one of those blue wall states.
I'm looking at New York Times election live updates. Trump wins Georgia and North Carolina as Republicans take Senate. Where are you seeing that he's actually going to win the whole thing? Oh, just in their metrics? Chances of winning, very likely Trump. I see it. Okay, let me bring this up so that I can show everyone where we are. And this is important to see because we're looking at it obviously in Polymarket, but here you've got the New York Times admitting it as well. And so I want to share with you their little barometer, which is just, listen, this is unbelievable. This is unbelievable. This is history. And I'd like to say, I told you so. But I just told you I had a feeling, right? You look back at every single podcast for the last month, and I kept telling you, he's up. And so it was like, wait a second, like I'm not gelling here with where the polls are because I'm looking at the polls saying, how can it be? How can he only be here, there, or wherever? Like he's clearly up. And again, I'm looking at other things. I'm looking at market internals. I'm looking at the price of Bitcoin, which by the way is up over 75,000. Take a look. Rob, you're on camera right now. Let you continue doing what you're doing. But I just want to show everybody this metric right now. This is on the front page of the New York Times. And so the chances of winning, very likely Trump. massive. Okay, so the red dial all the way there. Right now he's at 247. Don Baca pointing out that Alaska has been called as well. Don, one of our favorites on the show here. Thank you, Don. Let me just thank you for that. I mean, shark bait saying Trump won. I mean, technically, right? We can't. We have to wait for somebody to call Arizona. But this is what happened. I mean, this is amazing, you guys. This is amazing. I do think it's kind of tricky. Does he come out and speak? It looks like he's going to any moment now. It's amazing. Let's see. I'm going to again check in with my sources. Walk us through what you're seeing in Polymarket right now.
Yeah, it's. I mean, we're basically just pushing up against 100% here. So 99% chance of Trump. 99% chance he wins the popular vote. A lot of the mystery is kind of coming out of the situation here. 97% chance he wins Michigan. 98% chance Wisconsin. 96% chance Nevada. Let's go to the, it's really,
tell me.
Yeah, no, the House of Representatives is kind of the more interesting. I mean, that's the only place where there's any real mystery here. Yeah. Democrats are down to 19% chance of winning the House. So 81% chance that the Republicans take the House.
Tell me that again.
And they already won the Senate.
Tell me that again.
81% chance of Republicans taking the House of Representatives.
Wow. Okay. So they're going to, I mean, like big time, do we know what the margin might be? Probably not from that particular data point. So yeah, there's going to be some very, very, very unhappy people. Look, if you're just tuning in, breaking news right now, Donald Trump is expected to win the presidency. We are waiting on states like Arizona. We are waiting on Wisconsin. There's an expectation, according to my sources within the campaign, that Wisconsin will be called tonight. Of course, I'm saying tonight. We're looking at 1:38 in the morning, ladies and gentlemen. 1:38 on the East Coast. But these swing states, Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, we know that he's got North Carolina. We know that he has got Georgia. We know he's probably going to get Wisconsin. You look at that exit polling data that I was just going through with you. Latinos, Black Americans in Wisconsin coming out in much larger numbers than anything we've seen before for Donald Trump in Wisconsin. Expectation is Pennsylvania as well. And we're seeing some reports, and I want to be careful of that, but some reports that Pennsylvania has been called, this is what you call a red wave, a massive red wave. This is Americans saying, you know what, you guys just went too far. And this is what I love about this country. I'm going to tell you, I love the fact that when the pendulum goes too far wackadoo over there into left field, that there's a chance for normalcy to be restored and returned. And that's what we are witnessing here in live time tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, we are expecting the future president of the United States to be speaking momentarily there in the state of Florida, in his hometown area. I mean, think about what he's been through. All the legal cases, the mugshot. They booked him down in Georgia. Fannie Willis, watch out. Oh boy, I'd hate to be Letitia James tonight, right? I mean, the Letitia James who's trying to put him away with a 500 million. I nearly said 100,000, but this was a $500 million that she was trying to saddle him with for a perfectly legal transaction. This is wild. This is amazing. I am here on set with my colleague at 76 Research. And you know what? We've been talking about it. We've been talking about how the markets were preparing for this. It's amazing. Your reaction to this historic moment.
Yep. It's still trying to come to terms with it. It was not, I thought Trump would win. I made a bet with my friend Bill in Atlanta. I don't know if he's watching, but just putting him on notice for that steak dinner. He wanted Trump to win, but I guess he was, so many people who did want him to win were just kind of paranoid and fearful that he wouldn't. But look, I think this is a game changer. I mean, it seems likely just based on poly market that it's a complete sweep. So Trump and his team will have full reign to change things and to implement the policies and write the laws that they're talking about. And they're talking about some very sweeping changes and reforms. So it's exciting, it's exciting to actually see they're going to have the opportunity to execute on their vision. And we'll see what happens.
I'm looking at one of the headlines in the Wall Street Journal right now. The Wall Street Journal says this is really a race that was defined by inflation, abortion, and immigration. And, I think that inflation really is the headliner there. I really think that inflation, you just can't do this to people. You can't expect that they're going to roll over and play dead, and you're going to gaslight them and tell them, no, the economy is doing fine, which literally this morning, the New York Times wrote. You heard me quoting from that earlier today. This was like a piece that they wrote on both candidates. If Kamala Harris wins, it's because of this. If Donald Trump wins, it's because of this. And they were saying, he really shouldn't win because, he just went in on the economy and the economy's doing great. The economy's fine. And you know what? Inflation is down. No, it's not down. It's still up somewhere around 20 some odd %. Okay. In all of these swing states, these 7 swing states, it's for sure up between 19 and 21% in all of those states. Guess what? Wages have not grown anything close to that. So people can't afford as much of a lifestyle, New York Times reporter, as they used to. So they're like, wait a second, I need a businessman back in the office, right? I need somebody who understands economics. I need Elon Musk, who's actually innovating, hand over fist. I mean, we need real people. And you look at the others that are surrounding. I mean, there's just really, we talked about David Sachs earlier, Peter Thiel. Smart people in Silicon Valley that have that were historically pretty left. Not Peter, but a lot of people. I think about even Mark Pincus, who's a big gaming CEO, just coming out this week announcing his support for Donald Trump. Just a ton of people that you would not have normally thought that have historically been big Democrats. Rob, you've seen this shift.
Yep. Yeah. It's kudos to them, in terms of that part of the business community kind of sticking their neck out and saying, look, this is what I believe in. And I know I'm not supposed to believe it. It doesn't align with, the ideology that has been forced upon us. But I think they have been very influential. And I think it's very exciting that you have, very, sophisticated, successful business people and entrepreneurs and innovators that will have a big voice in the new, second Trump administration. There's just some big things that are ahead of us in terms of all this technological innovation that's underway. It's going to have a major impact on the economy and on the country. And we're going to need some good policy around it and an understanding around it. We've talked a lot about Bitcoin.
Right.
Cryptocurrencies and how they get
upwards of 75,000 right now. I just want to double check some of that data because that's incredible too. But go ahead. I mean, there's so much that, and I know a lot of our viewers here, I realize, you guys are hesitant about it. I have a lot of reasons for liking it, and we can get into that in future shows. I mean, certainly somebody like me who has some aversion to central banks that are just printing money. I look at Bitcoin, much like gold, but albeit in a different way, as being something that can kind of be an outside pressure on some of that. But yeah, I mean, he's all over that. He's really embraced the Bitcoin community, which cracked me up.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, you want to embrace it, but then you want to embrace it in an intelligent way and have smart people kind of guiding policy around it so that this kind of evolution of cryptocurrency or Bitcoin develops in a way that's good for America. So yeah, it's the whole thing is just, it was, this was not really, I thought he might win. I thought he would win, but I did not necessarily think that it would be this clear cut. And
yeah, it's pretty darn amazing, right? I mean, really, really darn amazing. And I'm looking at markets right now, and I want to get to this because I'm now seeing that the Dow futures are up 700 points. So Dow futures jumping 700 points as Donald Trump takes that lead in the Electoral College. You've got NASDAQ futures up 1.5%, a gain of 305 points. S&P futures up 1.5%. So, all those predictions that somehow this was going to be bad for the country, that this was going to be really, really bad for investors, not the case at all. And if anything, you've seen markets are just thrilled. Why are they thrilled? Because you get a capitalist as opposed to a socialist there coming in to save the day. Dow futures jumping 700 points. 700 points right now, guys, on Trump news. I just think that's amazing. Again, S&P futures up 1.54%, a gain of nearly 90 points. I'm here with Rob Horton, my colleague at 76 Research, and now I wish I had bought a little bit more. The other day when the market was down, I was like, I was hoping it would go down today. Look, you can't time the market. I want to be careful about that. But, it doesn't stop me from trying it. When the market's having a bad day, I'm like, okay, now's my time. This is, we'll see how it shakes out tomorrow. But I think investors are clearly really, really happy to see this. I want to go back to what Van Jones was saying for just a moment. Rob, you had stepped out to get some more ginger ale and Coca-Cola. But one of the things that Van Jones said, which I think is important, is that there are going to be a lot of really scared people in the country right now because of the deportation expectation. I actually don't think that it's going to be as gruesome or bad. I mean, one thing that people kind of forget is that he really does have a heart. But Van Jones making the point that, Black women can't go out and say we elected a female. I don't know. I actually think probably a decent amount of people in the minority population actually did vote for him. I think that data has proven true, certainly out of Wisconsin and some other exit polls that we've seen. But nonetheless, of course, you want to be sympathetic and understanding to the other side in a moment like this.
Yeah, and as far as immigration, I mean, I think, I recall a conversation or just an interview that J.D. Vance had maybe a few weeks ago. And, the priority there is getting the bad actors out of the country, right? It's not going after children. It's going after criminals. It's going after the ones who really, really should not be here. And you're not going to be able to, I don't think the intention is to deport every last person who's here illegally. But I think the point is, number one, stop the kind of unfettered flow of illegal immigrants into the United States. So strengthen the border immediately. And then as you, review and find out who's actually in the country, you take the dangerous people out as the top priority. And that, it probably is going to be what happens. I mean, I do think that there's a difference sometimes between the rhetoric and what actually transpires, but it shouldn't be that revolutionary or crazy or however you want to say it. I've got so many graphics, you guys. Like pretty soon you're not going to be able to see me anymore. Let me see. I'm going to try and make these a little bit smaller just so that you can still see Rob and myself. This is amazing. Trump to win the presidency. Okay, it's not official, but it's basically official. I mean, I have to be careful what I say here. It's not official yet, but I think it is happening. What's that? Did you see something else, Rob? The chance of the Democrats winning the House is down to 9% on Polymarket. So, what about Polymarket odds at Trump winning the presidency? Anything new you can share with us right there? So we've got it 97%. 99.
It's now 99%. Okay, wow. 99% chance Trump wins the presidency. 83% chance he wins. Okay, I think I may have a mistake in my graphics. So what is the 95% chance he wins the popular vote?
98.
98% chance he wins the popular vote?
Yep.
Wow. I mean, what on earth is the media going to say now? It's almost like they just got shut off in real time. They really did, you guys. I mean, this is incredible. No one is going to be able to. I think that they just were completely called out.
Trish, he's going to 95% chance he wins every swing state. So we're back to 95.
95% chance he wins every swing state. I don't have that one up right now.
Yeah.
I'm running out of room.
Well,
here, 95%. I'll add it. 98% chance Trump wins the popular vote, and then tell me again, 95%.
Like
He wins. He takes all swing states. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Michigan. Wow.
Can you imagine what the view is going to be like tomorrow? Can you? I can't wait. I'm actually going to watch. I'll bring you the clips tomorrow, guys. We're going to. Is Whoopi Goldberg even going to show up to work? I mean, this has got to be just devastating.
It's going to be fascinating. It really will be. I mean.
Well, you were out of the room when I played Van Jones, but he was nearly crying on set there on CNN, nearly crying. And, he feels bad for all the Black women that were looking forward to this and all the women. And by the way, look, I'm from a generation that, we don't get into the woman thing as much because I don't think I had to fight maybe the same battles that maybe my mom's generation. But I know like a lot of people in her generation, you saw a lot of older women that really wanted Kamala Harris to win, right? Haven't you seen that, Rob? I mean, like with a lot of women here, especially in the Northeast, older women really wanted Kamala because they wanted the first female president in their lifetime. So I get that. I understand that. I'm empathetic to it. I just think that, it's not the headline in a weird way that it may have been years ago and perhaps for their generation. So, they'll be disappointed. I think we have to be cautious and thoughtful about how to be nice to everyone and unify everybody at a time like this.
Yeah, but I mean, the time has come to like really let go of all that, right? I mean, okay, it's nice to have firsts and milestones, but it's like there's a country that needs to be run here. This is real life. There are real families. There are people who need to be fed. There are businesses that need to be managed. We had a 20% inflation wave. We've got real challenges. Health challenges with foreign adversaries. It's not about seeing a role model with a certain skin color or gender and taking some inspiration from that. So, just that focus, that obsessive focus on identity, that's really been one of the main problems holding us back.
It is holding us back.
It's time to move on, get some
perspective on things and just say, okay, it's a real world out there. And, if you're just joining us right now, we have some very good news for you. Well, maybe it depends on what your politics are, I guess. But I consider this really good news, and the market considers this very good news. You know what? I love being able to go back to the market because we're grounded in reality. And the reality is the stock market is now jumping. It is soaring. In the pre-market, futures are up 700 points on the news that Donald Trump is going to win the presidency. So this doesn't have to be my particular bias here. Rob and I are very practical people. And part of the problem, I think, in the last couple of years has been like that practicality's gone out the window. I mean, you've told me stories about how crazy it is. You want to invest in something, but wait a second, oops, it's not like DEI focused enough. You can't be like that as an investor. You need to do what works, and as a country, we need what works.
When I look at the futures going up, I mean, this is going to be a big boost for industrial companies, I think, in the U.S. We're going to have a lot of momentum now behind kind of the whole theme of onshoring and the manufacturing renaissance, energy, right? So, I mean, that's a big thrust of Trump's policies. We're going to start building out our liquefied natural gas facilities, exporting energy around the world, more pipelines. This all kind of feeds into that kind of industrial complex and all that industrial activity. And I think there are a lot of stocks in the U.S. market that are really well positioned to kind of benefit from this what's going to be a big shift in the regulatory environment.
Big shift in the regulatory environment for sure. I'm getting reports that it is being called. I've yet to see that. Again, I'm relying on you here as eyes and ears. Are you seeing? I have yet to see AP call this for Donald Trump, again, because we don't have the official numbers. And even though the exit polls are showing something, I'm looking at 99.4% chance of Donald Trump being the next president of the United States. Oh gosh, Kamala. She's not even in this anymore. If I look at, is she still on the screen? Like her chances are about as good as Joe Biden's or Nikki Haley's. I mean, guys, she's Nikki Haley and Kamala look like they have the same shot to win the presidency because he's it. So huge moment for the country, huge moment for every American right now, a huge moment for Donald Trump. I mean, think about what he's been doing just the last few days. Eric Trump making the point today that his dad is out there doing rally after rally after rally after rally. Kamala could only do 2. So remember we kept hearing, well, she's busy. Where'd she go wrong? Was it Timmy? Was it Timmy Waltz? I don't think so, because I don't think Josh Shapiro could have even delivered this for her, because Josh Shapiro would have had to score Wisconsin, right? And Pennsylvania. Did she had to win all 3 or just 2 of the 3?
All 3. Yeah.
All 3. So I don't think that Shapiro could have actually done it for her.
No one could have helped her. I mean, and I wonder if someone other than Kamala could have even succeeded. But
probably not, given inflation.
Yeah. And I mean, it's inflation, and I just think it's just a wide range of issues, but the economy and, to your point, I mean, that article you were reading earlier, yeah, sure, the inflation has subsided, but it's like after your house burned down, okay, the house is no longer on fire. It's not really cause for celebration, right? It's the damage has already been done. Your personal economic situation has already been kind of permanently damaged. Mm-hmm. And, people didn't appreciate that.
No, they definitely did not appreciate that. I'm going to work on your shot so we can get that back, but they didn't appreciate it. We're waiting right now, ladies and gentlemen, on Donald Trump. I mean, there's some finesse that has to go into this, right? Because they have to coordinate this. This is history. We are watching history right now, and they've got to coordinate this in such a way so that it's not making her look bad, and it's providing sort of the right kind of cushion for those supporters of Kamala Harris that are waiting on getting some kind of real result out of none other than these critical swing states. As we saw earlier in the program, her team is trying to suggest that she still has a path some way through these blue states. And I think we all kind of know the answer to that one. And it's that there isn't much of a path at all at this point. And you have only to look, I guess, at Polymarket to see that evidence. And Rob and I have been just watching this really closely. What's crazy is that any of the arguments against him, there's nothing that can be said. He's going to win the popular. He's going to win the Electoral College. He's going to win the Senate for the Republican Party. It looks like they're going to take the House. So I think this is a pretty spectacular defeat. And I'd like to know who was the brain surgeon that came up with the idea that they should go all in on the wokeness in order to win an election, right? Because that clearly is coming back to bite.
I have a theory, and my theory is maybe they're actually... I'm being facetious, but I'm not. Maybe they actually are just a bunch of woke idiots. This was not we saw this where, there was a bit of a scandal when she chose not to go to the Al Smith dinner, right? And that was... Oh my gosh, the only other person to not go to the Al Smith dinner was Mondale, right? And it was the same kind of thing. But that was a window into the kind of political strategy or political advice she was receiving. And we don't know the details. There were some rumors that she was advised that it would be problematic for women on the abortion issue or for the LGBT community would take offense to it. But clearly, like, you know, the decision to not.
You have your microphone?
Oh, sorry.
Just make sure. Yeah. See, Rob's new to TV. Just make sure it's pointed at you. Keep going.
The decision to not attend that was clearly a calculated political decision. I don't think she had a meaningful conflict. It's a major event, and her woke advisors, you know, they didn't understand the country. They didn't understand that, okay, you have all of these Catholics who really value that event and value the candidate's participation in that event, and to skip out on it is offensive to them.
So she lost Catholics, but do you think people were really paying attention to that?
Well, I just like raised that as like an example of like, this is the advice she's getting, you know, like they don't understand the United States. And you see like some of the people who work in the administration, they're younger, you know, they fit within the identity groups, right? And like, okay, that's a part of the country, and that's the activist base kind of looks like that and acts like that, but that's not the United States. And so I just think their messaging, their priorities, you know, wasn't broadly appealing.
No, not broadly appealing for sure. And you know, it's not that, you know, Americans are pretty simple people, and this is a wake up call. Trump is expected to address supporters at Mar-a-Lago. I'm not entirely sure what the holdup is, except that these things need to be properly choreographed. And I suspect there's a lot of cooks in the kitchen, and they've got to figure out just exactly how this goes down. What does Kamala say? Does Kamala actually concede? And there may be this push-pull at this moment in time, and she's not, you know, she's not conceding anything here. And I think that this is it fair to say, Rob, that this is sort of different from other times? But I remember what Hillary Clinton said: if it's close, don't give him an inch. And I wonder if this is, well, you know, I'm not going to give an inch. I mean, even though it's not close.
Yeah, it's really not close, right? I mean, you've got the New York Times needle is like kind of all the way beyond the flat point, you know, it's redlining. There is no path. So, I mean, 1 in a million or something. So, you know, the time for that, if it came down to one state, sure, you hold out, but this isn't a close election.
So I think this is actually kind of a selfish move. I'm going to go out on a limb and say, like, Kamala, you know what? The time has come. You actually do need to concede. And so here we are waiting for Trump. But you see, the way this is supposed to go down is she's supposed to concede first, and then he goes out and gives a victory speech, and that's part of the whole, you know, American process, right? Like, and they said he was going to end democracy.
Well, maybe, you know, she wants to kind of foster the appearance that this was closer than it was, and the longer she holds out, it makes it seem like, oh, we're really counting ballots to the very end, but. You know, or maybe she's just being spiteful, or, you know, I mean,
she wants to keep us up late at night.
Yeah, I'm almost more curious what her speech ultimately sounds like than his. I'm very curious what his speech will be, but I wonder, will there be, you know, anything close to a magnanimous?
I don't think so.
Or will she just continue?
I think it'll be more of the same. I mean, look at the things that she has said. And now I wonder, like, what is up her sleeve? What is she going to do next? She said, we're going to deal with him in November. We're going to let the courts deal with him in November. I mean, where do they go with this? The Supreme Court? Like, what is the Supreme Court supposed to say? What is anybody supposed to say? The people have voted. Those stupid people that you kept telling over and over again that they couldn't vote for Trump. Guess what? Those garbage people, those stupid anti-American people just voted for the guy that you guys don't like and don't want. So what do you do now?
I think John Roberts is going to swear him in. I think that's what the Supreme Court's going to do. There's no, I mean, look, it was supposed to be maybe you start with the legal disputes if it comes down to one state, but it looks like he took the entire blue wall.
Look, and the reason they're able to figure that out is because they've got some of the counties already in. They're looking at the counties, they're looking at the exit polls, and what that all tells you is, very, very clear chance that he's likely going to win all of those states, like 99.99% chance. Okay, this is great. So, this is. It is going to be Donald Trump. I'm going to share with you guys this just coming in. It looks like it is being called. Donald Trump will be the next president of the United States of America. Donald Trump, let me get this up on the screen. Donald Trump to be 47th president of the United. Oh my gosh. Wow. Incredible. Okay, so yeah.
Who called it?
Fox actually is calling it. So, they're trying to make good. This is, let me go to the sound. Let me see if I can play you guys some of this, because you might as well hear it. I guess they got to win back the viewers after the ordeal. Take a look at this. They're saying he has been elected the 47th president of the United States of America. Ladies and gentlemen, what a night. What a night.
All right, guys, back to you. We got Trump coming out.
Trace, thank you. The Fox News decision desk can now officially project that Donald Trump will become the 47th president of the United States.
The former president's comeback will be complete with a win in Wisconsin, a state that he narrowly lost 4 years ago. He is now the second president in U.S. history to win non-consecutive terms. The first was Grover Cleveland in the late 1800s. Senator J.D. Vance will become the 50th vice president of the United States. Voters express deep frustration with the Biden administration, and former President Trump and the future President Trump overperformed in urban areas, particularly with men, proving that the strategy that they doubled and tripled down on over the course of the last few months absolutely succeeded and brought him back to the White House.
47th president of the United States. Former President Trump now defeats Vice President Kamala Harris, who entered this race just over 100 days ago. And for Democrats, they were projecting the possibility of running the table with battleground states. David Plouffe with the Democratic campaign of Harris campaign suggested that just yesterday. Now it is possible that Donald Trump runs the table with these states and builds on a big landslide electoral win. We don't know where the popular vote is going to finish out, but we do know that he will be going back to the White House, and with him, Brit Hume, will be a lot of changes because he will have been there once and will know what he wants to do.
He often accounts for the fact that he had so much turnover in his first term, as president, by the fact that he...
Okay, so again, we have learned that he has taken Wisconsin. Fox is calling it, and a number of outlets, although not quite enough, but a few outlets are calling Pennsylvania. But I believe with Wisconsin, that was all he needed, right, Rob?
Yep.
Rob Horton here with me from 76 Research. We're simultaneously streaming live on both platforms. Rob, he needed to get one of those swing states. And it turns out that Wisconsin was the one. And that strategy of really doubling down on men. Actually, he got so many black men. He got minorities overall there with both Latinos and with the African-American community in Wisconsin. That paying off. This was a state that he just really narrowly lost last time. This time really coming through. Huge success there. Donald Trump, the 47th president of the United States. We are waiting on him to speak. This, as I've been explaining, is a little bit tricky. It's a little bit tricky because Rob Horton, they got to stage it out. And I just don't know why she's not conceding yet. This is it's a little bizarre. It's like Hillary Clinton's in her ear saying, don't do it, don't do it. Well, why not do it? Like, isn't it better for America to do it?
Yeah, you would think.
Is this going to be sour grapes?
Sour grapes. Maybe she opened a couple bottles of wine. It's Kamala Harris. Who knows? Yeah. I mean, I think it would be a nice, classy touch to acknowledge reality, and but maybe she's working on her comments and wants to buy time. Hard to get into her head, or the Democrats, and I think they must be in a state of shock themselves.
I think they are. I think it's for sure a state of shock. I think that they knew it wasn't great, but they thought that they might have some opportunity here. And here again, I forgive my camera work. One of these days, I'm going to learn that, or we got to get Drew back in here to help. But anyway, so Rob will get you on camera here too. I really think that she had to be delusional to think that she would really win. But look, they might be delusional. They really, I think they were delusional to approach this campaign with the strategy that they went at it with. And he was a fighter. He is a fighter. I mean, you think of the stamina of this guy, right? The stamina, it's incredible. He just kept going back. I mean, for goodness sakes, he was shot and he stood up and said, fight, fight. I'll never get over that. No one will get over that. Even Mark Zuckerberg, who runs Facebook, Meta, was like, that was one badass move. Yeah. It was really, really, and I think Americans feel like they need somebody out there looking out for them. So huge, huge, huge night. Just amazing. And now here we are, joining on past 2 a.m. I told you we'd be here for it, right? It's past 2 a.m. and no Kamala Harris, no concession speech. I find that troubling. She's the one who said Trump won't concede. Well, lady, are you going to concede? I mean, it's getting late.
Yeah, I mean, and is the pattern? Is she supposed to go first? Is that what?
Yes,
yeah, okay.
yes. So let me just, look, I've covered enough of these elections. Yeah. Here's the deal: she's supposed to go first, followed by him.
Right. Yeah.
So she has to concede, and then he gives the victory. And she's not. What's holding her up? They just called Wisconsin.
Maybe, Fox did. Yeah, maybe she's waiting for. Maybe she kind of wants to put Trump in a situation where she kind of is trying to goad him into declaring victory prematurely, and then she can accuse him of, undermining democracy by doing that. I'm speculating.
No, I wouldn't put it past her.
Yeah.
I really wouldn't put it past her, and this is troubling. Again, if you're just joining us, I'm going to actually add this to our graphics too. He is set to speak there in Florida at the convention hall in Palm Beach, West Palm Beach. I mean, normally, yes, Kamala Harris would come forward and give a concession speech, but this is a wild time. We saw him earlier, Rob, and he was saying, I don't know, they're telling me I got to wait a few days.
Yeah, he was mellow. He was mellow and restrained and sort of.
No, he was great. He was great.
I think he knew everything was going.
You think he knew he was going to win?
Better than planned. Yeah, and it was just a matter of
It's amazing. I've seen reports in the media. I think it was CNN who was reporting. It may have been New York Times, one of those liberal media outlets, and they were saying that his team was so worried and that they knew that there was no way he could win. I saw this as early as this morning, and I'm like, I know a lot of people on the team, and no one has projected that at all. I think everybody was like, we hope. But they had, as Buck Sexton was saying earlier in the program, a little PTSD because they've been there, done that back in 2020. And so they were very hopeful. But I never thought anybody for 2 seconds was counting him out. It was like a giant psyop. Well, a really big psyop. They wanted us to think there was no way that he could win.
Yeah, and they wanted us to feel that way for several months. There was a funny tweet about that Iowa pollster. So it was
what was her deal? Yeah. She certainly looks, like silly right now. Was that, doing a favor to somebody?
The caption was like, enjoy retirement. I mean, it's.
Yeah, well, she's, look, you can get these wrong, I guess. But I would just say, if you are seeing suddenly an anomaly in your numbers, outliers, and you have a whole group of people that weren't there before, you might want to double check your sampling size.
Yeah, it's like maybe your survey's messed up. Maybe Iowa didn't radically change in the last 8 weeks.
I know.
It's not the most dynamic state in the U.S. in terms of shifts in the underlying population. Pretty stable group of people there, as far as I know.
There's a meltdown happening over on MSNBC right now, like full on meltdown. They are devastated. They don't quite know how to think about this. I should point out that CNN is also projecting that Donald Trump is winning Pennsylvania. They're projecting that he is winning Pennsylvania and he's about to be named the president. Joy Reid, furious that the Arab community, this was actually interesting, right? Was this out in Detroit? The Arab community came out in support of Donald Trump. I mean, they're livid about everything. We might as well, as we wait for Donald Trump here, he's going to be speaking in just a short time. I'm told he's en route, and he'll be speaking momentarily to his supporters. We will make sure to take you there live as soon as it happens. But why not be entertained with poor Joy Reid?
Conflagration over whether the Harris campaign would embrace the Uncommitted movement, which actually wanted to move in her direction at the convention. And the question was whether they should allow a speaker to happen and whether there should be meetings, whether she should go to Dearborn and try to engage the Arab and Muslim community. You did see one of the co-founders of Uncommitted, actually on Andrea Mitchell's show here on our network, support Vice President Harris in the end. The member, the state senator in Georgia, who was going to be the speaker had they allowed it to happen, also endorsed and supported her. But the irony is you did have Tiffany Trump's husband, who's Lebanese American, and others go in and try to really push Arab and Muslim American voters. Stephen Miller was crowing about it, try to push Arab and Muslim voters in the state of Michigan to go for Trump. The irony of that, of course, is nobody wanted Donald Trump to be president. Nobody wants Donald Trump to be president more than Bibi Netanyahu, who is backed by a far-right coalition that would like to clear-cut Gaza, that would, would truly like to complete ethnic cleansing of Gaza. And so the consequences, ironically, for those, Mark Lamont Hill, who's been a staunch supporter of the Palestinian rights movement, came out in favor of Harris as well. And so I think, we don't know that this would be the case, but I think that's one of the interesting questions, is that the outcome for people in Gaza and in Lebanon, if Trump were to become president, would be absolutely devastating. It would be everything Bibi Netanyahu has wanted to do for 30 years, not just in Gaza, but in the West Bank and in Lebanon. And so I think for people who care about that issue and who that was their voting issue, it would be highly ironic if the outcome, it was literally to make it far worse than the Biden administration has made it.
And to Alex's point about the sort of reckoning that's happening, or at least just sort of like thinking through the possibilities, right, that are happening. Obviously, there's like intelligence apparatuses in all these places. There's briefing apparatuses in all these places. Like, there are a lot of conversations happening right now. There are going to be a lot of conversations happening right now, whichever way the night went, and whatever the indications were at this hour. But those conversations are happening in a lot of very different places at an incredibly high level.
And they're freaking out. Those conversations are happening, and there's probably, and I suspect that that's in part what is causing this delay. Kamala Harris can't come forward because, the deep state hasn't quite figured out what they're going to do right now. But they had to have known. They've got internal polling data too. Rob, they had to have known.
Yeah, those comments by Joy Reid, she said it very matter-of-factly, but they were actually quite repulsive. Basically saying very matter-of-factly that Bibi Netanyahu's clear intentions are to conduct ethnic cleansing in Gaza This is the Israeli prime minister who came to the U.S. and spoke to Congress and received a standing ovation, and she's basically calling him, a genocidal murderer. Very, very matter of factly, and no one questions that. It's repulsive, and gosh, I really hope.
Well, here, you know what else is pretty repulsive? She's not going to speak tonight. She's not going. So get a load of this. We just heard from one of her campaign people.
165,000 vote lead. Let's go to Kamala Harris headquarters right now. Let's listen in.
Good evening, HU. I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
You know what? It's just bad taste. It's really, really bad taste. This is not how it normally goes down. She ought to have gotten out there and thanked everybody and, said how much she appreciated them. But no, so she's not going to make that concession because they have last minute votes to count. I mean, I'm sorry, but you're still counting votes. Wisconsin has been called. Pennsylvania's been called.
She's acting like you're supposed to count every last vote before you acknowledge you've won or lost, and that's not how it works.
This seems to me to be like a little bit of like what we would expect Donald Trump, right, to be. This is not that we would expect; it's what she would expect of Donald Trump. And yet she's pulling this stuff herself. I mean, once again, Rob, I just think showing the true colors. The true colors are coming through loud and clear.
Yeah. She might be drunk. Trish. I'm not joking.
No.
Yeah.
No, I don't know. I think this is terrible to say, but I don't know how she goofed up her words and laughed so much all the time. I was like, what's going on there? Really and truly. Even the sort of relaxed attitude with some of those interviews that she did, it just, I don't know as it was alcohol because that would just be, but something was going on. I don't know. She might not be in a state to speak. I mean, one way or another. You think she's too upset?
Upset or inebriated or, it's odd, right? I mean, she should concede. I think most people would have conceded. There's no path. It would be the normal thing to do.
Yeah.
Instead, she sends someone out there to say, I'm not going to do it tonight.
I mean, that poor guy, I will say that I was almost anticipating that they'd kind of make a ruckus when he said she's not going to speak tonight. But I guess they know the handwriting is on the wall. And so again, we just wait on Donald Trump. Supporters are just going wild there. I'm told they're in.
Did AP called it? I mean.
AP, I don't believe that AP has called the whole thing.
Okay, they called Pennsylvania.
They did call Pennsylvania. Okay. 30. Okay, there you go. So AP.
But did they call Arizona yet for
Let's see. No, they've got it right now that Trump inches closer to the presidency, according to AP, 267 to 214. And basically, they are not yet calling Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, or Michigan. Now, Fox has called Wisconsin. Fox has called Pennsylvania. AP also has called Pennsylvania. So Pennsylvania is going to Donald Trump. This is incredible. I would not be surprised, I kid you not, to see Wisconsin and Michigan go as well. Minnesota has yet to be called as well. So, you know, this could be like a Reagan thing all over again. It looks like in the Senate, 51 seats won by Republicans, and over in the House, 190 seats won by Republicans. So they're taking the majority in the, and you got the governorships, 27 governorships compared to 23. So this is, ladies and gentlemen, a red wave, a real red wave. I predicted this. I actually even called it on the show. I think the title of the show a little while ago was Red Wave, but so many people got so upset. I think there's some superstition out there because they remember predictions for a red wave, say in 2022, and it didn't happen. And so there was some reluctance over the idea of even using those words, red wave, but this is what it was. It is a groundswell. And you know what? I'm just going to say, hats off to Lara Trump.
I was just thinking that.
Yeah, hats off to Lara Trump, because, you know, one of the reasons we're seeing this right now is thanks to all of the work that she did to try to get people voting early and saying, hey, you know what, two can play that game. And if you need those votes, you need those votes. And we didn't have them in 2020. And so this is a big deal. Lara really reforming the organization. A lot of Republicans, I'll just remind everybody, don't have any use for the absentee or mail-in ballots. And listen, I get it. I get it. But the reality is this: if they're doing that, you can't just take your ball and go home. And she understood that. And let me tell you, she's a fighter too, because, you know, this woman, like, she's doing a triathlon once every other week, plus has kids and is on TV and hosting a podcast and you name it. So she's quite busy and running the RNC.
I mean, the results speak for themselves. She's a hero, right? I mean, she did an amazing job. You know, I also kind of have to think of this. I mean, there's been the chatter about, you know, does Donald Trump and the MAGA wing of the Republican Party, have they destroyed the Republican Party? And, you know, we're going to have to go back to the old, you know, Bush, Cheney, you know, Mitch McConnell. Look, I mean, this is the most successful night for Republicans in a generation. I think MAGA has really solidified its claim to the Republican Party here.
It's an important statement, what you just said. It really is, because, you know, what happens to Liz Cheney? Does she become a Democrat now?
Yeah.
Okay, I want to try and go to the president right now. Bear with me, because he is just beginning to address supporters there in here we go, in Florida.
Political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And to every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes, but it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great...
All right, you can at least hear me, guys. That was pretty remarkable what we just saw there from President Trump. Truly sort of extraordinary. I'm here with Rob Horton. Rob, you are on camera right now. And let me see if I can pull my camera up as well. Really just incredible. So Donald Trump speaking there to supporters in Florida. He is going to be the 47th president of the United States. Very good speech, brief for him, right? But it is 3 a.m. So, even he needs to sleep sometimes. It really just a wonderful speech, some little stories woven in, his little weave, as he likes to call it. We heard from Dana White, who has been such a strong supporter, and we saw his family up there alongside him. It really is a tremendous thing that he was able to win, and not just win, but win big. Really, really, really big. So this is a monumental moment for America. This is the front lines of history. As I always tell you, I thought he'd win. I didn't know it was going to be this big and this massive. And wow, you know what? There's going to have to be a reckoning day, a really, really big reckoning day, isn't there, Rob? I mean, for the mainstream media, and I still don't have your shot right, but I'm just like, I'm blown away.
There's going to be a reckoning. I thought it was a nice little speech. I mean, the idea that success will bring us together. I think that was sort of the line that I took away from it. A lot of divisions, but if the U.S. gets back on track and the economy recovers, like J.D. Vance mentioned, great economic comeback, I think a lot of the animosity will fade away. So let's hope. Congratulations to President Trump.
Yeah, the animosity that has been so horrific and off the charts. I mean, although I will say that we're still seeing examples of it over on the competition there on MSNBC. You saw tonight just the fury and the anger, and it started off first with some frustration over the Electoral College, and then kind of morphed into a few other things. Now, they can't go back to this issue of the Electoral College, because guess what? He won the popular vote. He won the popular vote big. He won all this. We don't have them all yet, but the prediction from Polymarket, what's the latest, Rob? Over 90% chance of winning all of the swing states, and a 95% chance of winning the popular vote. Is that the latest and greatest? I mean, this is, ladies and gentlemen, this is massive. You get the markets way up. You've got futures up more than 700 points right now, Dow futures. So all their theories about, the market's going to crash, this, that, and the other, not happening. The headline in tomorrow's New York Times is, "We have a new president, and it's going to be Donald Trump." I mean, this must kill them to write this. Think about that. What are they going to say now? The headline at present is, "Trump on verge of victory with swing state wins." Yes, indeed. Oh my goodness. We're talking Wisconsin. We're talking Pennsylvania. We'll see about Michigan. We'll see about Minnesota. Go ahead.
No, 97%, to answer the question, 97% chance that all of the swing states go to Trump.
All of the swing states. I'd call this a very good night. I'd call this a very good moment for America. And I think there's going to be many more good moments to come. There's a lot that can be done. There's much that should be done. There's a lot that we can accomplish together. We need to have some humility, just as the president had. And let me just say, Rob, you and I were talking earlier tonight about sort of the religious aspect to all of this. I mean, there is, he said it tonight. It's as though God spared him for a reason. And you think about the odds, right? The odds, I mean, that it was a miracle. It was a miracle that he was not killed on the spot back in Pennsylvania. And Americans rallied around him. It's just incredible. As we close out the night, your thought?
Yeah, that was an extremely improbable situation back in Pennsylvania several months ago, and that he survived. It does. I was telling you earlier, Trish, I'm not a particularly pious man, but it's hard not to think of that in the context of some kind of miracle or intervention, and it was perhaps for a reason. And here we are, and he's not only won, he basically won everything. So,
yeah,
Godspeed.
Godspeed. Listen, God bless America. Thank you for being here. Thank you for having joined this channel and joined this mission. Because together we really will make America great again. I will see you back live on the program tomorrow. Get some sleep. I'm going to try. We got a lot of work to do. See you right here, live, every day, Monday through Friday on the Trish Regan Show. Big night, big day, big things to come.